Stan comes up with 2 kills. They need to take space. Big go diving into the tunnel. Hyped with another kill off the pistol. The smoke bounces strangely. Hyped gets a shot. Pistol! Oh! It's all Hyped.
Good nades exchanged in a banana, but there's one straight back from the captain. Stanislaw hangs around to fight for this. JDC dancing around that pillar.
Ooh.
Sonic's looking good to open up this map, man.
Yeah.
Who's he going to favor? Sonic moving in, collects that free kill up in the heaven. Tabson. Gal back into it, 3v5 for Big as this one begins. Sonic still offering up resistance. A double setup, really wanted to get something, instead it's FaZe. Couldn't go too late, ends up just right.
He has great jewelry. Oh my god, this Julie.
And it's the
He has
Goldilocks
great jewelry.
pistol ace from FaZe.
There's a peek among the Holzerk. Grim drives them back in, but Roman could rip it from their hands as Holzerk with a 1v2. It's a quick kill. Around the safety at the pillar, Holzerk close quarter combat, and it's no problem for the Norwegian.
Flit, nice. Good challenge off of the Fame flash. Another cat flash, and that one finds its target. First it's Fame. It's hard held. And
wait a second.
This is awkward, huh?
Wait, Flit is finally going to check this. All right.
Pending the discussion.
Yeah, which they're going to talk about. They'll make the decision for us. And oh, he's going to unload. He's the best. He's the best. Around Tessus, 4 kills, wins the round. Puts it all onto Spinks to extend play. Can MOUZ count on the new addition, or will Nico in his new Falcons jersey make playoffs for the second time of asking? In the smoke, 1 versus 1. Nico getting pushed in. Spinks steps up when they need him. Forces another round at a minimum.
Run boost.
Gets him up. Nico being set up for glory. That is filthy. Gets both of them. M4A4, it's Nico. The group tap for this elbow fight. Is Nico gonna ace out? He could. It could. He will. Nico ace to secure playoffs in the Falcons jersey.
Is going to be right behind them here as they storm this site. Lukowski, lovely double. Cadian coming in, backstab connects. Lukowski on 3. Oh, and Device out of nowhere. Lukowski on for the ace, he gets it! All 5! Astralis realized in the quiet this is where it's going. They're even coming 2 players up the vent, playing this top side. They know where MIBR are going.
This accidental drop down with all 3 players could come back to haunt MIBR, but that's a heads-up move from Drop. Pressures that coming over at the door. Bomb's not planted for him, though. They still planted Hep inside, and that forces the commit from Drop. Stabs, ace.
Through the flames, and then Madja builds another one.
Blow,
Look at them. It's certainly info. That flash has got Maka dead. So blind. Actually, he did flick around, got vision, but Madja... Exercise. First man in, no trade potential. Body was hoping for the reswing. And dead now! Madja with a quad kill.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome to the last day of the group stage of PGL Cluj-Napoca. It's Judgment Day. These losing teams are going to be going home. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me in the studio, the world's greatest analysts, and, you know, all the rest. It's Maui.
Yeah, screw him.
And it's Blair. How you doing, guys?
When you say that, I think you're forgetting someone.
Well, obviously all the others that aren't here are great too.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Throw him a bone.
You're right.
Kassad.
I don't even know where you're going
The
with it.
punchline is Kassad. The punchline's Kassad.
I haven't had my coffee yet. I can't deal with this.
But we have got a great day ahead of us. Obviously, teams fighting for their tournament life in the 2-2 games. Losers will be going home. And we can take a look at yesterday's results of how we got to this stage. Some bangers. You can see that we've got Wildcard out, Big, able to...
Let's go.
Yeah, mount the kind of comeback against them. Astralis, that game was intense, dude.
That's a way to put it.
Versus MIBR.
Intense is a way, yeah, that's a way to put it. Absolutely, I feel like Astralis, they watch the the nip Amcal, the lore that's building on that. They just saw that, it started mewing with rage, and they're like, you know what? Just hold my handball. Watch this. That's what that game was.
Yeah, I mean it was pretty crazy. Actually, it felt like one of the longest games ever in CS2 history. It was like so bad.
I felt bad for Harry and Hugo.
Yeah. So we can take a look as well at the results on the A stream. These were the ones that we were preoccupied with. Falcons, for me, earning a surprise win over MOUZ. I was kind of like shocked at that one, particularly the nature of the win. Just an incredible ancient T-side in that game. Then obviously we had Eternal Fire. They were able to overcome 3D Max. Don't let that 2-1 fool you. That doesn't tell the full story. And then Pain continued their good run, able to overcome Virtus.pro. Some people's dark horse for the tournament, not mine, of course. And yeah, so there we have it. You can see overall the teams we're going to have in the arena: FaZe, MongolZ, Pain, Eternal Fire, and Falcons. Already shaping up to be a great event, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at for me, the couple of things that stick out, right? Obviously, Pain making it through, not having to play the final day. Also, the first arena appearance for this particular lineup for Big Zero as well. I think that's a bit of a surprise. The rest of it playing out the way we expected. On the bottom
You
side
don't think
of things,
Get Rio's an arena?
was it an arena? I don't know. Jury's out on that one. I don't think people even got paid for that yet. So it's not a real event, Maui. It's not a real event. I will say this though, on the lower end of the spectrum of the teams who are now out of the event, I think Wildcard, I just want to say, I think they played some pretty solid CS overall. And I feel like there are teams playing here today who are worse off than they are, in all honesty, in the way they Counter-Strike.
Yeah, for a team like SAW to be still in, for example, in the 2-2 match, and then
It's kind of crazy they made it to the last day, all things considered, though.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, dead team walking.
I love the fact SAW's here, because the teams have beaten. It's such a slap in their faces, because this is the final run they're going to have, right? So I'm looking at FlyQuest, I'm looking at complexity. I know they've had a few changes here and there, but also, guys, come on, you're losing to Frankenstein's monster, and it's not even that big. It's like a small guy falling apart. Like, what's going on here?
So it's a PGL event, so we usually have 2 streams, but not today. We only have the one. So this is what we've got for you. We're going to be talking about Astralis and Big in just a moment. A little bit later on, 3D Max will be taking on SAW. MOUZ versus Virtus.pro for tournament life is kind of wild.
That's a good one for a 2-2 matchup.
Obviously, that Brolan era lasted all of about 3 days.
It was good when it lasted.
Yeah, but it was good while it lasted. You know?
Yeah.
Turns out you need an IGL. Who knew?
I mean, I think 3D Max knows that. That's why they got a second in-game leader. I'm going to see Body just run through SAW today. He's actually going to just pile drive them.
Yeah.
He's going to mog on him.
I agree. I feel like, he's going to mog on them. I have nothing to add to that.
Okay. Well, let's get into Astralis versus Big. I mean, I don't mind doing an extended one on this. Yeah, listen, I mean, obviously Maui is the resident Big expert. Let's start by talking about Astralis. You know, I kind of feel a little bit sorry for them, honestly.
As do I.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's tough when you've had a sustained period of excellence for as long as they did. They really set the bar. They were the early trendsetters, the early uptakers of essentially what you needed to be good in professional Counter-Strike. I know the fans have had a pretty rough time as well. They're all gooning for victory right now.
For real.
Yeah, it just hasn't happened. And I just think Astralis have been really unlucky.
I have to agree. When I look at their recent RMR runs and to lose to teams teams that who knew how good Passion UA would be? Who knew how good 9 Pandas would be with Glowing have a resurgence performance? Who knew how good NIP would be taking them down actually 3 majors ago? All in all, Forza taking them down in the Rio RMR. Like, these are quality teams that have taken down Astralis repeatedly. Household names like Jerry on Forza,
no cap,
like Hampus on NIP,
no cap,
like Glowing on 9 Pandas, and like Jacasmo on Passion UA.
No cap, no
and
cap,
then
no
I look
cap.
at this kind of roster and I'm thinking, man, if you put this much star power together, you're going to probably reach the stars. That's what Astralis' motto is, and it's to the stars for this tournament. I mean, look at these quality of victories. You're taking down a team like Saw. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're paid to do, to take down a dead team. And MIBR, wow, like they're reeling after
Bro, the best
that
team,
new
the
game.
best team from Brazil, by the way, taking down massive stuff overall.
And look, the MIBR
Second best
game that was attritional. That was a grueling game. Those guys, you know, you have to be really dialed in. You have to be really dialed in when you're doing that. You know, like that was, I don't even know how many rounds it was. Wasn't it like 25 or something?
The last map was not a lot, though.
Yeah.
They got off easy on that one.
But here's the thing. That could easily, and I mean easily, could have been 2-0 going the way of MIBR. That's the state that Astralis are in right now. Facts, right? And look, and here's the thing. Sure, everyone said, oh my God, Device dropped 40 kills, incredible, what a game. But it was a comedy of errors. Like I said initially, as a prelude to this segment, I said as a joke, it's a nip amcal, you know, their attempt to nip amcal. It was like that. And at this point, I'm looking at the individuals on the side of Astralis, like we're talking about all the star players and what they've achieved. And yes, they have in the past. I'm looking at Cadian playing at times like a headless chicken. I don't know what's happening with him individually. It's like he just seems lost at times, and like not really talking to his teammates.
He's still trying to figure out the map pool a lot of the time.
That's also true.
Obviously, he's distracted.
And then I'm looking at Stun and not able to hit a broadside of a barn. I'm like, what's going on here? Yabby, I'll give him that. He seems to be the only semi-bright light in this team. And of course, Device is just being Device, right? A class act. And the fact that it's not working, at what point do we, start calling the smashing alarm bells? Like, what's happening here with this team?
It's time to build around Device and Stare.
Could make him IGL again. That might work.
Not bad, not bad. Bring Hooksy in, perhaps. We'll see. I mean, I think this is a matchup where Astralis, though, are the clear favorites, regardless of the difficulties that they've been having lately. And Cadian, maybe there's a couple bright spots in the map pool that they can rely on today to at least punch a ticket into the BT arena. And in doing so, I think they're going to shut up a lot of haters. There's a lot of them out there, but I'll say already, Falcons haters are in shambles. So why not Astralis haters?
I have heard that on, out there. We can talk about Big as well. I mean, look, Big being here on the last day is kind of wild. You can see as well, we got the map statistics coming for you. I think Big, overall, they might have defied my expectations a little bit by still being here. I think they've got a lineup that I actually like. I like the fact we're here and we're not having to talk about whether Citizen's going to turn up or not. That's refreshing. And I think they've gone in the right direction, brought in those younger, inexperienced players that definitely have an upside if they're able to click. But it's still taking a little bit of time. They're not quite there yet. They're still cooking.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? We've been saying the same thing for this. I wouldn't say this big lineup for Big as a team for a number of years right now at this point. And I'm looking at, who they have. I agree, 100% agree. If you're looking at any player, I'm like, are you going to swap this player out? No, they're going to. I think that they have a really good lineup going here. But even now, I'm looking at JDC, right, coming in from now, MOUZ, a guy's been tested quite a lot. He's doing so much heavy lifting for this team right now. And I'm like, can someone help him out, please? Can someone please step up to the plate and be a little bit more consistent? And they're not finding that. And I feel like once they get that, that's when I can look at Big being like one of those, going back to the tier 1 gatekeepers that he used to be once upon a time.
We saw shades from QB, I think, the other day. I mean, he had some really nice rounds put together, some good individual moments.
Moments, that's a problem, though.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he's got a good spray control, but...
why do you like spray so much?
I mean... I'm a fan, okay? It's like watching Get Right play in 2012, 2013. That's what I'm getting from
He was the only guy who
times.
could spray that time.
All in all, though, looking at the VRS forecast here, so kindly provided by HLTV and then put on our screens by PGL, we do see that actually this game does have some pretty significant implications. 19th place right now for Big, moving up to potentially 17th. They're getting closer to that cutoff to try to get into the later stages of the major, the MRQs at least. You actually find yourself in a pretty secure position for the next month or so if you actually win this game if you're Big. On top of that, I don't even think that's factoring in the the prize money that they're going to secure if they make it to the arena too.
And also you can say the same for Astralis as well, right? They're obviously higher up, so this is their way of securing that invite straight into the major, and that's something they would be fighting for. So absolutely, apart from not just making it to the BT Arena and staying alive at the at this event, it's also 100% about that major in May.
I'm just going to say, though, I'm a little bit surprised about the direction that Big went to. Honestly, because you were able to get top 16 at the major, which is a better result than you've done for some time, and you replaced Surson and Regon.
Yeah.
And I understand the Regon one. He looked really uncomfortable in anchor positions. QB's a more natural fit for those spots. But all in all, one really concerning aspect of this matchup for me is just the op duel. If we've got Device versus Hyped, it's almost like polar opposites on the spectrum right now. You're getting Device, which is one of the most consistent oppers of all time. In fact, I might just say at this point, he is the most consistent opper ever. And then you're against Hyped, a guy that really, game to game, I don't know if he's going to grief 4 rounds or if he's actually going to take over and win you 3 rounds that you never were supposed to win. So this is the matchup right here, and you could see a pretty stark contrast in the efficiency and regular output for these players.
But you can say the same for Surson as well, if you ask me.
Sure.
At least in the case of Hype, he might
I would
have
see Surson farm like tier 2 teams easily, though.
Only when
That's
he has
the
a
thing.
webcam in his face and is pretending in his bedroom. At least Hype actually has had a couple of good games here and there. And yes, here's the thing with Hype. I know he can learn. I mean, hopefully he can learn. But how many times have we seen Surson? He has a great comeback, he has a great map, and then just disappears
what you're
again.
looking at numerically there on your screen, for me, it's just the difference between experience and inexperience, ultimately. One of the things that Hype does is he pushes and he tries to take all of these duels. One is never enough. You're not going to see this kid.
Exactly.
You're not going to see him get that kill, put them in a 5v4 at the start of the round and fall back and play it defensively. He's going to go for 2. And it's great when it comes off, but obviously when it doesn't and you die and you're immediately in a 4v4, that's very, very bad. And like, he's going to learn those situations. Whereas Device is just a consummate master of playing defensive Counter-Strike. I will get one and fall back. You might not see me for the rest of the round. I've done my job. I got my kill. So Hyped will learn that in time, I'm pretty sure.
The way I would describe both of these players in contrast to each other is that Hyped is just perpetually overheating, whereas Device has liquid cooling. Like, it's legitimately ice in Device's vein. If he gets that one kill, even if he hits a 6th shot, he's not going to go for a 2nd kill all the time. But Hyped, if he hits one nice flick, he has to go for another. It's like, dude, you don't need to try to create a highlight reel every time you play. I just want the safe kill and fall back. And honestly, I think Tapson wants that too. I think he would like a lot more structure in this team.
Well, speaking of liquid cooling, let's do grading for Cadian. How do you think his tenure has been since he joined Astralis? How are we feeling overall?
I just feel it's just been rough, man, in all honesty. And look, it's not like his calls are bad. You watch some of the T-side rounds, you look at some of the reads he's got some pretty good reads. He knows what to do. But when a team cohesively is just not there's no cohesion whatsoever, the glue is non-existent in the team, then the blame must lie at the end, at the feet of either the IGL or the coach, or maybe even both. But knowing Cadian and the sort of power he wants to wield in a team, the sort of, the way he tries to take control of the reins, the blame has to lay at its feet as well.
Yeah.
Especially when you have 2 of your old minions you used to play with for so many years, where you found success as well. So something's clearly not working out, and you could see that it is affecting his mentality. You can see in his game, his body language in the server, the way he's making some of these plays, where once upon a time, Cadian in a 1v3, he wins those. Now I'm looking at them at a 3v3, and he's just running in like a headless chicken, and I'm wondering what has gone wrong with him. And I kind of feel like he's starting to crack under the pressure of expectations.
I'll raise a counter to that a bit. I mean, he looks like a headless chicken because he just has to be an entry fragger. He just has to throw his body into the
I'm not even talking
midst.
about that. No, I'm not even talking about that. That's completely understandable. He's running on in, trying to be the bait for Yabby or whoever. But I'm talking about moments where he's just going for this individual plays where I'd be critical of, like, dude, he is a smart player. He knows how to play the game. But there are times just jumping around the corner with no gun out. We saw the clip as well on Reddit being posted, where I agree, like, what are you doing? These are not plays I expect from someone of his caliber.
Perma veto's coming out for both of these rosters.
No
Nothing surprising. Big's perma pick has generally been ancient. They've been relying so much on JDC for that map. It's a huge hallmark of their... It's really the only one they've outlined to be great. Astralis, on the other hand, they've been liking Inferno. I've been liking their Inferno as well. I think it's one of the only maps where Cadian has a grasp of how to call the T-sides on it. And for Decider map,
Nuke.
I could see this go in a lot of directions. Nuke would be a nice handshake. Big's been pretty solid at that one lately. I think that they're probably going to ban out Dust 2 here. Just, okay, actually, they go for for the... Oh, man, I actually have liked their nuke lately.
I think
I'm a little disappointed.
I think they should have more confidence in a nuke. I 100% agree with you on this. It feels like this the same thing which happened yesterday in one of the games where they're not trying to go for a map they're good on. They're like, we're going to go to uncomfortable map for both the two teams. I'm going to duke it out over there. And Big's Dust 2 is no longer the Dust 2 of old. You know what I mean? The Dust 2 where they used to be Imperious on. So that's not going to work out. But the first two maps are rich. I think it's going to be very... It's a really good map for each other, for their own picks. And I see this going to a map number 3, in all honesty.
Yeah, maybe. You know, I
don't know.
Yeah,
no, really?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit. There's a little bit of trepidation.
You have faith in Astralis as Ancient.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. I mean, I watched watching them beat Falcons.
Yeah, I mean...
Falcons who look miserable, though.
No, hang on, though.
They just beat
you
another...
saw the day-to-day adjustment. You saw what Falcons were able to do. I think, actually, Astralis on Ancient, I think this is their best map. I think they actually look like a competent team on Ancient. And, yeah, I feel they should have this one in the bag.
I would have to agree with Maui, actually. I feel like their Inferno is where they've figured it out. You know what I mean? Like, where they're super comfortable.
I'd say the two maps they figured out are Ancient and actually Inferno. So I think this is the best possible veto for Astralis, actually. Whereas on the other hand, I mean, yeah, we've got the positions here. I think the main thing we always talk about with Big is JDC and middle. Yesterday, though, when they beat Wildcard and they slammed them on that T side, it actually was a win by committee a little bit more. It wasn't just the JDC show getting frags in middle repeatedly. It was actually sometimes prodding on the extremities with Crimbo, with Tabson, set pieces into the A and B bomb site. So a variety of plays, and that's why Big like to go for this, because everybody knows to watch out for JDC, but that fear going into a match also means that the B exec on round number 1 is also a scary prospect because they don't see it coming.
Also, as well, you know, you're going to see those duels between him and Cadian, so he needs a performance, I think.
JDC right now, I think, has one of the best T-side entries in the tournament right now. Like, over 30% attempts on the T-side and, like, I think a 60% success rate, which is crazy. Again, credit to Big for setting him up the way he does. So
I was going to say that's by design. They did say we're going to give him more resources and, you know, more opportunities.
I'm going to keep Ston and Fraud Watch today. If Astralis fail to make it to the BT Arena and he continues his current, like, just such a rough form altogether, the blame he has to shoulder a big part of the blame because everyone else is kind of chipping in. Yabi's trying, Device is trying, even Stare at times, but man, Ston is just missing for this team at the moment.
Yeah, I do feel one of the problems they've really had is in terms of just the star players that are in this lineup. Yabi and Stown, since they joined from Heroic, they've never really ascended to the same heights. I know sometimes those lights can be very, very bright when there's a lot of expectations. Stown's still a young kid, but obviously people do expect bigger things from him, and it just really hasn't happened for him yet in Astralis.
I just want, when Machine and Sponge are covering this one, to just keep a track of, or really keep an eye out for Stown's tracking aim.
This is crazy, but I just want to say, Yabi and the Monitor.
Oh yeah,
like
it's a match made in heaven,
I was going to say, get yourself someone who looks like that at you, bro. Like, it's actually.
I'm a little worried, actually.
Yeah, but honestly, just pay attention to Stown's tracking aim because it feels like it's fallen off a cliff for me. If there's a person strafing on his screen, I feel like he just doesn't get the kill anymore. It's kind of the wildest thing. He's so good when the setup is there and he's able to get a free kill on a guy that's blinded. But if it's a 50-50 duel, man, that's kind of the fraud watch that Stown's on right now.
It's a 20-80 duel in this case right now with Ston. That's an unfortunate reality, and that's a crazy thing. It's not like we haven't seen him being just an aim monster back in the day. So what's changed? As you said, Rich, he's still pretty young. He's a baby by our standards at the very least. So yeah, a lot of questions, which I feel Big are definitely going to force Astralis to kind of face.
I mean, look, I'll just say this. I think it's an absolute disaster if at this event Astralis aren't able to go to the arena. I think they're good enough. I think they should be beating Big all day long. I think that just even on paper before you get into any of the issues. And so, you know, I'm going to back them here. I genuinely think Astralis should have this one made. It would be just unthinkable if they didn't win. So I'm going to bring the commentators in and ask what they think we should have. There he is. How you doing?
Good. Yeah, but if I told you,
I haven't seen you in minutes.
Yeah, it's been minutes. It has been minutes. But I just wondered, if I told you that you took the heroic core that were perpetually in playoffs,
yes,
you added in a legendary Danish AWPer, in fact, the most legacy AWPer you could have, Cajun B. That's Rene Borg, in case you were wondering, or Device, I suppose. And then you add in the most exciting and prominent kind of next in line Dane. You'd expect expect them to be getting to playoffs, and it's still a conversation in the last day of groups.
Well, they've looked rubbish, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they haven't looked good.
Well,
Oh, it's grumpy Chad today.
We didn't have any hot water, Richard.
No hot water on a cold day.
No, that's bad. That's bad. No, I mean, I agree with you. They've looked really, really bad. They're not living up to the sum of their parts right now. And it's inexplicable. I don't know what the problem is, because I agree. I think when you look at this roster, they should be going to playoffs quite regularly.
Well, let's find out if they do, shall we? Because it looks like Ancient's
I've heard
kicking
the
off.
game is live, so do your thing. We'll see you later.
Cheers, boys. Thank you very much.
Tracking aim.
Tracking aim. Stown. Tracking aim.
Let's track
his
Stown.
tracking. Yeah. But they start on the CT side, and we've got Big Clan, who have been reformatted in pursuit of playoffs themselves.
They win the pistol.
Oh, what?
Well, no one is on B for Astralis.
Oh, you're calling it here. That's great. So should I just not bother casting?
Well,
Why do you do it?
okay.
All right.
Smoke short. Deep. They're going to push. They're going to fight. Device has the kit. He's blocked short. He's going to force them around long for the duel. Flash over. Device.
Uh-oh.
The legend himself up against John Dorian from Scrubs. Who's Turk? Who's Dr. Cox? Let's find out.
I can't leave you here. I can't make you do it all on your own. But yeah, good reference. Let's see if he can scrub hype top of the menu. No,
Oh, that's
Device.
a brain surgery.
And Cadian has found him as well, so it's actually looking a bit awkward for Big. It's looking a bit awkward for Big. Tabson, however, has got a good shot on him, puts one in towards Stair, puts him low. Cadian sleeping with the fishes. Yabi next victim. He's lined him up. Time is on their side. The kit's on Stair. He's low HP, and Big Clan win it. Just as Chad predicted, an obvious Big Clan pistol win from the start.
I could tell you, before we leave spawn, who's going to win the round.
Yo, okay.
Every round.
Well, that one, you're 1 out of 1 so far. Pretty good.
And that's how we do it.
Could be worse.
Gets Junger. Schneller, bitter. Yeah, Device trying to drop his smoke defensively.
What was he thinking there?
No, but, well, because he saw that there was a cave smoke as well as the deep
Like Speedway smoke?
Speedway smoke. So he wanted to kind of block their avenue.
Channel them.
Exactly. And it was still going to be tough regardless because of the execute that they opted to go for. JDC, his prowess in middle, and an opener. We're going to see plenty of that today.
Well, Cadian looked a bit silly there.
Now, I didn't tell you how to spawn who was going to win this round, but it is going to be Big.
Oh, okay. Wow. So brave. So brave.
This is called an educated guess.
I see that.
Hypermobile on the Mac 10 device under pressure. Scooped up by JDC. Stown and Stair, they're in the right place. Not bad from Stown to grab one through the smoke. Couldn't track him through the smoke. He smelt him.
I see. That's a different approach.
I do get what Maui's talking about, because we've had some moments from Stown where players have been on the screen and he's just not connecting the dots. It feels like he's using a wireless mouse from 2004.
Do you reckon Cadian's trolled him and has just put like enhanced pointer precision on, or like he's put some mouse excl?
Yeah, that seems like a great idea. Let's sabotage the team. This is how Cadian gets his revenge.
Yeah, that's it.
By being the Trojan horse of Astralis.
Yeah, which we all know is a myth.
Of course.
Right, we learned that earlier on this week.
Big are going to win this one.
And a phalanx, it's a Greek format of military strategy.
As opposed to the Romans, who surprisingly, Roman with Saul will be up against 3D Max.
I can't wait
I can't
for that
believe
one.
it either. How did they win 2 games as a dead team? Shame on you, FlyQuest.
And
shame on you, Complexity.
Complexity.
Should just be like the Game of Thrones scene with Cersei.
Shame.
We can all get some.
Shame.
I was going to say potatoes. I think that hurt.
I don't think
tomatoes.
they're potatoes. Yeah.
A little bit squishier.
Yeah, that's more reasonable.
And we throw tomatoes at them as they walk down the street. And they don't have to be in the nude. They can actually be in their jerseys, because that at the moment is more embarrassing.
Okay, you are a little meanie today.
You lost to a dead team.
Yeah, it's fair. So I like that they add the cave smoke into their 3-smoke execute. And it's like an invitation for hype to
It's
get...
an ace!
Oh, he's going to get them all!
Tabson, bruh.
Actually, disrespectful from Tabson.
Hype does 9.6 grand, and he's only 3 rounds in. That's like being 3 days into the working week and knowing you don't need to work for the rest of the month.
Where were you when Astralis was kill?
What does the 2016... No, sorry. What does the 16 on the back of their jersey mean? Was it 2016, the year that they weren't founded?
I think 2016, that was the last year they were good. That was a joke, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Now, they're on the way back. I have some faith.
Do you? Me too.
I think this is going that all three. Dust 2 will be a banger.
Kayubi down to Stown, tracks him nicely. Device back out of the... Oh, wow, great pre-aim from Tabson, just reads him through the smoke.
JDC on this mid-crawl, tough.
Bang.
Oh, did Yabby see him on the fade?
Oh! John De Castro. He's our man.
That was beautiful.
That did look very, very nice. I love how good Counter-Strike can look so beautiful, like satisfying to watch.
They're clearing out mid, so they're still looking for JDC, who's already evaporated after that frag. They're hitting the break, waiting for a re-aggress on B. And, well, as we can see, they can just walk in.
They're saving, Chad.
I think they should be saving.
They're saving. It's fine.
Device is going to head over. Will he announce his presence with a shot from the AWP? Still being very diligent. The bomb getting punched in now. 40 seconds on the clock and Stare shooting at shadows. Oh, Device just...
Yeah. Yeah. Is the AWP retrievable? I presume. Yep. Cadian's got his hands on that.
That's Canadian to you.
Oh, say that's America.
That's all right.
How does the Canadian national anthem go? Do you know?
Something about maple syrup and ice hockey.
Syrup. Well, it's cool that the two of them get to keep their guns.
Yeah, loss bonus is in place, so this is nice.
And that was ambitious. What do you think of that AWP skin? Kind of okay.
Kind of okay.
Yeah,
that's what we all want to be in life.
Kind of okay.
All
Tabson
right.
looking like he's fresh-faced this morning. You can see he's trying to keep the energy going.
Early, isn't it, right? So you got to get out of bed for an elimination game or a progression game. It's 2-2. This is where we play for all the marbles.
Yeah, Chad, how did you handle it? Did you ever have teammates that like to sleep in a bit more and, you know, early starts? How did you approach that?
Azza was the sloth of our team.
Yeah.
Everybody else was always on time.
Right.
But I had Gomez.
Oh.
Bowling, Shane. Yeah, I had Gomez to sort out all the snoozy boys.
But like G and your boys up for a 9 a.m. game can be difficult. So I can see that Big Clan are making a real effort, especially with there's so much at stake. Playoffs are up for debate. It's John De Castro in middle again and again. It doesn't matter who he's up against. On Ancient, mid will be his. It's a guarantee, almost a certainty. JDC, he hasn't got another one, has he? He's kind of cooking.
Well, he's hearing so many steps, so you can call 2 on rotation based off of that. Do you try and finish towards B?
Stown needs to play retake B, so he's going to slip back B.
But
he's leaving. What?
I don't know why. I thought JDC would have heard those steps.
He did.
Well,
he's not acting like he did.
Well, that's what I mean. Because now they're going into the stack. 2 out of the remaining 3.
Oh, no. Du hast ihm hören. Gehört. Du hast him gehört. I don't know if I'm speaking German. I'm trying. Either way, Stairs in CT and Device in Brokey. So
I think the issue right now is the angle that Device gets peaked from with his boost.
Oh, he got a leg shot off. And the flick actually connected through the box.
But they're still committing.
Yeah, they are walking into the stack. And that's not necessarily going to cost them, especially with Device being kind of forced away from Temple with a leg shot.
Smoke lands as well.
S-A-V-E. You ain't got economy. He actually can't catch a break. Double nade last round. Double nade last round. Now a smoke spam to convert a leg shot.
Just a premonition from Tabson.
Oh, extra nades. That's nice.
Okay, well, he's snatched and grabbed from the tees, sure, but 5-0 start for Big.
And no AWP for Device.
Oh, okay. Well, again, loss bonus. Someone in chat said Tabson busy talking. That could be it, right? If there's a lot of communication going on, especially after a player gets you may miss the audibles depending just on how much the chit chat is. Maybe he heard one, didn't hear the other. All right, a dream start for the Germans right now.
You ever had a Counter-Strike dream?
Yeah, I used to call strats in my sleep.
Yo, that's too real.
People are going to go, how do you know that you used to call strats? Well, we used to share rooms. So my teammates would tell me, or my partners would tell me. So
You're trying to line up a smoke execute.
yeah,
3 a.m.
There's been some wild times. One time I used to get night terrors. One time I thought I was getting attacked by bats, and I threw the blanket out the window. Sharing a room with JKS and Gomez.
Sorry, guys.
They woke up laughing at me. I was like, "Oh, sick one."
Did you get the duvet out the window?
It was like half out the window because I thought we were.
Why is the window open? You opened it in your
because
sleep?
that's when we were in Mulheim Wienerplatz.
Ah, Wienerplatz.
And it was about 40 degrees, and there was no aircon in Germany, as you know.
Yeah, no, I know. Okay, they're playing scissor, paper, rock.
Well, they can't talk. Is this secret communication that Big have been working on? What does that mean? Or they're going again?
Oh, so if you do 2, oh my God, they're communicating.
That means we're going to win the 6th round.
Crimbo, a little bit of personality there.
Well, hold on. Don't show too much of that.
Yeah, they're having fun. Don't show too much personality. The Counter-Strike community hates personality. They'd much rather everyone says nothing, and they can just watch them play the game.
Yeah, why do we even have them on the screen?
Yeah, because anyone that
Just be
dares.
your digital avatar.
Yeah, I think everyone should just be like what they called, like VTubers. We just have 10 VTubers.
Oh, yeah. I could see Tabson as like...
Tabson, a giant anime witch.
Yeah. Device is like a cute little anime cat.
Yeah, cat for sure. Stown, obviously a snake.
Wow.
What? No, just he's kind of got that kind of reptilian vibe about him.
I reckon QB could be the pink thing from Nintendo.
Oh, you keep bringing this up. Kirby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it.
You can see it?
Yeah. Oh, I think QB actually could be more of like a Pikachu kind of energy.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, I could see that. What do you reckon Rugger would be?
Rugger? Rugger is Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar?
Yeah, but as a VTuber. So
okay. I did, honestly, when I looked at it, remember the movie Toy Soldiers?
Yes.
I did see the main...
The sergeant.
Yeah.
I see it too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a good shout.
There he is.
That's it. That's Sarge. Oh my
From
God, he's
Toy
got
Soldiers.
like toy soldiers. That's an Eminem song, I think. Is that he did something about toy soldiers?
Yeah, but I think was that Dido on the track?
Respect to Dido, man. Do you know who doesn't get enough respect? Joss Stone. Remember Joss Stone?
Don't.
No.
No.
Oh. I couldn't name a single song, but I think I like them.
Yo, Taps has just gone, Vigets. And the admin's gone, yo, relax, bruh. And now the headphones are coming. They're taking the in-ears out. Or are they going in? I like their in-ears, though, don't you? They look very snug. They look like they've had them molded professionally. And I would say, if this was my job, I would want molded in-ears. Because I'd want them to be as comfortable as possible if I'm always wearing them.
Agreed, 100%. There's nothing worse, especially when you've got those, they're quite high pressure, those over-ears.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you really need something molded, otherwise it's just going to dig into your flesh.
Well, Twitch chat just had a really good one.
Yeah?
So I don't what they said completely. I don't agree with that sentiment. But if Crimbo does something bad, Crimbozo.
Oh, that's not bad. They're very creative.
They are.
And they use it for evil, and they use it for good.
They do.
Yeah. Someone says bring back Zonic. Don't worry. Zonic's already in the playoffs.
That's true.
Very exciting.
You'll see them on Friday.
Friday.
That's a guarantee. Oh, we're back underway.
Who wins
Thank
this
you
one?
for bearing with us, everybody. So just to recount, it was the pistol win for Big with the B execute. The JDC watch on middle, which the Des highlighted, wanting to really focus on him and T-side entries. He's been doing a great job of that. Has been kicking off and kicking up a bit of a fuss.
It's like me just when they're trying to put the powder under my eyes. It's exactly the face I pull. Yep, yeah, that's great. Okay, and close.
I think this will be a big round.
Okay.
Now, a tactical timeout has been called, so Astralis get Rugger on the mic. They have the conversation. Stown could drop a rifle. Yabby could buy one, but they'll be lacking unless they want to go with MP9. So it is just going to be a partial investment. Still going to be some traps for Big to get past. Let's see how they come out the gates off the back of the technical into the tactical.
Oh, what? 2 instas? Did they just double smoke it, or is it 2 different smokes?
They did just double smoke it.
Oh. So they have
Doubly smoked.
Yeah, definitely true.
Oh, QB's going to be calling out this. Oh, risky.
Oh!
Team naded.
tabseN's only gone and naded him.
What does that? Who does that count for an entry for?
Actually, great question.
It's an opening death for Big,
Yeah.
but an opening kill for Big.
Technically. But JDC is out on mid again. You just have to.
I like
accept
the fact
this.
he's playing through this because
He's not playing first, though, right?
Well, I don't think he should play first, but he should still play
Yes,
aggressive.
Yeah. Look at this. It's only Yabi here and Device behind him with what? Okay, so no real chances if Yabi doesn't get the first. He has. Hype does not shy away from the potential engagement. Stare versus JDC. You can see some hesitance from JDC, realizing that this round is slipping away from them. tabseN bails them out with a flank onto Device. Now Stare loses out. It's still Yabi on site, and ooh, tabseN nearly finishes off Yabi. Hype gets punished for the nade. Pull out. That's a big round from Yabi. The Yabster snatches away 3.
Well done. Okay, well, sure, a bit of a gift, tabseN nading QB to start the round, but they still needed to convert upon that. Well done for Astralis. They get the first on the board, and that one might come with a few frustrations. You never want to lose a round in that fashion. Here it is. tabseN trying to assist, clearing the smoke to support his boy, but just removes him from the picture. And then a Crimbozo death to make it a 3v5.
Das war so ein bisschen komisch.
But they still have enough for a buy, and one more in the back pocket after that as well. Elbow smoke didn't land perfectly.
Yeah, but it's acceptable. I'd give it a 7 out of 10.
But you can see just Cadian understanding how much pressure he's under in that situation. They do get the control. Stound even comes out through cave, clearing from heaven, or posted. This is Device's chance.
Oh,
Good flash.
Good flash. He'll have to re-clear in. tabseN should be dead. Oh, great second flash. Device is just completely blinded. Stare, though. They're going to double swing him. Back to turn. We needed that from QB. That's down. Double down. Why is he the best player in the world?
So good
He
in
is
mid,
so
isn't he?
good at that fight.
I think he was in a team with Exertion, who's also very good in that position.
Yeah, and Donk, but all 3 of them in a team and just go mid.
A little bit one-dimensional.
Yeah, all right, fine. Nice from Stound tracks. JDC.
He wasn't looking at him.
Swing at him, that's sorry. And Hyped is in the 1v2 that he could win. Shadow. Do you accelerate A?
I like this.
That's. Oh, he's overthinking it.
I don't know if he is. He has time. Cadian is always very active as well.
This is a Counter-Strike special.
It's a ring around the rosy.
Who makes noise first? Does Cadian walk all the way up lane? Or does Hype start moving first? He has got time to chill. Oh, coming back up round.
Oh,
He's owned him. Cadian.
he's back to down.
Free frag. Not to know.
No, tough. Okay, well, really well done from Stound. Great round from him. Even the unfortunate timing there for Device on that second flash. He's trying to maintain some information and control and just keeps getting thrown off the line. But it's a triple kill. Set up by Stare's position. Stound with only 5 bullets left. Able to assassinate. And then Cadian, the in-game leader, converting the 1v1. Easy as you like. Okay. All right, trying to get fired up. They win this one, you break the finances.
Yabi. Oh, spotted him. He leaves with 2. Yeah, fair play to Yabi. Yabi and Stound looking like they're on their A game today. Must-win game.
Okay, well, they will be able to dip out of mid. That's a great shot from Device.
Ooh, love that. Yeah, looking like he's comfortable with that AWP. Hyped quite the opposite. It goes down after a missed shot.
I like the confidence that Astralis is starting to show now.
On a scale of 1 to 10, you are screwed.
Yeah, that sucks. Okay, and Crimbo, well, everyone's been in this position before in a match of Counter-Strike. Your whole team's dead. You've got no space. There's a lot of time on the clock. You're low on HP. What are you meant to do? Well, get stuck on a bit of clipping. That's always fun.
That wall is terribly clipped. That whole walk is terribly clipped. Or it's deliberate and you can't just hug the wall and walk.
Does Stound hard clear this? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Oh, now that's the end of that. Saves us a minute.
All right, well, a strong hunt, and as mentioned, finance is a problem. Big can go into a partial thanks to the loss bonus. And to think that it started to go wrong because you naded a teammate. So 3 consecutive now for the Danes.
Oh.
We do have quite a lot of national representation already within the playoffs. So we have FaZe and Falcons, who are our international teams. Pain, Brazilian.
Ooh, a little bit of team chat.
I wonder what you thought was so cheeky there. So Payne representing the Brazilians, the Mongols, Mongolia, of course.
Oh.
Yeah, in case you
Thank you.
weren't aware. And EF for Turkey. We could get a Danish or a Brazilian, Brazilian? Danish or a German team here.
We got a Brazilian in there already.
Yes, that's right. And then later in the day, we could get a French or a Portuguese.
Yes.
And then to finish the day, an international or a Russian.
Okay.
Look at that smoke sailing through the sky.
It's just perfect.
The thing is, you can misthrow it too high and then it hits the top. Oh, it's going to be a B.
It's a quickie.
It's
not
going to be
so
a B.
quick. It's not an immediate rush.
It's a second tempo waiting for the block utility.
Not a single incendiary thrown. Look, they've all got. They can still got those flashing red incendiaries. You can see everyone had them cocked.
Well, they're going to come through cave.
How about now? Block smoke around cave. It's down with their own little flash lineup for his own design. Looks like they've got a good read of this, haven't they?
Oh, wow. As well, confidence coming through on the flash. So flashes are the only thing that Big have left to work with. They did a great job of applying pressure, baiting out util. And now the complete and utter reroute. Fortunately for them, because they had that lane control, they know they can be noisy through the water. Or at least they have a sneaking suspicion. Okay, how does this go wrong? Device has to miss the first. They scale. There's an insta-kill onto... Oh, Cadian's actually dipped back spawn. Oh.
What? They're playing retake B with 3 players.
Okay, if Device misses this, they can get into the site. It's still going to be a hard post plant. Oh.
Get your asses over here, boys. I need you.
He didn't miss.
He didn't, but they are going to plant probably.
Oh.
And Crimbo's taken down Cadian on the rotation. JDC punches in the code. Cover is there. The bomb goes down. Anything more is more just the cream on top. Astralis can do the nice composed close here. Device from behind. And there we have it.
Oh, okay. I like it. I like it a lot. This is my type of Counter-Strike.
I don't know, man.
I love it.
Not how. The Danes are nice people.
I do them in pugs of any platform of your choice.
Yeah.
And people call me toxic. I'm not being toxic. You're getting tilted.
Yeah, I just clicked.
Welcome to my world.
Your cyber body.
I'd love to hear the locker room comms if I understood Danish even slightly. All right, well, 4 on the trot. Astralis are back in business. This wants to tie things up. They're going to biff for this. Look
Double
at this.
cave.
Coming through.
Fighting, fighting, tooth and nail. Stair drives through, catches Tabson. QB back, but that Stair with a double and out. Exits nicely. Man advantage. Hyped also took a heavy lick, operating at just 19 points of health.
Stair was communicating a lot there, so likely saying, hey, there's more bodies over towards B lane. Device now parks up in cave, and he's going to have a freebie.
Yeah, it looks like it's a guarantee onto Hyped here. Just walks into the crosshairs. That smoke is going to allow him to get out. It's not, no one's giving it a full 10 out of 10.
A little bit shallow.
That's all.
But it feels like job done, doesn't it?
Yeah, apart from this potential CT route from JDC, no one's holding his cross. Say that. Device is going to get there just in time. Doesn't hit that one tap. That would have certainly been nice. Oh, and all the smokes are a bit funky. He's going to walk through this. And Device didn't consider it.
Okay, so right now, Crimbo has to live because JDC... Oh, back?
Is he the best?
You devil. You didn't see him. He didn't see him.
Behind you. It was... Oh, my God. He's going to flank Yabi. This is going to be impossible.
But Device is flanking Crimbo.
I don't know where he's gone.
Oh, but they didn't go through Temple. This is bad.
It's not good.
It was good.
For a second. And now...
CT plant?
Yeah, but JDC's going to get shot in the side of the head. Oh, okay, Yavi solved it. Well, there was definitely ways in which that could have gone wrong.
Moments before disaster. A Counter-Strike series.
Oh my God, I thought you right-clicked HE.
Yeah, get out of here, Stair. This is my defuse.
5-5. For those of you on the audio-only broadcast, it is 5 to Astralis, who are on the CT side of the first map.
And maybe you're in the kitchen making a meal right now. Maybe you're driving your car and you're listening to the cast. Well, We'll even give you a frag recount to this point. We've got 9 kills for Tabson, 8 for JDC, 6 apiece for Hyped and Crimbo, and QB with 4. Come no!
Come on!
Sound with 8, 9 for Yabby, 6 for Device, 4 apiece for Stare and Cadian. 5 on the trot for either team is rolled tied up.
That was Cadian you heard as well for our audio-only listeners. Up the ramp, Kyubi's dead. Already, Stown puts him in the dirt. Stare's going to walk on down, try and take this space away from them. And more than that, he knows where Kyubi is as well. They've got him trapped and pinned. Attempted wallbang from Cadian. 2 on ramp. Tabson's under so much pressure early. Anti-flash, that's good. We'll be able to swing out for an attempt and gets himself double. Oh, Tabson, that's a big delivery.
I like this. We got Fight Club on the menu. These guys are just brawling all across the map.
Yep. Device in CT. Now, Crimbo slips Temple.
Shadow Man.
Shadow Man, yep. And goodbye, Crimbo. Bomb going down. Hyped needs help. His help is so far away. He can't die. He will. And that's a 6th round for Astralis.
Unless Tabson,
Teleport.
leader of German Counter-Strike, is on for an ace. No, he's not.
He dies to Cadian. And that's a 6th for Astralis. What did you have for breakfast today? Let us know in the chat. I had a chocolate muffin.
I'm missing my cereal, my Weetabix.
You're a Weetabix man. The hotel has these cinnamon wheats. Reminds me of my childhood.
The cinnamon or the wheats?
Well, I wasn't allowed sweet cereal because my parents cared about my health or something. So when I went to my nan's house, I could have the cinnamon wheats.
Oh, that's
that was
lovely.
like a nice special treat.
Okay. This could be 7 consecutive rounds from Astralis going into the halftime break. What a shift of momentum.
QB out mid. Not even JDC. And ooh, already the panic button's hit. Cadian says one across. Yabby spams. Perfectly.
Yeah, Tabs is blind. Oh!
Jeez.
They are really just taking jewels.
Oh, but this shot doesn't cost him anything because on the repeat, reposition, Device is off, just racks him up. Go on, finish it off. Crimbo's left alone in the A main, spamming away. A nade doesn't quite find him, forced away by the flame. Look at this. They are just running at him. Cadian wanted to get the job done. He was ready for this next half. He's calling the T-pistol.
There's words that I can't use on broadcast, but I can imagine what the team conversation for Astralis is before this game and going up against a team like BIG. They've really come in wanting to puff their chests up and show some confidence. So there's a level of Counter-Strike that still needs to be by the book and piece together good comms, but a lot of it is just showing that, hey, we are the better players, and that is showing in the play style that we're seeing today. Almost completely boxed in is Crimbo. Once the elbow smoke fades, I'm sure they can investigate that, but he's just going to walk on into A. 44 seconds, all bullet goes off. He's noticed, Down takes him down, and 7 straight rounds for the Danes.
That's a statement. That is definitely a statement, and the scores on the doors as well read perfectly. 10, 11, and 10 for Stown, Yabby, and Device accordingly. This is perfect. That's exactly what you'd expect from the franking output of that 3.
Take a look. Utility damage, Alex. Who do you think has the highest?
If I was guessing, it's going to be a CT. What's they been nading a lot? I would guess one of the B players.
So either Stare or Stown.
Stown. Who's there the most?
True. 202. Correct.
202.
202. Stare, the second, 143.
143. So a solid CT utility haul, but we're up against Big Clan. So we'll see if they can beat 350. Rounding up.
180.
Hey, I watched darts the other day over Christmas. It's very entertaining. The crowd are having a great time.
There's Sergeant for Toy Soldiers.
It's apparently called Small Soldiers.
Oh, it is Small Soldiers.
Yeah. I didn't want to be like that guy.
No, that's fine, Mr. Rene
Said
Borg.
it again. Okay. Oh, you have to bring it up. I decided I'm going to call all players Rene
All
Borg.
Danish players Rene Borg.
Yes, because I don't think we put enough respect on Cajun B's name.
That's true.
And also, I don't think any other organization has done a branded gaming pillow. You see, like Shiro's always rocking the hotel pillow. Crimbo's got an actual Big Clan pillow. Maybe they just made the pillowcase.
Well, yeah, I don't think they did the stuffing.
Yeah, they probably just sourced that from...
Unless it's bear down.
Don't think they do that, do they? That's
No, but
the
the big,
yeah,
big
no,
fan
I know.
bears.
Yeah, but probably quite a nightmare to get well,
I don't know, is it?
I don't know.
You ever hunted a bear?
No, probably easier to hunt a goose or a duck, though.
Those poor ducks.
Pistols.
Quack, quack.
Pistola. From 5-0.
How cool is that, seeing him jiggle and you can see his fingers on the A and the D there? That was really cool. I like that a lot.
Oh. Block cave. Interesting. That does limit your options, but only for like 20 seconds.
Well, if I told you that Astralis were keeping their options open in this round, would you believe me?
I would.
Yeah, there was no full commit, so you can stay a bit more fluid for the way that you want to approach this, and they're even donating utility across. So Yabby's going to take that as QB pushes down. Device will lose the smoke, unless...
Oh, he's looking sharp today, though.
Well, now you want your cave players to go, or at least consider it. Devices forced them away with that initial exchange. I think he's going to flash him in. Tabson, you flash him in, or they just go dry? Or they back off.
Change their mind.
Okay, here we go.
Quite like the idea. Quite an effortless take after all of that, apart from the bomb not being with them. Yabby, excuse me.
Yeah,
brings the bomb. It's down, fighting for
smoke
long.
will be fading.
And nice shots from Device. Removes QB. Finishes off what he started earlier on the ramp. Cadian's flank is everything.
Oh, the timing for Cadian. That sucks.
It might come back to haunt him.
I think it could be a pistol round right now for the Danes. So
yeah,
we'll split the pistols with Astralis continuing the streak. 7 to close the half. 8 to open it. Setting themselves up to snatch this first map away. And it felt, yeah, quite tapered, didn't it? There was no rush for them to get in and get that bomb down. The smoke was well over half gone by the time it had breached the site, but just happy to take the jewels. Device, Stout, being very combative to short and long. And they do get the job done. So good hustle from the Danes. Opening kills starting to really fall in their favor now. Taking a look overall, there's only been 4 opening kills within the 13 rounds of play for BIG. And 2 of those were JDC out middle.
Yeah.
So the opening frag disparity is quite large.
Last time we cast big on Ancient, JDC top fragged the server and lost.
True.
And he kept getting out mid.
That is true.
That's just a guarantee.
Oh, here we go. Zeus Cam.
You haven't had a chance. Maybe this is your moment. Maybe not, though. Obviously, that's also a possibility.
They rarely happen, don't they?
Yeah,
These kills?
they used to.
Oh.
Now Cadian's the one that gets time. Counter-Strike timing should be studied. What?
Oh, that's enough. Device, get your gun out.
Oh my god, he got dinged to 15 HP. If QB hits 1, it's a little more costly than they would have liked.
But didn't they only lose Mac 10s?
And an AK on Device, yeah.
Yeah, no, but that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Device. That's why Device's death seems a little bit...
And now, they're going for a last-minute investigation. He controls his spray. He's only got 9 bullets left, and the flank comes in.
That's 2 AKs.
2 AKs to be saved. Who won that round? JDC, you can't find it. Hello? Hello? Oh, he's nailed it. Wow, respect, respect.
Keen eyes. Good obs work by Mr. J-Raz and Chev there.
Got the dream team on this one.
Yeah, so that's quite a poor round, all things considered.
It's not ideal.
Yeah. Because what Cadian lost was a Mac 10, and what the Heaven player lost was also a Mac 10, right? Mac 10, and then this kill from... yeah, well.
Exactly. Doesn't matter.
And now look at their buy. They were going to be buying anyway, but it's pretty juicy now that it has 2 AKs.
It's quite the opposite for Astralis. Look at the money. Ugh.
Yeah. Well,
ugh.
Maybe you could just go for something quick if you wanted to invest into a few Mac 10s instead. So they do have a 4-round lead at the moment. Looks like they aren't going to go for anything too crazy. Trying to facilitate AKs. So lacking util will limit options. We have...
just 2 Molotovs.
Yeah, and 4 smokes.
Okay, well, yeah, it might have to be something a bit more poppy.
Splash of flashes. Thing is, you could just change the tempo of the round and wait out BIG's opening utility, which there it is, an elbow smoke. We're likely to see mollies and HEs towards middle as well. So you could just wait out these early nades. You still have to do a little bit of your own opening, but you need to keep at least 1 or 2 of these smokes for a round finisher. That smoke is Oh, look at this.
Ooh, JD's
Under a lot of pressure.
Dead man. He's a dead man. Nade from Stown bowls him over.
You can cancel this. I don't think they need to full commit. You've been stalled by that smoke.
Yeah, but the B players are going to evacuate. So it looks like Tabson is going to rotate.
They're going to try and do a mid retake through red.
Mm-hmm.
So how many bodies? I don't. If you put more than 2 players through red, that seems kind of crazy. They're going for 3.
It does mean that they could catch them on this kind of timing into the donut fight. Yeah, be spotted.
You have to call it off if you're big now, because
definitely.
you got detected before you could find a frag. So, and they really don't know exactly where Astralis are whatsoever. This doesn't look good for big.
I like the cut noise donut. It will become a problem if they wait a little too long. They're letting Yabi cook, just spotting their flank and keeping active for a regress on towards lane.
Yeah, if you come back, Tabson's in a very good position for at least 1.
Look at this, the power of cutting noise. And QB and Hype return to B, and then Tabson ties to Yabi.
Dinked him too.
Yep, now it's the finish. Walking in, lovely push from Crimbo. Catches down, unprepared for that one knife out, and QB, maybe he caught a glimpse of Yabi's shadow. Yeah. We'll take him down for a 2v2. Over the smoke, Hyped. Gonna be spotted out. A lovely angle found by Device, and he finds 2. Closes it down for their 10th, and it's 10 consecutive, right, Chad? That's an absurd run.
Yeah, it is, and they just keep on coming. And now, I guess those saves that they have with the AKs does facilitate a little bit of extra cash going into this next one. So if they wanted to go for a hero M4, or maybe even 2 hero M4s, that's possible because of the loss bonus. But this all started to go wrong. And look, I'm not putting it on Tabson nading QB, but that was the moment that things started to go the other way. It was a saved M4 for Stown. It was out of a technical, into a tactical, into a saved M4 and some partials. A team nade, which was meant to be a supportive element. And then since then, nothing has gone their way. Up next is Inferno, picked by Astralis, and they might be able to get this done 2-0 to start the day. Now they are going for a bit of an uppercut. You can see Yabi and Stown into Mac 10s. This is where we could get the pacey round.
Wow. Odds are stacking up against Big Clan here.
B rushing.
They wouldn't dare. They would. They totally would.
So 2 Mac 10s through cave.
Into cave.
Good
There's
nade.
good nade damage. But let's see their reaction. Block cave with a smoke. QB. Tucks on Cubby. Stare up ramp will clear. QB, a free frag. Swinging through the long smoke is Tabson. Just the one on the P250. They have the sight. It is theirs. The bomb will be planted. Still a 3v3, mind you. And JDC, with an M4, maybe he could spam away at someone, but there's no kit. So this really has to happen sooner rather than later.
And look at his teammates.
No one else is really playing for it, or is they...
They're just on the way. They were so far away. Oh. Goosh dead. Mac 10 perfect weapon for the job. Hyped and Crimbo both completely removed from the puzzle. Huh?
Huh?
Was that a... Crimbo threw that? I think that's what Chev's trying to tell us right now. Chev, give us a nod if that's... Because it had a blue tail. Oh, thanks, Jay.
He smoked B doors from
And
A.
that's where Hyped was, who could have got a kill and an upgrade off of the MP9.
You just really didn't want him to die. He's
like, yeah,
looking at the minimap,
hey
he's like,
guys.
yo, man, save ya. Save ya.
Actually, I think it's like you, Alex, because he knows that, like when we played against the Cheaters the other night, and you went, let me just practice my elbow smokes every round.
Yeah.
He's going, we're going to lose anyway.
Might as well.
We've lost 11 in a row.
Get
Might as
some
well just
reps.
practice my, hey, Hype, did it land? Yeah, genau.
Yeah, man. Ooh, the insta extinguish, was that what that is? I think it might be.
It is indeed.
Ooh, fast mid potential, aye.
Bit of a lurky boy. And they're ahead of it.
Okay, could prove to be redundant. I can see Device was lining up for the HE break, or actually he's giving it to a teammate. Stair gets it done. Trying to do some damage to that close CT. Stown, no secret about his A main presence. Stampedes forwards.
What happens if you win 13 rounds straight? Is it as good as a 13-0?
No, but we don't have a good name for it, do we? From being 0 rounds to 13 rounds without losing it would be considered a
momentum buster.
Okay, well, we're workshopping. A lot of rounds.
A gravitational change.
Okay, getting a bit scientific. That's cool, I guess. That's quite cool.
A run to the finish.
Yeah, that's good. Keep throwing them out there. Yeah, I've got none, so you're doing great.
An A execute.
A execute. I think we've already got that's a term for something else. It's a cool smoke to obscure the AWP big box. Molly behind it, and yeah, you're gonna get out. I like it. Astralis.
Or are they?
I've been incendiary, but the smoke will last longer.
There's
than
30 seconds left, gentlemen.
Ooh, what are we doing?
And now.
Oh my god, this is really, really risky.
25.
Yeah.
Well,
Yabby's got a very important kill.
Well.
Yabby's the best around. JDC the only one here. Cadian will make light work of it. They're going for it. They're going for the gravitational pull. You see what I'm saying, Chad?
It's another one. It's like the milkman. No one knows what we're talking unless you were here right now.
Someone said Baker's sweep. Why does
because a baker's dozen is 13.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Yo, respect to whoever. I'm actually going to scroll up.
Yeah, find their name.
I'm going to give you some respect. I'm going to put some respect on your name. Who said that? That was good.
The check's in the mail.
Where are you? There you are. Streamer Views. That's a weird name.
Is that one of your dupes?
Streamer Views.
Streamer Views.
Thank you, Streamer Views. I might steal that and present it as my
What
own.
was it called? The Baker's what?
A Baker's Sweep.
A Baker's Sweep.
Astralis 1 round away from the Baker's Sweep. Credit to Streamer Views.
Do you have to do that every time now?
No, only the first 6 times. Yeah, it's in the contract.
What's the other guy that gave us Fangs of Furia with Case
Yeah, that was cool.
We referenced him once and then never again.
Yeah, well, that was Streamer Views moment. That's a tough death for QB. He's put in a bit of a pickle. He's hearing all this stuff about A and smokes and teammates are talking, and suddenly things get a bit too quiet. Has to check ramp. Yabby's there. Patience rewarded on the beehive position.
Buzz, buzz.
Oh, honey. That nade does some damage. And so does that bullet from the sniper rifle. It's JDC. The inevitability in middle has struck. And I'm afraid their dream of a 13-round run all hinges on a 1v5.
No Baker's Sweep for you.
From the Yabster.
Oh, yeah, the Baker's... Well, no, the Baker's dozen is 13. You got a dozen.
You got a dozen. Just a straight dozen.
A straight dozen. All right, well, Will Chip Hazard, a.k.a. the coach of Astralis, get on the mic. Doesn't look to be the case. No emergencies just yet.
That is a big round. Now they need a large comeback. Hyped has to go huge.
Can the Commando Elite take down the Gorgonites in round number 19?
Gorgon left, right. Good night. Hype. Damn, it's Tabson back. Spray is good. Tames it for 2. And Crimbo the same. Big box with a MAC-10. It's not ideal for Stout, especially when your teammate's bleeding out with a bomb on his back. He's throwing out some util. Might facilitate across to the temple. Trying to fake it out. Trying to find a way in which to find a leveling of the odds here.
They'll have head armor. Yeah.
Nice. Little Dinkaroonie from range, but won't finish the job.
See the head armor on display there. This is an unwinnable clutch for Stown.
What's a man to do in a position like this?
It's an interesting souvenir MAC-10 that he has. It doesn't even have any of his team stickers. That's a G2 and a Cloud9 sticker.
Yeah.
Is that from...
It's PGL.
Is it...
It's the ones that were like a shield.
Hold on, I'm going to have a look.
Is it Krakow?
Oh, Seb thinks it's Krakow. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
The shieldy ones, yeah. Cloud9
That's old school.
no longer in CS.
Well, again.
Again.
Okay. Resistance is late, but it's here. 2 consecutive now. So a spree of 12 after a 5-0 start for Big, and now they're going to do their best to try and draw this one back. Timeout. There you go. Chip Hazard will be getting on the mic. The platoon leader.
Chip Hazard.
That was the name of the guy from Small Soldiers.
Chip Hazard.
Chip Hazard.
Oh man, and when you're born and your parents give you a name like that in obviously a fictional universe, but like
great name.
You're just built for greatness.
Great name.
You're destined for greatness.
And Rugger's around my age. He'd know the movie. I think he'd appreciate it. Well, that was just a bit of a partial from Astralis. They can get out the AK-47s, so this is looking like they still can get the job done right here, right now. Taking a look forward, however, if they lose this one, 2,400 loss bonus going into the next. So a bomb plant will help them to continue to keep rounds with the half-buys, the Tech-9s, the etc. Red Smoke lands. JDC not going to be thrust forward to fight for the mid-control completely. They are prepared for a B attack. Starting 3B, flash forward, Tabson, great opener.
Would have liked to have avoided that though. Stare from elbow, pushes out. It's down. This is a forward position and his shoulder's been spotted. JDC though, not to be underestimated in this server. Warded off. You can see that it looked like Astralis were trying to kind of join down, but upon the exchange between the two of them on A, thinking twice about it. Now, I can't help but feel my sympathy for QB is going to be continuing here. He's trying to play for info. His teammate's calling that he can't hold elbow, so QB really doesn't have much.
They're coming over. If the AWP posts up on ramp, I think it's okay.
He can just tuck on cave.
Yeah. And A main push from JDC, so they have all the info that's not A.
Looks good. That would have been nice.
He's going to be smoked off. Good molly. He's going to flash. Crow push.
Oh, backing away.
Maybe not. So they're going to give up the site.
Boost.
Don't like this. I don't like this at all.
What is going on, Dan?
Oh, no.
What are we doing?
No.
He's role-playing. Just looking at him. What are we doing? Dungeons and Dragons mid-tournament?
Well, that's the map.
Yeah. Hyped was just like emoting. JDC, nothing you can do here. 1v3 now after the first, but held by Stare, and Astralis will take the first map, putting them just one away from the Cluj-Napoca 2025, brought to you by PGL Playoffs.
Great ad read, Alex. Love that one. No, actually, it looked really ropey at the start. Big looked to be in total control. We had that pause, and then Astralis just didn't look back and put together a really good ancient map. As I said, I feel this is their best map, actually, even though they did pick Inferno. And I think they really showed it here. They had some nice components, some nice moves. Very, very good performance all around.
You know, we were framing this whole discussion with the fact that Astralis has just been so unlucky for the last 4 major cycles. This is a map where they got extremely lucky. That one tech pause was probably the most destructive force on the map. If it weren't for that, at 5-0, I mean, Astralis rattled off 12 consecutive rounds after a tech pause. I mean, I'm not going to say that's the whole story, though.
That's all Cadian needs. He just needs a little pause in the middle of a game, and he can call around you.
He just flipped a switch, huh? Didn't he?
Yeah.
2 switches, probably. One for the team, one for whatever happened in the server.
I'm a little worried because if this is Big's best map, which it clearly is, it is their best map, which is why we went for this pick, even though Astralis can't win this. And considering what we saw here, Rich,
it's a tough
I'm worried about Inferno because how worse can it get? All right. First 5 rounds look great, right? JDC once again, JDC single-handedly winning a couple of rounds for them, right? On his buy rounds, looking good. Then a tech pause happens, and this is a classic case of momentum. We throw that word around quite often. It's a bit of a cliche at this point, right?
It is.
But you can see Astralis, once it started getting, a little bit, winning a couple of rounds here, the aggression on the CD side outside towards heaven, outside the cave towards lane, right? Just wresting control away from Big and just completely shutting down whatever play Big had in mind. And then you switch up to the second half, Maui, and you can see Big just, on a buy round, when Astralis is starving them of information, they just don't know what to do. Everyone's just sitting in CD spawn, waiting for something to happen from the T's. That's never a winning formula, especially when you're trailing that massively.
Some of the mid-round conversion attempts from BIG were really kind of awkward. Like, they would pause in a couple different areas, and then Astralis would just kind of suss things out. They would figure out, okay, we think that they're in red room right now. They just throw a jiggle peek towards that area. And it felt like Astralis was the team that was just in the driver's seat in terms of knowing this map. They always knew more than BIG, so their rotations were a little bit faster. They were always able to kind of control the play that BIG was making. And unfortunately, I feel like BIG almost were surprised that they were taking so much space on the map without getting kills. It's kind of an awkward position to be in sometimes as an IGL, where you have all of this space in red room and everything and a guy towards B ramp, but you're like, well, how are we actually going to put this one together? And Astralis actually, they just played really good defensive CS.
And this is what we highlighted actually here. You can see Device on your screen, just having that solid defensive foundation. We talked about how important he is to Astralis and what they do. He was really, really effective once he got that AWP in his hands, and he just is a brick wall that you have to kind of run into on a map like this. So great performance from him.
On both the sides as well, right? He was finding a lot of impact kills on the T side too, and we got to give a shout out to our man Yabby. You know, he was also Stan. Fair enough. You know, he did an okay job this time.
Yeah, we're on Stan watch, obviously.
Yeah, but still, I'm still not completely sold yet. You know, one map, he was okay, it was decent. I felt Yabby, in all honesty, was finding way more impact. A lot of multi-kills, instant headshots coming out from him. But here's the worrying thing for this big team, because we still have a map remaining to be played, but what's worrying is I look at that final round. I look at the final round and that retake. Like, what is happening? BIG are a team. Look, we have these broad definitions of team. You're looking at Bad News Eagles. Oh, they're very aggressive in your face, Counter-Strike. The MongolZ style, the Astralis style. Okay, maybe not Astralis style. But like, you have the BIG style. Structured, coordinated. They know exactly what they want to do. They have protocols. It just went missing after the technical issue. It's like a technical issue, deleted whatever, you know, notepad he had open or something, because it just looks so lost, so discombobulated. And when you have someone like tabseN who's been around for such a long time, I'm like, what just went wrong there? This is your best map. There wasn't even barely a fight in the second half.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you know, we've seen some pretty weak T sides on Ancient over the course of this tournament. That was definitely one of them. I just feel that ultimately BIG are always going to run into the same problem. You know, you're betting in new players. You're committed to doing this German-speaking lineup. They've even used historically Danish players that speak German. We had a Swiss player that speaks German in there.
Got a Swiss one?
Yeah, exactly, with Rigon. It's you know, it's just ultimately you are really limited in the players you can get. So you're kind of hoping on having that breakout generational talent, and if you're not able to harvest that and find it when it's there, this is kind of the tail of the tape for BIG. They're always going to be at the bottom end of tier 1.
But here's the thing with the team, I don't necessarily dislike any of the players they have right now. Sure.
Come on.
No, come on.
Okay. Really? Like, come on, look at QB and Hype, man.
Who else are they going to pick up? Who else?
Dude, they had syrsoN and Rigon, and they were better. They actually were better.
Dude, I think they were together for quite a while. I didn't see any results from that.
This. I don't know if this team makes it to the major in the same fashion that the last one did.
I think they have
Hype's worse than syrsoN, man. Hype's worse than syrsoN. I like BIG a lot. I mean, I think the trio of Crimbo, tabseN, and JDC is really solid.
They're really good. I like that.
But QB and Hype have just a lot of room to grow, and I think like they'll eventually get there. This is really it's Hype's second foray into tier 1. It's QB's second foray into tier 1. He was on Fnatic before, by the way. But it's just that they have to catch up in a lot of ways. Like, Hype is he's just too inconsistent. I mean, yeah, they were on that retake on the last round. It started because Hype missed a couple shots.
And fair enough, but here's the thing. I would rather, you know, believe in the potential, no matter how long it takes, rather than the plateau that we've seen syrsoN for a very long time, where, mind you, his plateau is higher.
Do we ever think BIG is going to be a championship team again? I don't know. I don't think so, man. Like, so I would want the consistency of syrsoN, that he can farm teams out of the top 20. Like, syrsoN literally bodies anybody out of the top 20. It's just when he plays really strong teams on LAN, he has a problem.
Look, Maui, I hate to break it to you. There's still another map.
Oh, yeah?
BIG is still in it. You're talking about they're already out, bro.
They're not out yet?
Yeah, no. It feels that way. We got Inferno coming, obviously, and it's Astralis' pick. We should probably talk about this. It's not that big bad on this map.
They got bodied 13-1 by FlyQuest. FlyQuest.
Yeah, that was a rough
Richard,
day.
you're being too nice, man. You're being too
And
nice.
FlyQuest played that map
You're
quite
being a little too nice.
No, I think it's over. I think
I think they had to win Ancient, man. I really think that Big had to win Ancient there. Inferno is a map that they used to, I mean, it used to be their permaban. Like, they really don't like this map, actually, because it goes all against the ethos of Big, where you want to set up every single consecutive play. Sometimes on Inferno, you just have to drive.
But what about that patch where they had the nade bug? That was really cool.
The nade bug was their one good time. What, in 2018 or 2017 was that? The jump crouch bug? Yeah, that thing where you got free information. Yeah, that was one of the only times Big was good at it. But before that, they were trying to permaban this one for a lot of 2021, 2022. And I would say that they haven't really improved with this lineup. Like, again, like JDC can do some damage on this, but this is actually a map where Stare and Stown are good. Like, Stown is actually good at taking banana. It's one of the few things where it's like utility setup gets him into good positions, and JDC and Tabson, I just think they're a little clunky at times. They're like, they want to throw that good flash, then they go for a good swing, but it's like sometimes you just need to swing if you hear them. You need to think that you can call your own number in those positions, and they're just a little slow on the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, obviously as well, you know, I want to keep pointing out the device factor. I think he's a monster on this map, kind of
I think it's just consistently shown as a monster on any map, right? Like even though that game against MIBR was ugly indeed, he still made it look good. He was still fun to watch device play. So altogether, there's nothing more I can add to this. I feel like Big is just so uncomfortable on this particular map, and the fact that this is Astralis' best map right now. It's a map that's making their home map, so to speak. And considering the way Ancient, I agree with you, Ancient had to be a win for us to go map number 3, but the way they completely mentally crumbled, and individually as well.
Yeah, very worrying.
No, dude, 5 rounds, they'd be lucky here.
And I want to say, you know, we've pointed out a lot of negatives for Astralis. This is one map where I actually really like Cadian's finishers, okay?
Yeah, you did say that yesterday.
Because so often, so many teams, I'm looking at teams like Liquid, for example, even, where they just send everybody up Porch late round on a T side. Almost every time they go for an A hit Astralis, they send at least one guy to wrap Arch side. I think that's so important. Even if you're taking a risk walking through a smoke, sometimes it's Stare, sometimes it's Down, they'll just go through that Arch side smoke just to pull off a pinch. Because if you can take away those angles, it just makes everybody's life so miserable that's defending that A bomb site. And it's one of the things that Astralis has clearly outlined. We want a guy to wrap. And teams like Liquid are just like, nah, just 4-man Porch. And it's like, that's why you're getting Crossfire deleted. So now, all in all, I think Astralis have outlined a lot of great stuff on this map, and it's why it is their home map.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. We're going to a break. When we come back, we're going to see if Astralis can book their ticket to Cluj with a win over Big on their map pick of Inferno. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert. On to the next one.
We're doing our top 4 predictions here at Cluj-Napoca to find out what the players think, who will be top 4. So, hyped, give it to me. Where do you think we're going on this 4th place?
Yeah, it's a good tournament. A lot of good teams are here. But I will pick us as a top 4 place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not first.
Nah, not first. Gotta be a bit realistic, but if we get top 1, we get it. And I think it's a good place to be.
I got Frozen with me from FaZe. Now give me your 4th.
So I would have 4 Mongols.
Got NQZ with me from Pain. So come on, give it to me. Who you putting in 4th place to start off with?
I'll go with MOUZ.
MOUZ?
Yeah, MOUZ. Because I think they recently made a good move, but we will have to see how they will adapt to it. So for me right now, maybe they're in the shape to win the tournament, but for me, I'll put them in the 4.
Got exit with me from MIBR. So who are you going for 4th and why?
I can put MOUZ. I think they have a new IGL and they have Spinks coming into the team, his first tournament with the team. I think they're going to do good.
Next side, you're going to give me your opinion on this?
Yeah, well, we have to go through all these teams to prove ourselves. Yeah, probably just FaZe, because they're just, I don't know, they can just win it if they want to, I guess. They're just one of those teams. They're just like, it's really inconsistent, but sometimes they can be really strong.
And third?
Eternal Fire. I think they are playing really good right now. That's a tough one. Maybe MongolZ. I'll go with MongolZ. Yeah, for me, they have the potential to win the whole tournament. They're playing really good, but for me, teams like FaZe can beat them, so I'll put them in 3rd.
Yeah, I'll go MongolZ.
Ooh.
So I think they're a very strong team, and the way they play is really good.
3rd, MOUZ.
I think it's MOUZ. Always good team, like they're super skilled. They have some really good anchor players.
2nd?
FaZe. I think he's one of the favorites to win this tournament. I think they're a really good team, despite the fact that they put Elise on the team. They need to show up more with him, but I think they are a great team and they are one of the favorites.
2nd, BIG.
2nd place, probably MongolZ.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
MongolZ. I think it's like a bit same as MOUZ. They're like super skilled, super much chaos.
I'm going to say Eternal Fire. And then, because they've been really strong lately, I feel like. And I think they got that new energy with Jota as well. So I feel like they're feeling motivated and good.
I'll go with us.
You?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll go with us.
Not first place for yourself?
We have to see. If we reach the finals, I think we can win it, but we'll go with us. Last one, I'll leave it to the fans.
Oh,
they can decide for themselves.
We're going to have to put FaZe there, right?
Maybe.
All right, FaZe can go in first place for him. I've decided he's too humble to say it, but he knows what's going to happen.
I'll go with FaZe. Yeah. I feel like they're the most solid team in the tournament, so I'll go with them.
First, I pick FaZe.
Alright, so obviously FlyQuest first, because that's the only thing that makes sense.
MIBR. Yeah, I need to put ourselves, because when you come to this kind of tournaments and you don't believe in yourself, why are you here? So I'm putting yours in first place.
I like it. Don't stop believing, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. You're attending Counter-Strike School. Professor Birchall will be in a moment, but first I must take the register. Attendance, Dear Guy, _ present. Mr. Patola, present. Nasmo, present. Big Clan, not so present, map 1, but Professor Birchall's going to be here.
That is BURCHILL, and I will also be referred to as Sir.
Yes, sir. You got a chalkboard guy or a whiteboard guy, you think?
Chalkboard.
Yeah, 100%.
And then 100%. If you're naughty, I send you outside with the dusters.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know if we're going to need a third lesson.
Maybe there's some knuckle dusters.
If you know what I'm saying, I think this might be an efficient class to start off our day. And it is the last day of group play, is it not?
It is indeed. PGL, we've been rocking the Swiss format, but with best of threes the whole way through. Not those silly best of ones. You get to stretch the map pool to determine who the top 8 are going to be for the BTarena going down Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're getting there damn quick. This is the first tour stop for PGL in 2025. They've got the Bucharest event coming up next. After that, Astana.
Oh, yeah.
Later in the year, Belgrade.
Belgrade. Lots of people are present. Good to see the registers being taken.
Did they say I or their name?
They're saying sir, and they're also saying present. Good to see that Lonert is here. Jiggy Jordan, good to see you.
Ah, good to see you, Jiggy.
I was worried about Jiggy Jordan.
Nah, but he started sitting in the front of the class.
Yeah, the problem is that Jiggy Jordan kept talking to Bob CSG.
Yeah, well, that's going to get you.
Yeah. Just sit down, keep your hands to yourself, and let's get ready.
And if you didn't bring a pen...
Oh, I never brought a pen.
I will allow it for you to put the digits into your phone.
Do you know what I think I'd do if I was a teacher? I'd be the cool teacher. I'd say, listen, I've got pens, but they'd be really embarrassing pens. You know, like I'd give you a big one with a big fluffy feather on the top or something. So like you'd pay a price. You'd look a bit silly.
You know there'd be some attention seekers who would love it.
Oh, they would. I'd probably love it. Yeah.
Here's a fun factor for everybody. 4 of the 5 players on Astralis all have the same crosshair.
Ooh.
Maybe with slightly different colors, but
It's kind of like they've got the same
crosshair.
shoes, you know? Everyone's got to be the same in some way.
In some way.
Shape or form. Decoy up mid. 4 players up second mid. Contact into apps.
Yes, so they're going to go out apartments, obviously. We'll see if the molly's used for the bike back pit. Device has the flashes to set this up. Crimbo and Hyped to receive them, the only 2 defenders on A.
Yeah, he's in trouble now. He's in a lot of trouble. The flash comes in, they're waterfalling out. Hyped is going to get overwhelmed. Crimbo's dead already. Hyped's been overlooked. There's a nice one, but quickly traded. And
You know what that means.
Yeah, we do.
You know what that means,
Keep
everybody.
your Kev. Keep your Kev. Tabson can go. Am I doing all right, Professor?
Yeah, but we'll let everybody in chat say what they think's going to happen now.
Oh, yeah. So the whole... We're here to learn, right? You know, Chad, he is a fountain of knowledge of this game. He's played it for a few years. Maybe,
A lot of youth.
Maybe 15. Maybe more, actually. More like 20. Close to 20.
20.
Yeah.
More than 20.
More than 20 years. And that's probably more than you've had on this planet. So we're going to learn something.
And that's fine. You can call me Unk as well.
So Unk, I can't call my professor Unk. I think I'd get a detention
I'd be
for
the
that.
coolest professor.
So the Astralis pistol approach, what did we learn?
We learned the big gamble that it was going to be B, and that their A defenders were unable to get enough kills to make a viable retake possible for Big. That's what we learned.
I see. Understood. Does that mean that we can expect... How much Kevlar was saved? I didn't actually pay
Just
attention.
1 pair.
Oh, okay, never mind.
But that's fine. I am. We can expect a FAMAS that's been invested by QB and given to Crimbo.
Love a FAMAS.
I do like how Stan's always like, what are these? It always looks to me like, what are these idiots doing?
Yeah, that's the one the face reads. Is like, guys, these guys are bots.
Well, these bots have the opening kill and full banana control.
That's a very strong start for a CT side. Love that. Step poking his nose out mid, and there is a 3-man crossfire established. Ooh, needed that QB. An important conversion. He had a rough go of things as the B anchor.
Well, this round really slows down now. 2-man discrepancy. Yavi's going to, I was going to say continue looking. He really shouldn't, but Device is here. Inferno's his map. Let's see if they can claw this one back into contention. Bomb will stay alive on down T stairs. The other 2 need to try and get a way in, and that is a slam dunk. Library spotted and smoked off. Tabson low. Oh, don't do that. Wow. Okay, well, he's gotten away.
For a minute. I mean, Device is not going to let him get out that easy.
Now, the biggest issue for Device is going to be timing, because there's so much he has to worry about, and Tabson never should have pushed through Library. They already had 2 players on A. I understand why, because he thought there was going to be full commit and in-game leader brain. JDC can still save them, and there's a fast banana flank.
Yeah, very fast.
Banana flank.
Very fast.
25 seconds.
Yeah, so now they're going to make them wait for it. Hype will swing. Oh dear, Big Clan now running though into JDC or Astralis. It's a 1 versus 3 where they are committing B. What can he do? Stan goes down, Bomb is loose. They just need to trade him, kill him, and we see Astralis convert. Wow, that looked a bit like a... No, but like the way in which they conceded that was all as a product. You know, that was a 2-man advantage for
But as the desk discussed, the only time this has been a good map for Big Clan is when they were known as Bug Clan.
Oh, you're right. Legia's behind him. Oh, he's in the server, I think, at that point.
Jumping over walls.
Jumping, crouching at the same time.
Seeing things that not everybody else can.
Yeah. God, the history of Big Clan, like the peaks in Big Clan's history are all rather...
Yeah, but they were on the Cologne stage one time.
They were, with the British player.
Smooth. All right, this will be an eco farm. So this, you've just reminded me of something.
What?
Got an email this morning.
Oh dear.
From an Anthony. And Anthony says...
Yeah, sorry.
It was at 8 a.m.
No,
Anthony's been thinking.
Or we could call him Anthony if you wanted to.
It was definitely Anthony.
You say the th?
In Australia, we do.
Oh, we're just different.
Do you guys not do that?
I don't think
Do
so.
you say Anthony?
Yeah.
Do you not say the H?
No.
Really?
I don't know why. I'm not like the jury or the...
No, that's fair enough. Well, we'll just call him Ant-Man.
Yeah, let's call him Ant-Man. So yeah, 8 a.m. he's up.
He says, "G'day, fellow Aussie." So, I would say it the way that we'd say it.
Yeah, please do. So Anthony.
Or
Anthony.
You could say that too. He says, "I'm one guy," and he says that because I get one guide a lot.
Okay.
But this will not be completely formal, as it's mostly a hypothetical. Well, that's nice. I'm glad it's not formal. So let's get into it. A. This roster is entirely UK-based, and I've made up what I think to be a decent core, possessing players with some position shifts.
Does he start with Smooya?
That's why we got here.
Yes.
Now, Smooya's on the list.
Yep.
Thomas.
Yep.
He can in-game lead.
I'm with you so far.
Mr. Merriman.
Merriman, strong. Actually not the worst team
Cypher?
so far. I like it.
Now, he's missing a fifth. He said he's struggling to find a fifth.
Okay, what
he wants
about...
someone who would fit, but he's a horrible scout. Any ideas? He wants Def as the coach.
Okay.
But you just found a British player on
I've got one.
HLTV, didn't you?
Azoo.
There you go. So we've made the team. There you go, Anthony. Or Anthony.
Man. Do you know, I have negative national pride, but if we had a 5-man roster, I might start watching the football again. Cadian. Oh, wait, that was so lovely. The flash, JDC not prepared, the trade not available. Tabson just a little bit far away. Deep app smoke. Now, Crimbo does throw that out to facilitate early apps control, but
a wrap would be nice now.
They're looking a bit rappy.
Arch smoke and a library smoke and go.
Looking a bit rappy.
Just need a good flash for hyped.
Oh, he's gone and got one. Nades. Lots of nade.
Oh, that felt like a pre-fire.
It was.
What the bloody hell was that?
It was the third bullet in his spray, and he peeked into the third bullet.
Dan.
Do you say Dan or Dad?
Dan.
Dan. Damn. How do I make a UK team? I need to become a millionaire, don't I?
Yeah, you're working on it.
Yeah.
Day at a time. We'll see in about 50 years.
Yeah.
Okay, well, 4-0 start for Astralis. Now, they'll get to 5-0, and then Big will go on a 12-round run. That seemed way too easy for Cadian, didn't it? Perfect
I want to
flash.
see this from Stair, yeah.
Oh. Well, come on.
Yeah.
Come on now. At least be fair. Give him a chance. Vigo is Stair.
Is he?
Yeah, not Rene Borg.
It's a cool name. So his name's Vigo Borg?
Yeah, Rene Vigo Borg.
Rene Vigo Borg. Okay, I'm glad we got that clarified.
I think so, because his name's Victor. Is Vic? Oh! Well, the partial buy dealt with this time round. 3v5 for Astralis to work against. It's going to be a Deagle.
Someone's already read how it's going to go. Someone got the script.
13-5.
It's going to go 5-0 start for Astralis. There'll be a tech pause. Then 12-0 run.
Then attack pause.
By Big after the attack. Astralis wins a few rounds and then chokes a round they should have to lose the map.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Keep our eyes on that.
Keep our eyes on that.
Thank you.
I don't mind the tchotchke placement from
I was
QB.
appreciating it, actually. I like the way it rests on his hand.
It's good tchotchke placement.
It is. Best tchotchke I've seen in a while.
All right, well, not a lot for Hyped and Crimbo to do. I'm just going to have to try and hold on to their goodies and give it a go into the next. It's the armor that's most vital. It's not really the weapons by any stretch of the imagination. They'll be getting the rifles out into the next. Hyped, as far as an AWP is concerned, should be able to don that if he ever so chooses.
Is this what they call max loss bonus, Professor?
It is indeed.
Okay.
Now, the loss bonus stages, 1,400 into 1,900 into 2,400 into 2,900 into max of 3,400.
God's sake.
Now, this is a little bit disappointing for Big. You wanted to come in today and put your best foot forward, and I felt like you did, but then you tripped, stumbled, and fell down the stairs because it was icy outside. You're going to take your first tactical timeout, get the coach on the mic, and he's going to say, listen, boys, we don't win this, it's done. We will not be playing on the stage in Cluj. Our tournament will be over, and we will be giving the victory to the Danes, Astralis. They have been through the wash.
I mean, I will also reiterate just how important it is for Astralis to be in these playoffs in pursuit of an invite to the major. They were coming into this one ranked 12th. I believe it's the top 10 that secure that invite.
Yeah, so you need to make sure that you're just talking Europe.
Yes, sorry, specifically to their region.
Yes.
Yeah, but they were coming into this one at 12, and they had 2 opportunities. It's this event and whatever's next.
We've got EPL coming up next, and then after that we have Lisbon.
Yep, so
and then we will be half the way through the group stage of Bucharest when April 7 the cutoff begins.
All right.
But Astralis are in Lisbon.
So yeah, those are going to be some options for them.
Yeah, still a couple of tournaments for things to chop and change, but you bang on. Top 6 from Europe will be in stage 3, which is 1 Swiss stage before the playoffs of the major, and the next 4 will be in stage 2. The major now extended to 32 teams, but that's a while away.
So, full banana control for JDC, but as soon as they want it, they will take it.
Indeed.
It's not going to be...
Oh, that flash did absolutely nothing.
Well, they're not expecting it to flash T-stairs up, are they?
Well, then what kind of an audacious swing is that?
But like that's
you knew Device had an AWP.
Yeah, you'd have to throw a different flash, some sort of crazy deep one. Maybe JDC throws it off a wall and
or
swings
have
with
bottom
it.
banana smoked.
And that would make sense. This is why we've got Professor in, helping us learn, helping us process information.
It's the worst time to learn, though.
What, in the morning?
No, with everything on the line.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
You've come to this is the exam.
Yeah, we're in the exam hall.
Guys, you're meant to know at this point.
We're reading questions and it's starting to teach us things.
Oh, the hyperdrive needs to initiate. They're just playing with them now. 2-2 split of the defenses. Need to rotate over towards A quite quickly. Stalled out 25 seconds. QB to fight.
And Flash first, lovely lineup double. Sound puts him down. Scrimbo has Tabson support. Wrapping
15.
long. Yeah, they do need to get onto that bomb site. It is a time-sensitive mission. Tabson trying to be anti, trying to be aware of the wrap from Stout. Good awareness and positioning. It looks good for Big. It's their round. Big Clan on the board. The script reads 5-1.
Yeah, no tech, but definitely attack. And they are on the board. So now we're about to see 12. We'll make it 11 consecutive off the back of that one.
Professor, another question I have. Why does the cutoff happen in the middle of a tournament? That was something someone was asking.
Well,
you can just say, that's not in my class. You can.
So, the reason...
Yeah.
Oh, hold up.
Yeah, let them talk. I feel like a fly on the wall.
Now, we obviously shouldn't be able to hear that. We can't understand it. But I don't want to talk over it because some Danish people will get it.
Yeah.
And I would love them to be able to translate that.
That did just feel like I'd like tapped their phones or something.
So if anybody does speak Danish and can translate that and send it to me on Twitter, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, we got our translators working on it.
I'll get back to that question in a second.
Yeah, because we've got a whole round to cast, and it was already not started well for Kyubi. Hyped up can equalize, it won't. Yabi swings wide, and Hyped actually uses that to cross back, ready for the potential Apps aggress. Bomb on the back of Cadian. Down takes top banana, and JDC's a dead man. It looks bad. Oh, God.
Okay, so the reason is because the major is in America. And we need to start getting visas for players and teams as quickly as possible. America notoriously difficult to get visas for.
Yes.
So that is a priority number one. That's why the cutoff is so early. Now, the question being, why is it in the middle of a tournament? That is a Valve problemo, as they're going to take everything away. It's just hyped. Valve, I believe, have softly, now this isn't official, said to TOs that they will release the ranking on the first Monday of every month, like an official update. I assume April 7th is a Monday. Let me double check. And it is. So that just happens to fall on the 4th day of PGL Bucharest.
I see.
I assume that there is a chance that they will curtail the practice of doing it mid-matches, like we saw during Katowice.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll do it at the start or the end of the day, probably the end because they are based in the United States of America.
Yeah, but it's something that's just going to be getting
It's just, we're in the, look, from a player perspective, all of this stuff, it's not great, but we're in a teething period of time at the moment. So things are going to be pretty tough in this first season, for sure. It's not going to be as everybody would like, but we're going to work to the better and brighter future.
Bright future for Astralis.
Oh, this is silly now.
I thought Big Clan were putting a...
Not on this map, remember?
Yeah. Doesn't look good, does it? Okay. Why are they're playing it like a high-skill pug?
Yeah, so let me read out their results on Inferno this year.
Oh, this is going to be good.
A 16-13 loss to Wildcard. A 13-4 win over Imperial Valkyries.
Oh.
A 13-6 loss to 3D Max. A 13-9 loss to 500. A 13-1 loss to FlyQuest. A 13-9 loss to Eternal Fire. And a 13-11 loss to Wildcard. So they've played it 7 times, and they've won it once.
What's their permaban?
I believe it has shifted because for the longest time they would always just be banning out the Inferns, bruh. I believe now that we are seeing them removing Train, which I think for a team in the position of Big, you would be more beneficial trying to define and play in the early meta of a map like Train.
100%. Especially because if a team has a proper perma,
exactly,
you can punish pick.
Yes. So maybe this is why I said yesterday that it's going to be interesting to see by the time we get to the major what these teams' map pools look like, because we're still very early on in the season. But 7-1 for everybody listening and not watching. Obviously the preferred method of consuming Counter-Strike.
Apparently, yeah. Good damage onto Cadian instead. We need conversion. Okay, that's kind of what the desk was talking about. The hyped, hyped swing.
Yeah.
More than a repeat. Goes straight out of an arch smoke into a rifle, and now they've got the A site for free in their savings. So this is, you know, let me put it in a nice way.
Absolutely slammed Aloe in a pug the other night.
Did you?
Yep, slammed him 5-stack.
That makes me happy.
Finished 5-stack. We slammed him.
Good, good.
Absolutely slammed him.
Like was
13-5.
Did Aloe even have a moment?
Nah, he did. He one-tapped me.
He did one-tap you. Okay.
I had 18 kills. Just saying.
Nice one. I'm actually. It brings me joy to know that you you smashed him.
And I think it was pretty fair. They were playing with a coach.
What was the map?
Ancient.
Yeah. They tried B-rushing on you. You just shut them down.
Well, they tried running up mid so many rounds. They force-bought like 3 or 4 rounds in a row. And I was like, I know me and Yam are 35, but like, put a little bit of respect on there, man. Like, come on.
Sometimes you're doing the dishes.
Could we do a round where we let the game speak for itself?
Does that mean we just don't talk?
Yeah, because some people think that the commentators talk too much, and I'd agree.
Yeah, sure, 100%.
Don't get me wrong. I agree.
Yeah, but we're paid by the word.
Exactly. So you guys can change that.
All right.
My PayPal is.
Yeah, let's see what Counter-Strike is like. Pure.
This is where, guys, you get to really appreciate how good storytellers Shev and J-Raz as the dynamic duo are.
This is purely visual storytelling.
So for the audio only, we're sorry for this round, but we will update you of the score at the end. Are you going to hold your cough button for 1 minute and 55 seconds?
No, I just put it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, I'll do the same. I really loved, they used 3 nades to clear that bottom banana smoke so that he could stay posted up with the AWP.
I really like that. I mean, it's something we've seen from multiple teams, but this like nade throwing to break and lineups to do.
Yeah, that was sick.
I really, and
that was awesome.
Also, like, shout out to Chev one more time.
That was really good observing.
Like, you caught everything.
That was
you caught
great,
everything.
Second round for Big, 8-2, 6-round difference. See if they can grab 4 before the halftime break.
Chat, it's hurting my feelings. They're saying it's better.
Yeah,
like
but
that.
they're just, remember, they're just doing it intentionally to do that.
Feelings, man. Maybe we should just. Maybe we don't talk anymore.
We might have jobs.
Oh yeah. Actually, that felt like we might not have a job. I felt like that was a risk, you know. Just gonna have some guy knocking on the door like, actually, you've proved to be surplus to requirements.
Well, what we could do, because when we do the arena games, we do let it breathe a whole lot more.
We do,
right? Because there's the crowd, there's the ambiance, there's all of that good stuff.
Oh, audio only listeners. The score is 8-2. Map 2. Astralis with 8 on the T side.
Yeah, they only need 5 more rounds.
Inferno.
Well, let's see how they operate in this one.
Chad. Minimalism.
Oh, okay.
Minimalism. Just only the important stuff.
Banana control Big.
Mid push Crimbo.
Stair forcing them back.
Re-smoke banana. 20 seconds.
Long smoke lands. Mid control available.
Brackets for Astralis.
Returning for late banana. 55 seconds on the clock. Tabson on his own.
Incendiary. Jiggle. 43.
.30 seconds. Heavy B rotation.
Bomb goes mid.
A will be the finish.
Hyped and Crimbo, pit and sight.
20 seconds.
Crimbo and Hyped onto device. Oh! Crimbo double. That's round defining. The round should be over.
Okay, a little bit too late. Stare and Stown should just save. Money has been broken late in the piece, and we We'll likely see Big get up to 4. These 2 AKs, no loss bonus for the 2 of them, obviously, so they won't have any U-tilt. Device, Cadian, and the likes of Yabi can go into Galils, Mac-10s, maybe something a little bit juicier. But all in all, it will unlikely be AKs to be invested upon. So it is late for Big to be getting back underway, but 4... well, it's better than 7-1, I'll tell you that much.
4 they can work with.
So they're going to charge in for this full banana control once more. So Deagle, Galil, Mac-10, that's the investment. So remember the lighter util. So I think Astralis need to get a move on. Won't be able to play out late round like they have been doing.
Good nade. Hayden and Stair take damage.
Coming up short.
Crimbo needs to either block or establish this crossfire. Hyped, scoped up.
Rotation here.
QB a third man. Into the site. While blind, nice shots. Crimbo's just been owning from the pit. It's all Crimbo. 17 frags. He's recovered the half for him. 17, the next highest, 7. A 10-kill discrepancy between number 1 and 2 for Big Clan.
Yeah, well, he's just had to anchor down that position in these late round scenarios. That's why you don't want to get too skittish with your rotation. So quite a few multi-kills for Crimbo. I think he managed 5 in total.
Crimbo didn't look himself the other day, so it's nice to see him kind of back to his usual backpacking ways.
It is good that they haven't completely given up hope either. So 4 into the pistol round, conversion, they can still try and bounce back into this. And one of the things that can happen, because you blew them out of the water with the 12 in a row on Ancient and then converted pretty comfortably 13-7 on map 1, and then you're owning them 8-1 here, at a certain point, you take your foot off the gas a little bit, which does sound crazy, but I think that you're going to be willing to take more risks when you're winning by a lot. And then that's when, if you leave the door open even just a little bit, they can start to sneak in.
An interesting observation, or at least to me, tell me how a list lands on your is the utility damage was actually balanced between T and CT. I felt like on Inferno, typically you'd expect the CT side to be doing more.
I think that it's really shifted because... a little bit fired up there. I think it's shifted because of how good the T sides can be now with banana control utility of their own. And I think because of the bigger spread and the longer duration of Molotovs, you're... I wouldn't say guaranteed, but you're favored to win out that fight. And just think about the game the other day with like Fozy hitting the double leg shot into the nade, and they were throwing so many nades top banana and brutalizing. So I think that it
shifted.
Well, I don't know if it's shifted, but I can see it making sense for it to be quite equal, especially if teams are being really stubborn for banana control on both sides of the server.
This could be quite a cut and dry pistol. This
So
God
it's a
Flash,
3.
very vogue. Everyone loves it.
So double smoke.
Molly new box.
Yeah, well, that's the question. Where is the Molly destined for? So are you worried about...
Oh, lovely.
Wow, that was perfect.
That was
Does
gorgeous.
that change anything with
That
the
was
execute?
effortless. I hope it doesn't. But if he kills Device, it might.
You just saw him.
Oh! Okay, got to change things now.
Surely.
Got to change things now. Let him just commit
send
to it.
one player in for the info.
Yeah. Use X, smoke X, B.
So Tabson, cool your jets.
This would be a terrible commitment into B. Crimbo hasn't committed into A. He hasn't searched. They jump through. They confirm at least one.
Okay, so now the
and
bomb's
a
going
second.
A.
Okay.
It's all good.
Everything's
no stress. And Hype might just kill them all anyway. Just to talk about the molly placement that you were saying in terms of, new box, or I think against rifles, you'd probably want to go new box or emo. If you're up against the AWP, emo would make more sense. When you're playing against a lighter buy or the potential for dual Berettas on top of first oranges, that's a great place for the molly as well. So the molly choice, right, usually can depend on what type of buy you're up against. But nice round from Crimbo. We've been saying that an awful lot. 19 kills, 7 deaths, 9 more than anybody else on his team, 6 more than anyone else on Astralis. The Danes are going to force buy in, and plenty of 5-7s. Miss flash mid won't cost them anything. No scout to peer down. Banana control is theirs. JDC confirms it. Oh, this would be an Astralis classic, wouldn't it? 8-1. Now 8-5. This one's worth 2 for Big. they going to go through this?
Yeah. Oh, the second
I don't know
smoke.
about this.
I like what he's thrown there. It does give him an angle to peek around, but it doesn't work out for him. And now a chance for Yabi to get a second onto QB.
low.
He's very low. It's down.
Run away, boys. Get out of there.
Running through behind him as well. A teammate live. Stare into Crimbo surging.
Why did they...
on the regress. This is looking very hectic. Hype with 4 HP. Sorry, 4 bullets. Kyubi the one on the low HP. Got 35 seconds, and yeah,
Why did they execute?
Can't explain that.
It wasn't time sensitive.
What's going
Boys,
on?
what's going on? You have to go A now. Well, they're going to get in for free. Stair's no longer there. He rotated over to B. They're not believing it either. So at least they'll have a number advantage on the retake, but they'll be up against the clock with no kid. Now they know they're in the wrong place. Planning safe in sight is hyped.
Still very hard to win, isn't it? Look at them. Mac 10's on site.
No head armor, though.
True. Tabson's holding his breath.
This would be a heist if Big pull this off.
Yeah, this could be a real cheeky round to steal away. Astralis would be very upset. Worried about pit side. Hyped in a good position. He can uncrouch. Just has to time it right. 1, 2. Heads pop. Oh, close, but no cigar. Down saves him.
The call's bad. And I don't often say that. I don't know why they forced the issue through the smoke into B, because time wasn't a problem.
Yeah, and you know that the buy is weak. It's like the smokes are all they've kind of got.
So the only way that I could really justify the call is if in the prep it says, oh, if Astralis are blocking so liberally and early with a smoke, it means that they are stacking the other site. But the bomb went down, so we will see.
Pursuing playoffs, baby.
Yeah,
it's getting closer.
Big give it a go on the force of their own. With those Mac 10 kills, Hype gets into an AK. Tech 9's Mac 10s and util for everybody else. Just going to feign a bit of banana presence, car molly, half-wall smoke, and they're going to go straight in towards an A pop of some variety. So Stare to be tested alongside of Stown. Stown probably gets smoked off, so really eyes on Stare if this comes soon.
Yeah, but look at its position. That seems like it's destined for the Elite 2.
Well, his problem is they all have head armor.
Yeah, sure. But coming out of that bulk, that inaccuracy, you're so vulnerable to sight, graveyard pit, long library.
So because they were going for something mid-centric, just that smoke dropping completely blocks them. If they were poppier and were going for something which would be more standard, like an apps pop with a buy like this, they would have just had to deal with one man. And now they have to reroute. They've already burnt 55, make it a minute off of the clock. Device blocks.
Yabi reaggressing.
But it's a third on A, where it was only 2 for the longest time. So this is a standard split of the defenses for Astralis.
Crimbo and Boiler Control. Looks like they are going to start magnetizing back to the B.
So Crimbo needs space. Gets nothing.
Well, this is going to be Cadian and Device on high alert.
But the AWP could get run down.
Yeah, and Cadian doesn't have block util, so Device flashed off of the line, does get vision for a frag onto Hyped. 2 have slipped the net. Missed shot, getting overrun, just as you prophesized, and AWP falls into enemy hands, and Cadian unable to hit those first shots. The bomb will go down into a 3v4. Where's the cover? Oh, God. Tabson saves him from red faces there. That would have been really awkward. And JDC on the AWP. It's not his weapon of choice typically. Hasn't gone well for him. Can Kyubi clutch up?
3 bullets.
Necessary clutch for Kyubi. Tap required. Hits it on the last bullet. Stown up against him, but it's the nade. Back-to-back clutches from Stown. Up to 18 now, just closing it down. He is single-handedly pulling Astralis to a convincing conversion.
Poor QB. So I'm reloading. I can't swing. I'm watching the nade in slow motion come land at my feet.
Simple gets the Tech 9. Rut jumps Nubox and hopes you don't hit him. Whew, good clutches from Stown, back to back.
That was hilarious from Yabi. That's a hope and pray moment. Maybe one of these bullets will hit the guy. Maybe. I'm not even really aiming at him.
Thompson just turns around like, where did he come from?
Good poise there just to continue with the taps. It's the only option he had, but there's that nade, and what are you meant to do? Forcing again.
Has to happen now, doesn't it, for Big? And Tabson's a dead man. Yabby's furious just with the MP9 charging down Banana for one. JDC puts him down. Banana fight. And a 2-2 division. Device actually going to cheat over to A.
Yeah, J-Raz just highlighting a missed smoke there. Stuck in the sky. They're going to have to bound through this. Smoke long side. Everybody rotated to address this. They completely evacuated the B site. Cadian's heading back now. This is very heroic. But we hit the brakes again. Big just with a smoke and a molly to work with now. Hoping that Astralis have some form of aggression. Grouped up, ready to pounce.
And pounce they shall into Stout, just as he pulls away, actually, on towards the rotation CT. Stare, eyes on your screen, mate. Oh, overwhelmed. Device, what can you do? Powerful in this position with his AWP, and he demonstrates how and why. Double kill. Hype gets him down, though. Bomb can be planted. Covered by that AWP. He spots another nice conversion from Hype. Good awareness of the possibility, and it's only Cadian.
Well, yeah, it is Cadian, actually.
It's Cadian.
It is Cadian.
But it is no kit.
There'll be one on the side, I'm sure.
Yeah, so he's going to walk on through, and I'm telling a lie.
Cadian, we're just building up like you're the guy who goes for clutches. You're the guy who, there's the kit. You're the guy who goes for clutches. Right now, you're not being that guy.
You ain't got much time, my guy. He's heard them exit.
JDC will evacuate. Come on.
And he gets a little bit more damage.
Oh, Casper understanding that the other player's in CT. Has to get out of the bomb radius, and does. So they retain an M4. Well fought for.
Yeah, good job from Hyped. I can see a world where Device gets a third there if he doesn't
The fact that he gets two, though, you're right, it is his position. You can just see him heat up every time. Understands those angles and the scaling of the T's so well. Always able to deliver a multi-kill, but not enough to get the round. Now that AWP falls into enemy hands, the Danes cannot invest into one of their own, and it is just that saved M4 of Mr. Casper. 3 starting B. Another head-to-head in Banana early. Oh, both with half-wall smokes.
Cancel each other out.
Both of them quite poorly thrown. So JDC only taking very light damage off the back of that. They're going to rotate the rifle around, and Yabby's even going to evacuate. So in this type of situation, if you are Astralis with this lead, you can gamble a site, and if you're wrong, just save and go again into the next. And at the moment, it is looking like they might be wrong.
What an ambitious stack of resources.
They just smoked over top Banana from long side.
Yup. This would be a very cool call if it works.
Oh, they're just faking A. Library and CT arch smoke, but no follow through, no steps, nothing. So it'll be enough to hold them in place. Top Banana smoke is going to fade in about 5 seconds or so.
Looking a bit unicorny, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe exits to try and get some upgrades for the pistols of Yabby and Stare. But now you hear the echoes of utility on the other side of the map. The realization sinks in, and we'll just have to sit and wait for the 40 seconds when the bomb goes down. So 7 rounds for Big. 10-7, 3-round game. Slowly working back into this. Haven't given up hope yet, the Germans.
10 players alive in the server as a round concludes. Rather nice dark water being shown by Cadian.
Yeah, classic skin.
It is. I think it's much better than the blue one. But that's just my opinion. You're entitled to your own.
What else we got in the deck right now? What's MP9's device rocking, Chev? Oh, he's not. He doesn't have
got the
MP9
Vox
out.
stickers, actually, representing you.
Oh, that's an actual unicorn.
Oh my god, a unicorn 5-7 for the unicorn round. Beautiful. And 7 for Big.
Okay. Well, it will now be no more investments for Astralis. You can just hold on to what you have. 2,400 will get you the buy into the next. But still a winnable opportunity because you can gamble again. And then you can take a few more risks if you would like. You can actually try and give this one a look. Sure, saving that armor is going to make things better for the next round too. So we'll have to see what their opener is. But just 3 rounds away with such a strong lead at one point, Astralis are going to be kicking themselves that they let their foot off the gas because now they have to work hard. Chip Hazard getting on the microphone for Astralis. That's a callback to map 1. If you guys weren't here for that,
you wouldn't understand.
You wouldn't get the joke.
You had to be there. T-side AWPing on Inferno from Hyped.
The thing is, so when we used to play against the same Oz teams all the time, they understood like how we would start rounds. So Ricky would always do a move where he would just run straight up mid and then post on long side because he knew we'd start 3B. And then me as the rotator, I'd come back, not assuming an AWPer to have literally run straight up mid and then be posted, and then he'd just kill me. And that sucked. So like AWPers, if they can identify tendencies, can definitely find ways to get opening picks. It is a little bit more difficult. We saw what Katie was trying to manufacture for Device with those nade break flash combos.
Which is a cool idea.
Yeah, it was great. I really like it.
Yeah, me too. Definitely seen teams evolve that.
And then Cadian's... Oh.
Poor JDC. Completely unprepared for that flashbang push.
You know there's 3 on B, so can you quickly mount an attack on A? Well, probably not while top mid is blocked. And Tabson staying stubborn with this. They want to get this banana control. Molotovs, 2 of which. They can drop that towards mouth of banana and sandbag to secure this. But then it'll give them nothing to take the site. No harm, no foul. They're actually going to go for the double boost. So this is important because if teams do the smoke that ricochets off the wall, he will be above the smoke line. QB's got that one sorted, Crimbo.
All good.
Hype's going to search. They're letting him off the leash.
Oh, that boost is going to prove to be difficult.
Oh, they're just going contact.
Oh, nice shot.
Now the boost not so potent.
Yep, that T-side AWP has rung true. Big from Hype. They can hug the smoke, but Tabson clears and wasn't ready for the elevated position.
Yeah, there's 2 now.
And Hype.
Wait, you should have known there was 2.
What the hell? What are we... Oh, yeah, we had a real golden opportunity there. Just waited a little too long. QB has saved them from an awkward one.
It's down here quickly. Only with the USP, though.
Yeah, he's looking for something better.
Trying to sniff something out.
Oh, and Device grabs himself the AK-47 off of a fallen comrade.
Yeah, probably save that.
Get out of there.
Okay, well, that's weird because you think that Tabson would have noted how high Stair was on that boost to be able to communicate the fact that, hey, there's probably 2 players in that position, but...
It's realistic he also just said boost. Like, it is
true,
realistic.
Quite hectically. That's a good point. But QB addressing it on low HP. Important double kill for him, getting him up to 10.
And we discussed Hype's AWP. It was the one that really kind of broke him into the site. An important pick on Dark.
It is great that they went contact, right? Because if the execute came in, that boost I think would have been even scarier because your pathing would have been a lot more direct.
What are kind of clues for people making the decision of contact or execute? What determines?
In terms of whether to do it or not?
What is like a cue for when contact is the play? Is it to do with how the mid round is played out?
Look, I think it's pick your poison, but in a situation where you're a man down and you're trying, in that scenario, they're trying surprise, right? So they're hoping an over rotation or they can catch a player off guard, is what they did.
Okay.
But in terms of whether or not it's the right call.
Different story. And that, is a different story for Hyped. Okay, JDC's here.
This is getting very serious now.
It's getting awkward for Astralis. It's down, over the smoke, gets 1, gets 2. He is the savior of Astralis right now.
Oh, it even gets out, just.
Everything.
They're still coming.
Oh my goodness, stares there into Tabson, just arrives and immediately dispatches of another.
Speak about overzealous, now that's the bomb loose, mouth of banana.
QB could be playing this Fade well. It's down though, already with 2 kills deep.
The oscillation of the smoke.
You might see something. Fade imminent. Stown?
So cheeky.
How has he got that? Transfer, messy. And Stown, you can see him on your screens, is delivering for Astralis. The playoffs being handed to them on a silver platter with Stown, the waiter. 21 kills. He's matched Crimbo's output, who was also putting in a fantastic shift.
That's really frustrating, and that has shades of Ancient, where it did seem like Fight Club, both teams just wanting to take a lot of duels. That was a 3v5 start for Big. Stown is able to double and then triple up. This is good bodyguard work from JDC, and the second is huge. Stown knowing this is why he's getting fired up. Without those kills, they don't win this round whatsoever. It buys time for Stair to come across. Catches QB through the smoke, and the round is done and dusted from that point. Big lose this, no money, game over. Oh, being boosted up in towards the window room.
Interesting. Don't see that every day.
So he's going to try and take a boiler peek, or is it? Double peek end of apps with Crimbo.
All right.
And that'll be given over to Clear. You've got Stair playing from Pit. Devices AWP on short side, and top banana control being vied for. So here it is. He's actually backing off now. AWP head to head.
Imminent. Device flashed off of his angle. Hyped does post up. Nice utility to set their AWPer up. However, there is a timer on this. 40 seconds. Tabson lines up for Library. Block smoke for apps.
Yeah, that's going to send Crimbo elsewhere. They're all going to pipe up
they're
short.
Just coming into Device's domain. It's very hard to see Big Clan winning this one now. Device is just set up for success. They're about to quad swing him. Hasn't hit the first, though. That would have been nice. Stair, one, drops down. Now Device is there, chips in. Double from Stair. Time is of the essence. 10 seconds, Crimbo planting in front of their faces. There's no hope for him. And a comfortable conversion for Astralis. It's not looking good for Big.
Oh, this is going to mean a lot for the Danes, right? The addition to this man on your screen right here. They got rid of Bro. They brought in Katie into in-game lead. Device wasn't up to the task. He was even out late last year with stress once again. But you touched on this when we kicked down the series, right? We're talking about the core of Heroic, a team in the last couple of years who were defining a lot of these aggressive, progressive CT maneuvers, proactive nature, reactive, whatever active Maui wants to call it. You have Stair, who gets a lot of praise from everyone who plays with him, and then Device in the Astralis jersey. And they've been looking for success. A playoff 1 round away. PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. Hasn't been pretty.
And it continues to be that way. At least for Big Clan's sake. Not their strongest map, and being punished for it one by one. They fall, and it looks like a team nade. JDC's fate for this final round. It's not feeling good for Big Clan. A 2-0 Astralis in their campaign for playoffs completed. PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025 will feature the Danes, and we'll see how much deeper of a run they can make.
Thanks for reminding me what year it was, Alex. Always helpful. Yes, Astralis looking good, doing it in 2 against Big. Very comfortable, and, you know, we're finding their level and seeing these improvements in their game.
Look, there are a lot of criticisms which can be levied the way of Big, but right now for Astralis, I think they needed this win, right? Not just to making it to the BT Arena, but more like a boost of an injection of confidence they desperately needed. Star naturally having a pretty good map. Sure, Big made it way easier for Astralis than it really should have been, but I think for Astralis, maybe this is what they needed. Also, the fact that they've been playing non-stop for a while right now, is now they get a bit of a break.
Yeah, and look, obviously they are grinding. We heard from Katie and about how, you know, they're trying to get to grips with CS2, trying to make these adjustments, trying to flesh out their map pool. It hasn't been spectacular, their campaign so far, but making it to the playoffs, obviously a huge deal for this team and the upward trajectory they're hoping to head in.
Consistently, actually, really strong stuff for their Inferno. I feel like they're starting to figure out their map pool quite a bit. All in all, I really do think that Astralis can begin to depend on their Ancient and Inferno, but I would say that, you know, this is a win that, yes, Astralis are going to build some momentum off of it, Man, it was kind of getting close here. Like I was getting kind of worried about them towards the latter stages of this game, and Big were starting to bring this one back. And just want to give credit to Big. I mean, I think that Crimbo really showed what he's capable of here. Once again, I feel like he's kind of going back and forth between him and JDC for the best player on this team, and it's a bit of a shame. You know, it's a bit of a shame that neither of them two were able to make it, and I think Big are going to have to come back and retool, and I have some more thoughts about that, but we'll get there.
Yeah, well, we will get there. I will just say as well, it has been a feature of Astralis's play that they have trouble closing out these maps. We saw that with MIBR. They get into these promising positions, and that's when the wheels seem to come off a little bit. So they're never out of the woods, even when they have a commanding lead.
And I think it's something which was evident in the first half. I think they were 8-2 up, and a little bit of complacency setting in, where there's one particular round just walking in, towards the A bomb side, just 3 players making a hit there, where it felt like more like a desperation play when they didn't really have to do that. And I just want to tell the Astralis they're listening, like, you don't have the luxury of having some of these rounds like this. You want to win these rounds, win these maps rather, very convincingly. And I feel like they did lift their foot off the gas pedal a bit, which is what allowed Big back into this game to a certain degree. But look, all in all, they got a job done there, very clean fashion. Big on the first 5 rounds on Ancient was the only time where you could see some signs of life for Big, but apart from that, it was Astralis all the way.
Shout out to Stair also. I mean, he has actually shown, I mean, he's kind of the reason actually that Astralis is so good on this map. I mean, great pit defender in general.
Yeah.
Just kind of a good floater rifler. Like every time they do any kind of A hit, he has really good timings. You know how I was talking about, Rich, before the game started, that they always go for that wrap play, that there's always a guy, and they don't really just send 5 up lane like some other teams do. A lot of the reasons that they're finding so much success doing it is because Stair has really good timings. He catches off the Moto player consistently, and all in all, I feel like he's not the most talked about guy, probably actually talked about the least of anybody on this roster, but this is one map that he truly excels at.
And considering the amount of criticism being levied their way, the fact that you're not really being talked about even from a negative or a good standpoint, I think just goes to show that Stair is one guy I can never really truly criticize. He does his job, and he does it very well.
Well, we can hear from the in-game leader, Cadian, now. He's joining us after that win. Congratulations, my old friend. You're going to be in the playoffs again. We've been listening to your interviews and your media work in the build-up to this tournament. I just wanted to ask you, now that you're in the playoffs and heading to Cluj, you did say that you felt your team was maybe still struggling to come to grips with CS2. How do you feel now? Do you feel you're trending in the right direction?
You know how it is, Rich, playing for Astralis. Like, the interviews, it's not really me. I'm being told what to say.
Okay.
Well, hey, at least they're leaving your name off the tweets now. That's the main thing, bro.
True, yeah.
But no,
I mean,
I see improvements, you know?
Yeah, there's improvements. I don't know. I think also just from a community standpoint, we are a team. Astralis is an organization that's a bit fun to hate. Because I honestly think that things are not as bad as people want to make them seem. They're not perfect. They're not the Astralis era, but I mean, if you keep talking about the Astralis era, which was like 6 years ago, then you're also pretty fucking delusional. So, I mean, try and take one step at the time and see the small improvements. I think if you look at the tournaments we've played where it's been this 5, it's actually been pretty good. Most of the times when we stumbled, it's been against Spirit and Na'Vi. And then, of course, there's the occasional kind of losing to a team you shouldn't lose to, which happens to quite a decent amount of teams in CS2. But I don't know. Also, just like if you kind of remove the RMR and stuff, I think a lot of stuff is still pretty good. But our own expectations and goals of how we want to play is also just still pretty far away, I would say. I heard a little bit as well that you guys said like taking the gas off the pedal on the game. I mean, you can say it like that. That's not kind of like we're not trying to give them rounds or anything, but I think just overall we're still lacking kind of some of the, can you say, perfect decision making in some scenarios.
Killer instinct.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think we're getting better at it, but still plenty of things to learn from.
I mean, Katie, and I know this isn't really relevant to the exact game, but it's like I can't stop thinking about it. I'm thinking about, everything that Zeus said in the recent stuff about what happened with Liquid. I mean, do you have any overall just takes or your side of the story on that whole thing?
Okay.
I mean, there's many different takes, there's many different philosophies. One guy says this, another guy says this, and the third guy says whatever. I don't know. I think for some reason it was just not meant to be. I could have done some things differently for sure. I think some of the other guys could have too. And yeah, I don't know. Like even like maybe early on in my career, I was providing stuff to put out for laundry publicly. But in the later stages of my career, I haven't really like the stabby drama, this drama and stuff. It's not really me like going out. But
the stabby drama you're playing with right now.
Yeah. but I'm just here, kind of getting it all. I don't know. Yeah, I think there's different takes and views, and at the end of the day, everyone is responsible when something goes wrong like that. So yeah.
Okay, just one more question. I mean, I feel like the guy we talk about the least on your roster, Stair, I was just throwing some praise at him for what he's able to do on Inferno. I just want a candid response on how important is he for you in this roster?
Yeah, he's doing really good. I think he's playing kind of a little bit that role that Tess has had in Heroic when we were really good, which is like being very aggressive on the T side, playing some of the difficult roles. And then on CT, he has some of the kind of tough anchoring positions. I think that he still has like a lot of room for growth where he can become better because he quickly he picks up on things, and when he then picks up on them, he's executing them very well. But you can still see that he's like a little bit like stressing and overly eager because that's his nature, that's his play style. And right now we're also still trying to fit him in a little bit to a role that he hasn't played that much before. But like you said in the broadcast as well, I think that he has many influential rounds. And when there's kind of calmness around other parts of the map, he's really, really strong as CT. So we just need to help provide him that.
Kaden, firstly, man, congratulations, right? Making it to the playoffs, considering how much you guys have been playing non-stop. That's still an achievement. You mentioned in an interview how you guys have just been playing non-stop, right? You had all the online qualifiers and everything. And now you finally do get a couple of days break right here.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing the last game, Dallas qualifier.
Well, there you go. Right?
Yeah, he's going to say no breaks.
Do you feel against Heroic as well? That's really fun. Do you feel just the fact that you haven't had too much of breathing space for you guys to kind of prac and kind of work stuff together instead of just thinking about tomorrow's game? Has that been just building up? Has it been a big factor in you guys still having these kind of rough games at times?
I think like there's pros and cons to being in our situation right now. You're getting a lot of map repetition and official repetitions where kind of the I don't know if you can call them like rookie mistakes, kindergarten mistakes. They just get exposed way quicker than they do in practice, where you play against maybe lesser teams and you get away with stuff. The downside is that you don't really have time to like theorize and fix it. So I think now we've built up a big catalog of things that we want to look at and improve on. So it identified some of these things quicker than which would happen if we didn't play as much, but we didn't have time to fix them like along the way. So yeah, I think now maybe we have a day or two where the schedule will be a little bit less rough, where we can try and go in depth with these things. Because I think at the end of the game, also end of the day, if you also look at the Falcons game and the Pain game, like the Pain game we should have sure won. The Falcons game you can argue a little bit, but I don't know. We're still sitting with the feeling that most of the games we lose is our own mistake. And when you have that kind of feeling, I mean, I guess you also, it's a natural thing as a team, but that means that you see errors in the game that you need to do better for the next time. You're not just like, oh, they're out-shooting us or they're out-calling us,
Yeah. Well, just the last question. It's the classic generic one. I'm guessing you've already met your target that you set by getting to the playoffs. Was that kind of the overall goal here, or were you thinking maybe even a little bit further with some of the other teams not being present?
Yeah, honestly, a bit further. Like was the main goal. So now we'll see a little bit who we draw. It can go in many directions. When you're like this 3-2 team, you can get one of the 3-0 ones, or you can get a 3-1. So it depends a little bit on who we draw. But yeah, I think like if you want to consider yourself a team that wants to do something or aspire to do something when top 3 or whatever is not here present, then you need to aim for more.
All right. Well, look, I look forward to seeing you in Cluj. Good luck with your qualifiers tonight, and enjoy the time off, what little you get.
Congrats, man.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, take care, brother. All right, there you heard it from the man himself, the in-game leader. I love it, I think he does great work in the media. Maybe it doesn't always translate into the teams. Maybe people don't love him the way they should. He's a great character, but Astralis definitely, all joking aside, is someone that historically is a hater of Astralis. They've been trending in the right direction. They actually showed me something here. They were comfortable against Big. They're beating the teams they should beat. I kind of feel
that's the main thing.
Yeah, I kind of feel that's about where they're at right now.
And it's also like some very candid answers coming out from him. I really do appreciate that, right? He could have easily given some PR bullshit, but that's not the case here. And the good thing here is, and I agree with him, they have identified a lot of issues right there, and he was acknowledging that as well, right? Like, you know, it's not us allowing Big back into the game. It's just that we are making individual mistakes. We are stressing a little bit too much at times. And I'm sure even Caden's aware that even him, as well as an individual, there are moments where you can see cracks in his game coming from trying to do a little bit too much and whatnot. So it's good that they have identified all these issues. But what I worry is, Richard, the catalog might be massive.
Yeah,
and considering the calendar we have right now, you just won't have enough time to fix everything.
Yeah, I mean, you know, perfection is the enemy of good.
Much to think about.
Yeah. Any final point from you?
Just that I feel like Big Clan's they've kind of just become a typical European team now in terms of style, and that's kind of my least favorite thing about them.
Is that supposed to be good, though, on Spawn?
No, it's just that when they decided to get Kakafu instead of Gabi, I feel like I don't see the nade stacks anymore. I don't see any kind of like nerdy type of utility. I'm seeing a style where they're just trying to copy like the best Na'Vi kind of style right now, and I feel like when you're hamstrung in terms of personnel, you need to be a little gimmicky, and I think that's what's missing right now. That spark from Big when Gabi was the coach of them. It's really just I don't even know if it's a smoldering ember anymore. It feels like it's completely stamped out, and we're just getting this kind of refinement style of just here we're going to do the standard defaults, the standard openers. But I'm watching teams like 3D Max who are so much more. There's so much more flair in terms of individuals, in terms of like the flashes they throw, the nades they throw. So much more unique and diverse in terms of the playbook. I'd like Big to move back a little bit more to that in the next tournament that I watch from them.
Well, we'll see. Back to the drawing board for Big. And that's it from us. It's a light work for us today. We're going to be subbed out for the new guys. But do stick around. We're going to have more action from PGL Cluj-Napoca. So we'll see you after this break.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Saw are battling against it all as they try to rebuild and find success once again. I've got Mudrist with me here, and first thing I want to ask you is just, how are you feeling going through this process again? Because 2024 was amazing for you guys, and we saw what you guys could do, but now it's a tough time, but it's a almost complete rebuild, right? 2 players is a big change for you. So what is going on inside just your head right now?
I mean, it's a rough moment because when you are low and you know that you need to do this process, you kind of accept the moment. But when you go to one tournament, we did some good things. And right now we feel that we are not improving. So I think that's the hardest part. Because somehow we are trying to, I'm not saying that we are doing the same job that we did the last year, but we are trying to see what is good for the team, what is good for the players. And it's hard to solve some problems. So right now I think that as a team we are not even close to our potential or the level that we want. But yeah, that's our reality. So as a professional, then we need to accept that and work every day and believe that we can do better. But yeah, right now I can't lie, and it's very hard.
And obviously with your coach, you have Golden now. Again, you've opted for a non-Portuguese coach in here to bring this different level of experience in. How has your working relationship with him been so far, and how are you two just approaching what you're working on as a team?
We stopped believing in Portuguese coaches because it's not about believing, it's about we want something new, because we wanted someone to be from a different background, because we had some problems that everyone on the team has, and we wanted someone different to work with us. So international coach, I think it fits to our team. We are speaking in English on the team speak all the time. Less when we are playing, we just speak Portuguese. That's when
makes more sense.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that right now it's not about the coach. It's about the players. I think we are the problem. So I like to think that way, because the coach is not inside of the server, is not making the decisions. Of course, you can have the impact in the pracs or outside of the server. Of course, you need to have that impact. But when we are playing and the mistakes that we do, it's all about the players.
When you say, right, obviously it's all about the players, do you agree with like the vision that you and Golden and the players are agreeing on though? Like, you see that this is the right way to go for the future of Saul? Not in terms of him being a coach, but in how you want to play the game.
I mean, for me, it's really hard to answer that, because what I feel right now is that maybe we can have a good approach, but that approach, it's not working sometimes. And I don't know if what we are doing, it's right. Or if I'm wrong, and it's so hard. But I've been through that with the past team. At the beginning, we had a lot of doubts, and for example,
there was a big change when Barry came and added all this stuff before, right?
Yeah. But I'm talking previous that. When we signed, for example, Rosdos, Jerks, and stuff like that. Of course, we feel that we had a lot of margin to improve, and we feel that we were the right team. But I remember that I was out of the team for 2 weeks, because I was, it's not a burnout, but it was more to, I'm gonna say like this, it was more to protect the players. I felt that we had so many pressure on that time, and I didn't know how to solve that problem. So what I felt on that moment, it was, okay, I need to go out of this team for 2 or 3 weeks, and I need to rethink what we can do best. And after that, things started clicking again.
You had this time away to think and to
yeah. So I've been in the same situations before, and I know that sometimes it's really hard. Right now, I feel the same that I felt 2 years ago. It's like, I don't know how to solve some problems. I don't know if we are doing the best things. So it's a lot of thoughts in our heads. And I don't know if it's my problem, or if it's this player problem, or if as a team right now we are not clicking, if the players are fitted. I don't know. It's really hard to answer.
Well, hopefully you can get those answers very soon. It seems like you solved it in the past, so you should definitely be able to do it again. Keep the positive attitude, keep trying, and good luck with the rest of the tournament, man. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you so much.
PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025, we are on the cusp of the playoffs, which ultimately means that these next 2 games that you are about to watch with us do mean the world to the 4 teams that are all featured. My name is Trace, alongside of Pimp and Dusty Moretti down there on the end. Gentlemen, it's a good day for a cold shower.
Yeah, it's fun that you say that, Trace, because we had a bit of an issue on the hotel, unfortunately.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we did, actually, which meant a cold shower. But that's good. It's good for the endorphins, good for the energy, and I guess we're just going to Wim Hof it into this game, huh?
But I thought dolphins lived in warmer water.
That could be true, as well as the porpoise, which is native to where we come from.
in Alabama. So I just want to throw that one out there. Also, I want to give some huge credit to Stunner really fast before we go any further. Because we all did indeed not have hot water in our showers at the hotel, but the ingenuity from Trey Saranthus is unbelievable. He used the kettle, warmed it up, the water, and did it that way. I mean, that was beautiful, man.
There's a terminology for this. It's called a,
MacGyvering?
No, a hoe bath. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. We're going to leave it right at that because
and
yes,
canceled.
The games we have today mean the world. Obviously, you're on the edge of qualifying for playoffs, or you're going home somewhat empty-handed. This first matchup, we're going to be featuring 3D Max and Saw. Both of these teams, precarious situation. One, not even supposed to be here. I think, as I quote Jay-Z.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, and I'd even be completely blunt and completely honest right here. It means the world for 3D Max, whereas for Saw, yes, it would be nice, obviously, to get a win here and get into the playoff, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that much for them outside of the VRS, you know, because they could be gaining a lot of points by beating 3D Max, considering they are way lower ranked. But overall, it does feel like a bit of a surprise that Saw are even in this game. They probably shouldn't have been here. Obviously, yesterday they beat Complexity 2-0, whereas for 3D Max, probably the most underrated team in this 2-2 portion of fields. You know, they've been playing very well, but been a little bit unlucky with some of their losses.
Yeah, I like to refer to Saw in the reverse as was, because they were interesting. You know, back in the day when they had that, top 4 finish at Cologne and they won that Challengers Katowice event, we saw Aerodose and U-Jerks look like these two young upcoming star riflers who are now playing with Snappy over at NIP. They look like a great team. And Story, pretty solid opper. Uterus, veteran, you know, but now they've lost all that star power. And Story's having a hell of a tournament. I'll give him props on that and on the opping front. But in reality, they have really just kind of lucked out by beating some teams who would just have not performed to the standard that they're supposed to, such as Complexity yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, for Saul, right? So they get the best of FlyQuest. They beat up on Complexity. They took their licks from Astralis and FaZe. And really, I think their situation is best described as brother ew.
Yeah,
jerks.
brother EU jerks. They kind of miss him, a little bit over there. I mean, all the credit to Saw. You know, they've been able to make the most out of it. As you said, Story having a great tournament. But he's currently the 7th highest rated player in this exact tournament right now. So from an individual standpoint, that's very well done by him. That being said, though, as you said, you beat FlyQuest, you beat Complexity. If anything, Saw so far this tournament has been a team that are beating teams that probably should disband. Whereas I don't think that's going to be the case here for 3D Max.
Well,
Luckies have a great tournament. 3D Max have been playing well, so 3D Max is just in a different caliber than Complexity.
Listen, Saul winning against Complexity and FlyQuest is like being the valedictorian of summer school. Like, yeah, you're at the top of the class, bro, but you know, you didn't really take care of business whenever it needed to be done. So it's a really tough one, whereas I think you're right, Pimp. I think 3D Max is a team that, they kind of remind me of Payne yesterday, who went on to the playoffs, a team who kind of hovers around that top 15 position, hasn't quite made it through yet. As we get to the veto, Inferno and Train should get banned out. Oh, they actually floated Train, so that's interesting.
Yeah, that does. I did expect no Mirage, no Train, but okay.
Yeah, the new pick is coming in. That's been the go-to for Saw. You know, historically speaking, also a map they play well on. Story has been playing well on it. 3D Max, no slouch on that map either, and that's the point here for Saw. Being a dead team, you can't really punish a team like 3D Max. Now, they're picking Dust 2, which I find quite interesting as well. That's a map they've been playing an awful lot. That's a map they play very well at. Seems to be well structured. And then Train goes out of the window. So they were floating at Dust, but they're not going to play it anyway.
Yeah, I had a suspicion it'll either get banned in the first rotation or the second rotation, as neither team really wanted to play it, to be honest. And so Ancient is kind of a handshake common ground for both teams, but I think you're right. Nuke is the one map that Saw has maintained somewhat of a positive win rate on, despite all of their roster struggles. So although they're 0-2 here so far in the tournament on Nuke, but you know, hopefully they can turn those things around, make things interesting here. But I think we all look at this as like as a formality almost. Like 3D Max should be taking care of business here, the quality of team that they have been so far this year. Though they're still kind of, you know, a little bit trying to phase body into the team. So there's a couple of bumps there, but Saw has bigger problems than even they do. So
and that's kind of the focus I want to put on towards 3D Max heading into Nuke. It's a massive game for them, right? For them to win here, go into the playoff. 3D Max have a realistic chance of beating teams in the playoff. Whereas if Saw were to win today, I don't think that's going to be the case. That'll be another big surprise. That's going to be another, you know, well done considering your circumstances. But in reality, you look at players like Gravity, Lucky, Buddy for that matter as well. They are just supposed to be better, you know, and especially the Gravity Lucky combination on the inner bomb side, they've been doing pretty well for themselves. Gravity may be the question mark winning 3D Max. I think we had the conversation yesterday as well, Dust. I think they were hoping to get a bit more out of him. It's still early days though, so there's still room for improvements.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that 3D Max is still really trying to sort out
about how to implement body correctly. He's obviously coming in as one of the more aggressive riflers on the team next to Gravity. You know, I think Lucky and Maka are still really the more consistent performers on this team, particularly Maka, who does so much. He's a hybrid op rifle and the IGL. Very commendable on what he's able to do on a map like this to help do things. I think the other big thing for 3D Max here is I think they're just better tactically. I think their set pieces and utility usage are really good whenever they get into the right flow state. And I think that combined with the firepower should carry them through.
2-0. 2-0, you're calling it here, Dusty?
Same.
All right, cool. We've got 2-0s across the board. We've also got a pistol round in front of us, and we're ready to kick this bad boy off. 3D Max versus Saul, starting on Nuke.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your expertise. It's a setup stage where 3D Max have to prove that if their showings at tournaments as of late are to be given the value they want them to, then you need to dispatch of a Saw that is literally a dead roster walking. We know this is the last event for these 5 players on Saw. They're not going to waste a moment. They're going to get right to the action, into the A-hit. Keep it simple, they say. And the Roman entry frag puts that bomb down. So we don't get an extra second for our introductions, but good morning, Launders.
Good morning, Connor.
Agile back in lobby, trying to hang off, but Exorcise is able to get past him. And then as he turns back to try to clear out Squeaky, he falters. Nice positioning here from Roman. He's the guy that starts it. He's the guy that ends it. And a Saw T side begins nicely with a pistol round win.
So I guess the story for Soft is the power of a dead team, and on a map that at least they're comfortable on, to see if they can take down 3D Max, who, you know, at best are upset contenders. And the other positive thing to say about them is they're chock full of tactics and they have really good aim. They do hit some crazy shots on this roster, but sometimes when you play against a team like Saw, you do have to try a little bit harder than you'd expect. We saw Complexity go through that yesterday.
We saw FlyQuest go through it the day before. So, I mean, all things considered, you know, this is one of those you've got nothing to lose type moments for Saw. You were given 2 opponents that disappoint their fan bases a little too often. And 2025, no different for the start of the Aussies and the North American campaigns. And we're talking about a Saw that has been gutted as of late. You know, the star players depart. 2 more ready for the door. It really has been, well, the story of story. 1.16 rating coming into this map, as the desk alluded to. 8th highest rated player currently at the moment after our last match wrapped up. You know who's right ahead story though, Mo? That's Lucky. Having a great event himself, and for the sake of the French, hoping to tack into it, because this is an all-French lineup, Mo. It's it's a conversation that, well, you've been getting behind national teams.
French versus the Portuguese.
Yes.
I love that. Rolling back the years.
Everybody rolling R's and whatnot. Drop down into the vent. Story and Body dueling it out vent side. This is looking like a good conversion, although another player will hit the ground. Bomb is going to be jumped down into the site. Uncontested bomb plant. Saw have gone ahead and done it, taking over site control and allowing for a Galil and MP9 to be saved for the next one.
I'm the biggest fan of Lucky, I think, of this roster in terms of who I feel like makes the least mistakes in some of these rounds. But yeah, in terms of like the style, again, that they play, they're the team in Tier 2 that they do bring a lot of interesting tactics, like a lot of plays. I think they kind of feel like what Big brought to Tier 1 from the Tier 2 a few years ago, in that people will take what they do because it works, but they still have some of their own game to iron out in terms of the overall strategies.
Yeah, the ideas are good, right? 3D Max, it's fun to see just any team with ideas, and I think that even some of their competition has taken note of that. I know of a couple teams out there that have a 3D Max call or 2 sprinkled in throughout their T-sides nowadays, but you know, there's also this fine-tuning and minimizing of mistakes that I think 3D Max are still in the process of figuring out. And for the first time in over a year, we actually see the roster change as well come through for this event. The departure of Joko and the inclusion of Body. And it's, in my opinion, a bit of like a lateral move. You know, Body's not posting his best events ever.
Yeah.
I think it was like 2019, the last time he really went above a 1.1 rating at an international event. So sometime, but hey, he brings a wealth of experience, that's for sure. Although experience won't help you when all you've got's P250s. So much like the first 2 rounds, we've already got Saw with an advantage here, converting for the third. Deep push from SHR to go up into heaven is a possibility, and he'll bring the bomb with him.
The bomb's going up into heaven, okay.
Yeah, the bomb's going heaven while they do send one player B.
Wait, is he really going to commit here?
Yeah, it looks like it. They want the A side.
He's going up into A for sure. Okay.
All good.
Well, they've got a player waiting for the push.
And they did frazzle the rotators, as spotted here. That body Galil, not a part of the action. Gravity's Galil still in hand. And we'll see if there's any additional price tags racked up with this. Saw to the 3-0 start. Muterus mutilates. That's body down. Sweeping the board for the 3-0 start. And on a T side of Nuke on a day like today, with an arena on the line, you take it.
That is when the pressure is the highest. So if Saw really can play carefree CS, then yeah, 3D Max can definitely get caught off guard. They need to be on form because it's a massive opportunity for this organization.
How quickly time can change things. You know, it's a big opportunity for Saw to get back into another playoffs, again, as an org. But we're talking about a Saw that has obviously made deep runs in the last 12 months. An unfortunate bit of a fumble, I would say, back at Copenhagen kind of put a dampening on the hype behind Saw, but still. I am playoffs, dude. No joke.
And Story straight up being one of the best players here at the event.
Yep. Don't want to waste that.
Wins.
In the absence of Aristos.
Oh, and he kills Mako, who's waiting for him with an op.
There it is, right? Again, X Factor. The big heavy hitter in Story, still alive for this. It's the op dominance that Saw can still bring out, but
what a spray.
Cut down by Exorcise, and a little more damage into the bomb carrier as well. It's a bit of a disjointed moment here between Roman and Agile, who does get it back, though. Wow. Gravity kind of delivers his face on a silver platter.
That was a nice disengage from Agile.
Roman slicing through main control.
Yeah, this is the time to go upstairs. That was a very nice move. Got to stay flexible on Nuke. They had outside control. They used it. Lucky has to hit this shot, but he can't.
Roman. That's the frag that locks it in. Agile catching the gravity, rotate down through the vents, Launders.
I love that. I mean, they Exorcise thought that he fully committed into lower and lost sight of him. But if you're his teammate coming down the vents, you think, all right, well, there's no way he's going to come all the way back here. To the save we go for 3D Max. I don't even know how Story's able to win that duel. That's not something you see very often. Someone drops down a secret, you have an op on them. They're coming through a very narrow staircase, so you have a good amount of op dominance on the angle dominance on that.
I have a side note conversation I'd like to get off my chest, if I may.
Okay.
I think that there's a part of 3D Max that lives on, it carries on the once upon a time French G2 feelings, okay? And the reason for that is because the 3D Max logo rebrand, to me, reminds me of the G2 Samurai. And this year they've switched over to the oh-so classic black and white G2 look.
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
You know, the new jerseys, the new logo, the French roster, it reminds me of a time of when G2 represented France.
And that was body on that roster.
Yes,
when
it
they
was.
represented France, so it makes even more sense. Maybe
You know
that's
what I mean?
Maybe that's why he went over.
We're slowly tapping back into it.
Yeah, I think they were a team that definitely.
One of my
favorite.
favorite.
There was some traditional logos you didn't want to change.
Yeah.
30 Max's had its own charm somewhat, but
it was
it
from
also,
a different time.
Yes, a very different time.
And yeah. Starladder Berlin G2 logo. That's one of my favorite Counter-Strike stickers of all time. The G2 Samurai in the colors of the French flag. So, thank you for humoring me, and back to the action. A little French violence offered up here by Lucky. Cross-held, and that's the one player of Saw that was trying to get the ball rolling towards Secret. plenty of FAMASes in the hands of the French. Classic.
They really do like their own stuff.
Yeah, nobody makes a bullpup look better.
Extra pup, please.
But which of them's got that dog in them? Gun in hand here for Lucky. He's got utility, but don't pull it out, brother. They're coming. And he'll have a slight shadow advantage, not the widest angle, so it's a quick warning, but still enough. Ooh, ooh, near lineup as they come out through main, but just dismantling that defense. Saw on the run for a 5-0 T-side start now.
I mean, I'm going to say this flat out. They're playing well. You know, like I've seen them look bad even at this event, but these rounds are nicely organized. I think Body makes a pretty bad mistake where his teammate in mini gets that kill, but he needs to take a deeper angle on top of the hut to make sure they don't just ready up and wide swing him, because he falls back into a position where they've got nothing else to watch, and then they swing, and now he's 1 in 5. Very good mid-rounding here out of Saw. We don't know if 3D Max is the team that gets nervous before big opportunities because we don't see them in this position very often.
Yep, true. They've been trying to tap into that potential to take it to new heights. But suddenly they're kind of sitting on what some would hope for them would be a bit of a layup. Again, we got a dead roster walking.
Yeah, it's their best draw. This is their best draw.
And if you want to be one of these plucky teams that shows potential with ideas and starts to earn the attention of top European competition, well, this is supposed to be the layup. But we'll give Saw the respect they deserve. It's been a well-called 5 rounds. They're looking sharper individually out of the gate than their counterparts on 3D Max.
Oh, this is kind of crazy. They actually used all their smokes already. Going for the outside cross. And these are smokes that you can actually count from the CT side. And the reason that's important is because if they go downstairs, you're not going to be able to safely get a plant unless you have decon control side. But if the CTs don't die holding this, and there is some emphasis on body.
Pixel gap and the incendiary drops.
They kind of need like a frictionless plant for it to be safe. So it feels like the round, yeah, I don't know if they go back upper or not, but
ooh.
Still worth the boost. Yeah, that's. I think 3D Max, you could easily count smokes on this round, and then you just more commit upstairs. With the time left over, Saw just sort of have to, run it and hope they get an entry lower if they're going to do that.
Looks likely. We've got Body up in the rafters, but he is still the only player here for the time being. At 25 seconds, they start to make some sound, so stomping ever so slightly. They're going to have a late ramp play as well, Saw. We'll see if that delays a rotator downwards.
They left the gap at ramp.
They're going to go up.
Yeah, okay.
They're going to go up the vent, bursting forward. Oh, and they're on high alert because they hear that boost. Roman's telling them, if we're going to go for this top site scramble, odds are hut and rafters. What do you know? 2 instant kills come out from Saw. 3D Max, ça commence là, les gars. You've got to start getting your kills, boys.
L on Z.
Game is starting now. You have offered up Saw a free quarter of nuke.
Yeah, there's nothing bad about the call here from Saw. Some of it comes down to hitting their shots, but they really did have to end upper, I think. 3D Max are feeling a little bit silly, dying so easily to that.
This save's not guaranteed either. Watch him sweep it away. It's one thing to go 6-0. It's another to just hunt them down like dogs. Oof. Speaking of death, though, bomb pops and 4 Saw players die. But, hey, you've got the extra money, and you've got opposition that's not even shooting back at the moment.
Yeah, and there'll be another buy-in for 3D Max, but Saw don't mind because they've got lots left over. Still worth the hunt.
Oh, what a curious turn of events we have here on our hands.
I mean, their aim looks amazing. So we have Story winning that head-to-head op duel, jumping down secret stairs. like there are a few moments where 3D Max sometimes they get the crazy kills in tight situations, but the headshots have been instantaneous here for Saw, showing their comfort on Nuke. They're even winning the eye contact contest.
It's 2 opening kills that 3D Max have had throughout the half so far. Neither of them converted, obviously.
Like, look at these. These are just instant deaths.
We got Agile at the top of the board, going 8-1, 7 headshot frags to him at the moment. So a testament to the accuracy, as this is starting to heat up in a very one-sided endeavor. Story to the tip of the spear outer. Lucky's gonna have to lean back. And again, Lucky has been that like glimmer of hope for 3D Max. Dropping a smoke to cut off his crossfire. MP9 not gonna be able to help out. SHR to try and walk along the wall. Muterus making a ton of sound though, and Lucky's passiveness pays off. Story's gonna slow burn the clear. Ooh, but the smoke.
But they can go around from the outside. They don't. They
Gives him a
still
little
don't know
second.
about SHR.
That they don't. He's already starting to get into hell at this point, disengaging from the garage. And how's SHR gonna get in? Aggle's gonna find the kill to Body. That's the main player dead, so Body kind of taking a glimpse outer and dying to it. And here we have the dire reality that is SHR taking over all of Hell Control. Cool, you've got the rooftop and T-spawn. But the bomb's ready to go lower B.
Yeah, these extremity positions good for catching lurks, but not in a.
This is a chance for
2v4.
Exorcist. That's the bomb. They've dropped the bomb. It's an attack out of Silo. Both players confirmed he's going to catch Story in the open. It ends up being an okay pinch at 30 seconds. The fact that they come together at the right moment to drop that bomb. If bomb's on Roman, it's into main, it's a plant on A, and they can't stop it. It's going to be a last-second recovery here. 15 to the clock. Roman, give it a chance. The duel versus Secret. Time really not here for SHR, but Maka slips off the rooftop. 8 to the clock now. Lower player's going to run away, and that guarantees this one. Oh, it's that perfectly timed pinch from 3D Max. Ooh. Talk about dire, but still pulling it off. 2 versus 4 as they catch Saw off guard outside.
Wow. Their least handsome position right there. 2 on 4 with low guns, not even on sights, and Saw walk into them. That's a nice timing found from Secret. The stars aligned for them to be able to win that round, and what a time to do it. Just before Saw gets 7, they do it while they're saving. Perfect time to catch a tempo, and actually it looks like they had an anti-eco coming up, but because of those deaths in that previous round, this is going to use up the remaining of Saw's income. And there's a massive opportunity to cleanse their souls of some of the way these last situations have ended up. Recover this half.
Exorcist with a player coming right at him. Gravity flashed off. Ugh, and dead with nothing. At least he's able to pop up, but the Opper ready up close to put a quick end to the ramp hold. And Gravity's not having a fun day. Dying to players hiding behind him, dying as he tries to rotate in, eating flashbangs.
Yeah, that was an interesting way to play ramp.
Interesting's a kind word.
It's not a position you really get 2 kills from. Unless a huge mistake is made. You do have a world where Gravity stays alive at Turnpike, and that helps, but so much rested on him.
Wow, I can't believe Lucky recovers
Yeah,
that. He's just
seriously.
crouched blind, waiting and hoping he regains vision, which he does, and it's an important kill because you see the way it slows things down. Muterus going to find the back of Body in a moment. That's an activation on the flank that puts pressure back to Lucky. Now he knows he's getting pinched. He's hoping his Opera can come save him, but Maka, unfortunately, a bit too late to the party. Muterus closes the doors. Roman plants bomb. It is a safe bomb site, secured with doors shut. And a daunting ask of Maka means he's just going to cut off his hopes. It is a lost cause, a 7-1 T-side out of Saw, a singular one-off round win for 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting pieced up now. That was, again, such a big opportunity, and to play ramp in that way, they kind of just gave it away, I want to say. That's a moment where for 3D Max, you know, they show a lot of potential, but they also show a lot of mistakes.
Terrorists win.
That round was a golden opportunity. Because, you know, if you could fall back when there's no railing, get downstairs, that's typically what all good spots on ramp look like. Unless if you're on an eco and you have 5-7 there, that's cool because you only care if you get 1 kill. But when you have to multi, not so sure.
Ooh. Real quick, already on the exit.
Wow,
and
great flash.
Already in with the double frag. Maka gotta do something here. Fighting tooth and nail for sight. We get Agile in with the helping hands and a quick slaughter yet again. Saw are taking no prisoners with the tempo out of this one.
Yeah, they full flashed a player running to opposite vent and maximum commitment out of heaven with the op as well. There's not even a chance to think about saving, which you really should be considering. Again, like, look at the money. You're going to be saving next round. Saw are bringing the ferocity.
Yeah, and you love to see it. Again, nothing to lose, right? You have nothing to lose. So why not show us a playoffs run? Double kill outside, bro. They just press themselves up into the AK. Body gonna try his absolute best to hold them back, but gets caught out through the smoke. They can do nothing.
They're already out sweet.
As there are already players flooding in all directions. Roman gonna cut off any potential rotates. Exorcist, though, is downstairs.
Roman's been so good. It feels like he's calling these, you know, mid-round situations around him.
Well, this is the map pick of Saw after all, and they have clearly come in with a game plan and wasting not a moment. As a near flawless half is coming out of them on the T side of Nuke. Exorcist sprays away. It's a good amount of damage, but he's done for. 3 players stand. When's map 2 start?
Yeah, got no notes, man, for Saw. The 1 round they lose is just an eco 2v4 with some very fortunate timing for 3D Max. Otherwise, this is they're getting destroyed in every dimension of the game at the moment.
But like no timeouts, no, you know? Like, we're not trying to pump the brakes here.
Yeah.
3D Max just kind of...
Yeah, you're right. They need either a stress break or a new game plan.
Right.
Or both. Oh.
Or just start waving that white flag.
Wow. I can't believe you just peeked that 3 times and lived. Uh-oh.
Exorcist versus Roman. You know, Exorcist's been trying his damnedest, the one positive player.
Does he keep quick switching?
No way. Oh, Roman. It's awkward. It's awkward, and he still makes it work.
No.
Lucky comes over to get the kill. That's going to push Gravity up into trophy for a second. Lucky gets found out trying to hide behind the CT stairs. There is nowhere that you can escape. Story, 10 and 6 on the big green. And oh no, dude, we've already seen Gravity rotate in and have players behind him. It's gonna happen again, isn't it?
Free kill for him.
This guy's been shot in the back of the head. What feels like for the majority of his deaths. Body's gonna get cleared out off of sight. All right, let's wrap it up.
I mean, you gotta hope that some of this can translate to other maps, even though this is the map that you'd expect Saw to have a chance on. They are totally outclassing 3D Max in every level. How is this the most one-sided game that we've seen so far?
I don't know. I don't know.
We've seen at this event, Saw, you know, get a lucky draw and play a little worse than expected. 3D Max, same thing, and also play a little bit better than expected, but not in this match. Tables have turned.
Fun part of this is obviously, you know, Saw trying to go for that like reverse sweep of the Swiss groups. They started off their run here in Romania with a loss to FaZe and a loss to Astralis. Neither series bringing them a map win. And then the conversation is, yeah, you can only beat who's in front of you, and they kind of got a little lucky run with the FlyQuest complexity matchups. But to knock off a promising prospect in 3D Max.
They're good practice games.
And this one, well, I don't need to tell you, but it ain't close, folks.
This round will say a lot. If 3D Max cannot win a single rifle round in this half.
Oh, spray onto bodies, gonna kick it off. There's a challenge to come out from main, but Agile's got it held. Maka's gonna hear them diving vent. He tries to press through, but there's so many players. He heard 2 drop, there's still 2 more. And now Roman low health in the corner. Exorcist could clear up close, it's low HP. And so there it is, the 1 rifle round that comes forward. Gravity doubles his kill count in the final round of play from 2 to 4. As he clears out that lower B-bomb site. Listen, it's not a CT side that 3D Max are going to be all too hyped about, but they can go ahead and try to run it on the T side. If not for anything else, win a pistol, just try to get some more kills, man, because even in that department, it just doesn't feel like 3D Max are bringing it to the way that they have in the past.
We saw take down complexity after a 9-3 lead that they had, so they can pull off the comebacks if they need to. Now they're in the pole position, man. I didn't know. This is a half where they just don't even have to do too much. Switching over to CT Nuke. Good luck, 3D Max. They got dragged into the mud this half. There was lots of crazy scrappy rounds, and those are usually the ones that, 3D Max win their duels in. But there are also so many well-called rounds at a SAW. Great mid rounds. Snappy decisions. Like, most of those situations didn't even end up in, 1v1s, post plants, or anything like that.
No.
They were just, solid entries.
Mo's story hasn't died yet.
What?
No, what the hell?
Wait, he's done a lot.
Yeah, sorry, it's
Someone have no kills?
Nope, never mind.
What on earth were you looking at?
The assists.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Don't mind me. Ooh, double headshot through the side of the smoke.
They get downstairs.
What tomfoolery.
The CTs are a little late, actually. Plant will go down. They get some good spots. This is your chance, 3D Max.
Little gush before you cross back into a more locked-in position. Body's got a lot to handle here, and they're going to clear him on the run-in. 3 CTs come flying at him. He has no support in that position. Gravity's now been found out, and he's just also going to get swarmed. SHR, though, does die. Challenge out of story. Mac is bringing it back. It ain't pretty, but we're getting there here. 3D Max hang on to their post plant. It gets real stringy, and a pistol's going to have him in the pop-off.
Okay, all right.
It all starts with the pistol win.
They're taking the wins. They're taking their wins. Look how excited they are. That was definitely a messy one, especially after those 2 kills from Agile. I felt bad. First one's solid. This one's good timing and crosshair placement. Woof.
Don't lose to this. If you're gonna get the pistol, please follow through. Also, Story has 4 assists, Mo. I saw a 0 and got excited. I don't know what the hell I saw. What was I looking at?
Saw, dude.
Saw. Yeah, this guy hasn't died once, dude. No, I mean assists, dude. Numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Yes, Body keeps it clean with that. That's his 3rd kill. He was 2 and 13 before that. Did that look like a guy who's 2 and 13? No.
No.
That was clean. You know why? Because he's powering up. He's waking up. Maka Gonna find space inside of the A site to make sure bomb goes down, and the force buy doesn't work here for Saw. 3D Max have begun the comeback. And much like walking, it will be 1 foot in front of the other. Trying to save on the forklift. And 3D Max, remember how much they got bullied in the first half, so they're going to come take that scout out of your hand.
Clean rounds.
From the pistol to the conversion to now the anti-eco, well, it should be a clean start. Should. There's Golden. Looking very Portuguese.
He fits in, man. Golden tan.
Telling me that guy's Swedish. He's been hanging out in the sun. That's why
But he's the only one not Portuguese, so is he listening to them common Portuguese and then helping out in English? Or are they all speaking Swedish?
I think they're all speaking Swedish.
Oh, that makes the most sense.
That's the thing, you know. He's been hanging out with them in the sun and teaching them Swedish every day, surely, just so that he can have impact.
It's working.
That goes about how you'd expect. USP's hitting the ground. And Gravity going to make a little bit of money. I felt for Gravity in that first half. Some frustrating... Oh, hey, delivery. Sign here, sir. Thank you. Bomb has been planted. And either an AK-47 saved for the next one, or it's going to rack up the price tag of going 5-10 to the lead of Saw. Body makes sure the AK hits the ground, and 3D Max, there we go. Pistol and full conversion.
Yeah, these are good first steps here for 3D Max, where now even if they lose a rifle round, they have some bank left over. We'll find out if Saw end up being flimsy here on the CT side, but...
I mean, surely one does not simply lose a 10-2 T-side lead on Nuke.
Yeah, it is still a 5-round game, so I don't know.
Surely.
We don't have to call anything too early. But Saw did get pretty excited, not in a joking way, about winning that pistol round.
Mm-hmm. Or 3D Max, rather.
3D Max.
I feel like after getting bullied for 12 rounds of Counter-Strike, you've earned at least a shout. Let's see if the gun rounds can make a difference here for Saw. First rifles of the defensive half. No op for Story. Going for the nades instead. No helmet either, but what? 2 Galils on the field? We'll see if that comes back to haunt him. Terrace out from Secret.
Got eyes on it.
Oh,
the
it did.
timing is amazing.
It did.
Wow, the pathing from Body right through the smoke like a ninja.
Straight down into the vents. You'll see no resistance offered up here from the CTs. Story and Saw really not scrambling the troops downstairs off that.
Yeah, they're just not believing it at all.
Even with the double doors swung, they still just hold.
Yeah, they're like, I'm not biting on that. And guess what happens? It's all the T's still outside waiting around. So no rotations are coming out just yet. And Body's getting ready to come up the vent. So it looks like Saw are like well prepared for the situation. Surely if enough time passes, they start to rotate down, but not yet. Story will take a shot.
Top main peak from Gravity. Good for 1 kill. Man advantage off this one. 3D Max still going lower.
Yeah, yeah.
And surely they follow through with it. They'll be cautious because it's been so long, but oh my god.
Wait a second.
Agile, that's the bomb planter.
And Lucky, if he keeps running, they're going to hear all this.
Body comes back, grabs the bomb.
Wait, SHR?
Yeah, what are we?
Oh my god, he's actually correct. He's going to go back upstairs and meet them there. Bomb planted front sight.
We'll see if this timing can catch him off guard.
This is very fast from SHR. I wouldn't be surprised if they get caught off guard, but...
Doesn't have a
He
kit.
starts running.
Body's got him now. Drops onto the site. We've got a frag grenade for the bank off the wall. He's going to go peeking into Squeaky. Oh, not too far off from lining up, but yes, indeed. 3D Max rocked that boat back upstairs, and it gets red, but it doesn't get stopped. 4 straight for 3D Max on this T side.
It was a precarious spot there for 3D Max when you got body downstairs and they didn't care about the rotation. But when they started fighting out a mini, they weren't aware that someone was above them, and I think that kill made so much difference for that late round to come to fruition. .3D Max slowly but surely making this scoreline close. And the closer they get with their economy building up, the more chances they have to play with. SAW definitely need to do damage on rounds like these, even if they're not going to win.
Yes, the Anton 2001 collection.
Deliscus.
A fine, full-bodied product. Beautiful smoke. Beautiful smoke up into heaven. Lucky gets the spam through smoke at the same time. That's going to put a lot of question marks around the A bomb site.
Looks like they saw some reactive nades or something. They're not committing upstairs at all. They get their first kill. They seem quite happy. But at 30 seconds, man, you got to be careful if you're going to try to go downstairs off of this. That is not much time. And their formation right now, they'd have to squeeze really quickly into mini.
And Lucky's going to die, so there's not going to be anybody to stop rotates. And they're going to try to turn this back. There's MP9s in an AK site. Oh, God. They've played with the clock, and now they are pushing through the meat grinder, but they make it through slightly. Bomb can still reroute downstairs.
Oh, my God. He has to get there just in time, but it looks like he might make it.
Sounds good. Yes, indeed. An extra second to spare. Low health. Op up, backside, Maka misses. Gravity's here to help now. Both T's low by the skin of their teeth. 3D Max.
That's the 3D Max I know, all right?
Oh my God,
They fracked their way out of a terrible situation right there. That was not the right call when they were still outside that early on. Late on, I should say.
I mean, playing with fire, singed eyebrows as they just sprint down the vents.
We saw them get their first kill at 45 seconds and then try to wrap outside. That Deagle damn near got 3 kills. This ends up not even being 1v1, but, you know, in a vacuum, apart from like the circumstances, SAW at least get their 3 kills, but there's still more money here from 3D Max. Still so much.
But surely if you're 3D Max, a round like that gives you the heebie-jeebies. You don't want to be playing around. It's a small margin of error after that 10-2 first half, but 5 rounds in a row. Can they break through again versus full guns? We hit the minute mark. Wall of smokes outer. There's a frag grenade for Story to pop this open. But nobody behind it to really catch the approach from the T's because they went for the delayed approach. Not exposed. And now crossing.
Oh,
kicks it off. That Story dead. Hell player's done for. Lucky's going to hear that rotation downstairs, and he slips up into ramp at the same time.
What a find, man.
Yeah, here's all of this. SHR just giving him all the information he needs to know. It's going to be a split downstairs by the looks of it. Bomb coming down secret.
Oh, Exorcise if he looks the wrong way. Oh, it still works.
No way. No! Oh, both headshots. To the top of the charts he'll go. 15th and 16th frags are slick. And they have managed to pull apart SAW at the seams. 5 players survive.
What?
It's a big pickup versus Story, who was looking for that outer contact. Couldn't stop a single piece of this now very real comeback.
Very rich 3D Max, undefeated here on T side. The only thing that SAW have going for them now is full loss bonus and a lot of data on how this has taken place.
How he pulls off both those vent frags.
Yeah. That's that 3D Max aim coming through.
Oh, Lord.
You could just... They're finally the team to get the opening kills this game. They're finally the team to kill Story with the op.
Okay. Look at the HUD mode. Look at Story. 11-0-0. Well, I'm not crazy. This scoreboard's just wrong.
Ah, that's what you saw.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Oh, God.
I was, usually I'm just like, yeah, it's probably here. I was like, what number did he look at? Okay, fair enough.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought I was living in an alternate universe again.
Story definitely just died, folks.
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Quick little peek down into the trophy room. That ain't gonna work. What you up to? SHR trying to swing in with an MP9. Ooh!
Aim's just getting better and better.
Hit him with the quick little.
Street say if we're to see a third map, they have to win Nuke. That is SAW.
It is 16-2 in terms of T versus CT round wins. That is 16-2. SAW lead 10-8. Gravity pressing down into the site. We've got this control window climb up. Roman just kind of throws himself in the pack, but so many players there to trade out that all should be good. Surprising double door swing from the 5-7.
All right.
And all 5 remaining players are around this B bomb site, but there's utility still in the better weapons for 3D Max. They should be able to slow it down. Ooh. Gotta be careful. Muterus trying to peel people off this little drive-by MP9, the 5-7 trade. But it is Exorcist to clear sight. He's got the bomb, and Maka locks in the last frag. 2 players stand tall as 7 rounds straight on this T side. Put 3D Max 1 round behind now.
That becomes a decent eco, but then you look and 3D Max start this round with $10,000 each. They've barely dug into this. Make no mistake, this is 10-9 in favor of SAW, but they are not in the lead.
Scary moments sprinkled in within round 19, but the one-off MP9, the one-off 5-7, they don't cut it. That could help. Opening kill, SAW. Will they be able to win their first CT round here and now? Roman's caught lucky. That is the upper player also dead. So the only thing that 3D Max have going for them is this attempted cross downstairs, but the bomb is lingering in the backdrop on Maka.
Yeah, it's really slow here, and actually Body, I think, because of that, will peel back. It's honestly going to be hard for Exorcist to do anything from this position. If I'm SAW, I just double up ramp, and they've already got the lower rotations down with a ramp player, so yeah, this is the perfect play. The only thing that 3D Max could figure out here is that SAW have made this move, and they could just go upper instead. But then they leave Exorcist useless.
Until he flies up the vent and catches a headshot some way. We'll see if it can happen. Agile just sitting up on the rafters. He's got support back sight. They're going to dive down vent. That's a second player added lower. Stomping his way down. Bomb still upstairs now. Joins them on vent, but the entry out of the single door doesn't go well. And SHR slides out to stop the double door side as well. Looking like the clean sweep finally around for SAW on this CT side. Anything at all? No, sir. Total lockdown to the Portuguese favor. It takes them 8 rounds of play on the CT side of Nuke, but they will collect 1.
Finally, after all of that, 2 opening kills brought to you by a good tactic. Nade on the smoke outside. Story getting an opener, and it was about time that they picked something up. Finally, the full buy comes in for them, but, well, looks like the tac pauses that 3D Max saved actually have been to their benefit. Critical juncture in the map, whereas as impressive as this lead has been, saw we're so close to just closing the map out on 1 or 2 lucky moments. And here's a straight up good round. But as mentioned, 3D Max have tons of money. So I know that they're not going to get an eco until the end of this game.
Yes, sir. Sprinkle one in. It's long, it's drawn out, but it's there. Ooh, Maka. Yes, he'll find him. Story trying to cross through credit card, but Muterus from underneath Silo puts a smoke down. Big moment needed, and he'll at the very least grab a second frag.
What a shot for Maka, though.
You love to see it as he climbs over.
Oh,
Lucky actually
big
catching
mistake.
the lurk out, and this close smoke gets clipped. Maka's starting to power up. Triple kill from the French op to give man advantage over. Aggle's going to throw that smoke down.
He's trying to trick him.
Yeah, heads the wrong direction. We saw a good read previously out of the saw side. This time it is, well,
yeah,
the seesaw that teeters the wrong direction.
I think he's just found a save location, honestly. If he wants to come back in for this retake, he's going to take a look at the money, and they just have a much better buy if he doesn't go for it. Even though it's a 1v2, we'll see. They're giving him time. Okay, Maka cleans up, man. That's a huge round. Oh, a couple of big mistakes, though, huh? That's a 4K out of Maka, but the push through the smoke on inside the ramp and the push through the smoke in Mini show that they're just totally not in the spots they expected to be in. Exposed entirely.
Final timeout called here by Golden.
No saves that round, but they can still buy an op.
What a time for Maka to drop a quad kill.
Makers, Makas, cranberry vodkas.
Ah, skirt.
Mansion sitting on 40 acres. Who the neighbors? Kobe Bryant from the Lakers. Now that's paper. Yeah. 4 kills makes him positive. 4 meaty op frags.
That one on Muterus underneath Silo. Gonna have to put that in the highlight reel. That had to have been nasty.
Looks like a good spot to start for SHR.
It's a double op too, right off the timeout, so that's what Saw are gonna try to pull out. Lean back with the second op.
They're not gonna hear the story op outside, so it's possible they have a safer approach to ramp, but they definitely want to go here. Oh no, SHR takes a shot, misses, and now he just simply has to leave.
Oh, it's a long road, but he makes it back. You know, it's a bit of a desperate sprint when you are behind those boxes and an entire pack of players come running at you.
No, this is crazy.
What is?
They already have turnpike control. Story's sitting here in hell.
Mm-hmm. And if Story turns around.
I mean, if Story turns around, but like.
Is it because there's a gap in the smoke?
He could just get. Okay, now he's got to frag his way out. Story has no choice.
It's not the first one, though. There's more. We're just.
Where's the molly? Yeah.
Right there. Underneath his feet. He'll try to smoke himself out to hold on to the corner. They're going to double nade him out of this. Story, tough spot, but so be it. You want some? Come and get it.
Oh my God, he's still alive.
The fact he's able to hold on and then still deliver. This is the best performing player for Saw, 3 kills deep. He's done everything to try to put them on 12 first. And you'd think that was a bad spot, but 4 shots, 4 frags. And with Body coming out of Hut to try to reclaim something here for 3D Max. A long... fought battle step by step. They finally get one off a pop-off. Story, how do you hold on?
Oh, can't believe that, man. They had all the utility they needed to. Like, those shots that he has, They're simple. He's got one angle to fight on. They are the ones who have all the utility and can approach however they want. But they molly first. They allow him to smoke the molly, and then they just start throwing nades in every direction and hope they catch him jumping out of the window. There are a million ways to kill him in that spot, but they couldn't find a single one. And with that, story goes positive.
12 off that. That's a Maca quad to a story quad. Offers sprinkling in late rounds here for both squad teams, and 3D Max, after an incredibly flat 2-round CT side, all the energy and effort into the comeback, maybe for nothing. At the very least, game is on, forces powering up. Story smoked out of the equation for the start of this one. We hit a minute, tons of presence up on the rooftops. A looking like the intended target. But what's the move? A burst out from Hut? You've got 3 defenders ready to hold this back, but still they're scrambling, and Bodies managed to come through with an entry. That's the bomb down, Maca dead, Story in the pocket. He'll be cleaned up by Exorcise. We get this push out from Squeaky, and it's Exorcise 1v2, 20 kills deep. Bomb on his back, and down for the count. Saw will finally get there. Big moment offered up by Story, highest performing player for this team, as they will go kicking and screaming into Dust 2 with a chance at playoffs on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you ask for if you're Saw? Obviously, this one got a little tight around the edges. Now, with that said, there's still a series to be played, but yes, this was pretty damn competitive, all things considered. Also, shout out to Launders for the Juicy J references.
Yeah, I mean, they were dropping some hot bars in that cast, and 3D Max may be heading to the hotel bar in tears if they don't figure something out here real quick, because they absolutely got embarrassed on this map. I mean, they got bulldozed in the first half. Like, Saw just brute forcing them, not really doing anything special, not any like brilliant tactics, just literally bulldozing them on the upper bomb site with their simple executes, bulldozing them outside, literally just having their way with them. And credit to 3D Max for a stretch there in the second half. They started to make things look like they would make a comeback, but it was the classic thing that we all hate, a fake comeback.
Yeah.
Yeah, cosmetic comeback, some may even say. I think 3D Max played well in that second half, but they played atrociously bad in the first.
Oh, yeah.
As you said, sometimes that's what can happen when you come into a game. You're very overconfident. We even try to portray the landscape for all you guys watching at home as well. Saw is essentially a dead team as of right now. Fact of the matter that they're even in this game was a big surprise, and 3D Max are probably feeling the same thing, that with the way they've been playing so far this tournament, with how close some of their losses have been, we are going to beat Saw. It's just a question of how. And once you come into a game with that mentality, once you come in with that mindset, you are at risk of getting surprised. Saw, they have nothing to lose. They're playing like they have nothing to lose, and they caught off 3D Max completely in that.
I have a question for you, Jake. How much do you chalk up this bad defensive side from 3D Max to potentially the roster change? You know, Joko usually being their ramp anchor, they had to switch that up. They were kind of struggling in that position and really struggling everywhere. Does that give you anything, or is it more of just no, they just got embarrassed?
I think it's the entire team that got embarrassed. Yeah,
okay, that's fair.
It maybe plays a small factor in it. Obviously, there's a little bit less consistency.
I was trying to get
a little less know-how, sure, but sometimes we don't have to reinvent everything and you know, dive too much into it, so to speak. I think it was simply just 3D Max playing the worst half of Counter-Strike they have all tournament long, and then you got to give credit to Saw for actually being able to punish that. This guy on your screen right here, he had a fantastic start to the game. Was he 10-0, 11-0? Didn't die the first many rounds, and finishing with 100 ADR as well. Agile right now doing a good job for Saw.
Well, you know, there's always been a conversation around it, maybe a little bit more so in the shadows than what we normally talk about on the desk, but for what it's worth, why is it that teams that are going through changes, that are quote-unquote dead teams, why is it that they find a way to thrive? How does that work out in the big picture of what's going on?
It's interesting because I feel like some teams in that situation, they're completely emoed out and they wind up just falling over pretty quickly. But then you have other teams who now are just playing with no fear, no pressure, They're willing, therefore, to make more plays. They're playing to win, not playing to lose, or playing not to lose, rather. And the pressure's on the other team. 3D Max, they are the favorite. They should be dominating. Now, all of a sudden, you see them scrambling and panicking because they're so far behind. I don't know. It's like a mentality thing, really.
Let's talk about some of that scramble and panic. And no, I'm not talking about your breakfast items at home. I'm talking about round 22 and what the hell is going on here.
This is the most inefficient attempt at trading an Opper I may have ever seen in my entire life. This dude's stuck in locker room in his smoke. It gets naded. No one does anything once it gets cleared. So he just gets to walk around, get another one. And where are the trade potential? Where are the people peeking together, swinging together? They're just dancing around and just giving Story a bunch of free kills. Like that round sums up pretty much the entire game for me.
That's where 3D Max lost the game. Had they won this round, had they made 11-11, which they should have, they got the guy caught completely. He could go nowhere. Put a Molotov towards him. He put a smoke in the Molotov. You could have waited him out. You could have caught some of the rotations of the teammates trying to help him out. You basically had him caught in a barrel, and he could do absolutely nothing. And then for some reason, all they do is throwing nades into him, and it's almost like 3D Max forgets that when you throw a nade into a smoke, that clears up, which gives this guy a line of vision to then kill those guys. So it was a bit of a shit show, to be completely honest. Credit to Story for pulling it off. Obviously, it takes a bit of individual skill to keep your composure in a situation like that. But as you said, Dust, it kind of sums up 3D Max's performance on Nuke. It was arguably the worst map they played all tournament long.
I feel like if you simulate that situation 90-something out of 100 times, he gets 2 kills at most in that spot.
Sure.
And the fact that he was able to get like 4.
The 1 kill he gets to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. It's unbelievable, man.
To answer your question before, I think it's a quite interesting conversation why some teams sometimes alleviate that pressure and start playing better when they are technically dead. This may sound controversial to some. I think people who have played at a high level can probably relate to it as well. But most players today want to play perfect Counter-Strike. Most teams are looking towards the better teams and they try to replicate what they see Vitality, Na'Vi, Spirit do, etc. Teams like Saw don't have the player material nor the skill set in order to replicate what LXCB is doing with Na'Vi, etc., etc. So once they become a dead team, they free themselves up. They go back into a bit of an FPL mindset, FaZe It mindset, where there's no difference, in terms of raw skill and aiming capabilities. The differences are so small. What makes great players great and great teams great are the understanding of how to apply that skill set. So once you go back into a rhythm almost, or a mindset of we're just playing it as FPL. We're just going to go out there and shoot our way through it. We're just going to play out there and play with no pressure. Sometimes you alleviate that pressure and you got to show that you're actually decent at the game. You're as good as the opponents in terms of raw aiming. So if you can force the game into I guess, an uncomfortable position for the opponents where it's just about the aim, just about the duels, just about the raw aspect of what is Counter-Strike and what is the mechanics of Counter-Strike, you even out the playing field a little bit. So Saw have shown us the past couple of months that they're not good enough to compete at this level. And the second they stop competing at that level, they become good enough.
Yeah, you get 5 guys and you put them towards the same goal. And if they can all problem solve together, then this is kind of the result you get, regardless of the situation that your team may find themselves in. If you're Saw, we knew that when they came here, it wasn't necessarily designed for them to flourish. And now they're on cusp of either being eliminated or facing the playoffs. And right now, it's looking a little bit like the latter, Dust.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think to kind of add on to what Jacob's saying, I think it also goes down to the fact that you stop second-guessing yourself as often. You're more willing to go for plays. You're more willing to take initiative. And you just don't feel that same pressure of, oh, is this the right call? Like, no, you're more decisive. You just go for it. And so I think that's part of it, too.
I think if you're not a team that plays good Counter-Strike or perfect Counter-Strike, or if you don't have the understanding of the game, sometimes you're better off just playing a little bit more stupid in a sense, or a little bit more. No, but in a sense where you alleviate the pressure and you free up the individuals. You saw Story, he can do good stuff. You saw Murderwiz a couple of times on Yard all by himself. You isolate that round and you think to yourself, what is that kind of setup? You're out there by yourself, you have no backup, your teammate just died, and yet you got away with 2 kills. It doesn't make sense, but sometimes Counter-Strike doesn't have to make sense. You just got to shoot your opponents and simplify it to a point where you can then compete against a team like 3D Max.
Well, I mean, this goes without saying, but most people just make this game so much harder than it has to be. You kind of W around, you mouse one, and then that's that. You restart the round, you do that, you get 13 in a row, and you win. Like, they're making it so much. I'm just kidding. Let's talk about Dust 2. Sure. A 3D Max pick here with a Saw start on the CT side. Now, after the first map we got, what sort of indicators, what do you get feel-wise going into Dust 2?
Well, hopefully 3D Max can just shake that one off and do a mental reset. Dust 2 should be a map that they had the advantage on. We saw them win against Virtus.pro earlier in this tournament, had a close loss to Eternal Fire at Katowice. They've been playing well online against Heroic in a couple of qualifiers and leagues. So they should come in with like a slight advantage as far as like just results on the map in general. Whereas I feel like Dust 2 has always been a hit or miss map for Saul, even when they had their star players and they were even playing against lesser competition, to be honest. I think for me, the big key is just going to be that the aggressors of this, 3D Max team, which is going to be Gravity and Body, as we're about to see here on the map in this middle position, they're going to have to be better at the trading efficiency. Trading efficiency was very much lacking on Nuke, right? That round against Story proved it just in itself. And so when they're at their best, it's because they're usually able to apply constant pressure at middle to open up the threat of mid-B splits, which can either allow them to go for that and do it successfully, or to open up easier catwalk crosses. And they're usually very good with their protocols and utility usage to get these spawn-based plays as well. So shake off Nuke, do what you're good at, which is protocols and utility usage, and just make sure you're putting on the pressure and you're trading efficiently. I think that's the biggest thing for me.
Let me simplify this game for you, because you're playing against a sword team right now, as we already established. They have nothing to lose. They rely on the individuals. What is the best way to counter individual performances like that? That is by playing in a wolf pack mentality. You gotta make sure, as you said, trading on point. You gotta stay together. Do 4-1s, classic 4-1s where you hit a bomb site with decent utility. You walk over catwalk 4 guys, and then you have some guy lurking somewhere to catch off some rotations. Simplify the game to a point where you cannot mess it up as long as you stay together and as long as you have better team play than the opponents. And that's what 3D Max is going to do here as well. I have no doubt. I've seen this so many times. Credit to Saul for winning the first map. It was also their own map pick, but I bet you 3D Max will win this game 2-1, and I bet you Saul will not get double digits on neither Dust 2 or the third deciding map.
Damn, and that's almost a mic dropping moment. Dust, you buying into this or what?
I mean, I would give 3D Max certainly the edge on this one. I don't know about it being no longer getting double digits the rest of the game. I think, the way that Saul are looking, really not only in this game, but throughout the tournament.
We have 2 bets going on right now. I'm willing to take on this one as well.
All right.
Y'all can shake hands live on camera, and then that way it's official. Yep, there it is. Okay, I don't even know what they're betting. Don't even really care, to be fair, because we do need to go to a quick break and get back into this game. It is a 2-2 game, which means winner goes to the playoff, loser goes to DE Airport, and after this break, we go to Dust 2. We'll see you there.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
We're playing Guess the Price as we try to see if Story from Saw can remember the price of our weapons in CS2. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing good. And you?
I'm very good. Thank you very much for asking. You ready for this challenge?
Not really, because I don't think that I'm going to guess much, but let's see. Well, I'll try my best.
If you get stuck, just say a number close that you think.
Yeah.
Because you got 60 seconds to get as many right as you can.
Okay.
And when the timer runs out, it's game over.
Okay.
All right, let's get this started. 60 seconds will start now.
Oh,
M249.
1.7K.
5.2. CZ.
Okay, that's 500.
Yes. Negev.
1.7.
Yes.
Okay.
R8.
800.
Oh, 600.
6.
SG553.
3.1.
Oh, 3000.
Oh, no way.
Max 7.
1.3.
Yes.
Okay, nice.
Nova.
1K.
Oh, so close. 1050. P90.
Not sure. 2.1?
Oh, 2,350.
Oh.
Scar.
5,000?
Yes. MP7.
Oh no, I don't know.
And the time is out. Ding, ding, ding.
Oh no.
That wasn't so bad. You sounded to me like you thought you were going to get maybe 1 or 2 correct.
Yeah, but the revolver, I don't know how I felt. I think it's not good. I feel ashamed for it.
But I don't think you're buying the revolver so much.
No.
No, exactly.
I don't even have it on the vault.
See, it's only JL that does that.
Yeah.
So not a weapon for you.
No.
Well, thank you very much for playing. I'm sure the games will be better than what we did on here.
I hope.
But you still did better than you thought, so that's a positive sign.
Yeah.
Jumping into Dust 2, saw with a hope, a glimmer of hope, that maybe playoffs are truly possible. Having defeated Complexity and FlyQuest in their best of 3 matches, they took this series to Nuke by choice, and on Nuke Mohan, I think they exploited a weakness in the 3D Max map pool. But now we go to Dust 2, and well, Dust 2 is where 3D Max like to keep up some of that aggressive T-side play, I'd say.
Yeah, we did cast the worst match at the Shanghai Major. That was Dust 2 with 3D Max and Pain. This match will be a little bit different. It should be a lot easier for 3D Max. But wildly aggressive is the name of the game. And at least for them, we saw in the second half of Nuke that they were believing in the comeback the entire time. Came down to a couple of close situations, but and saw one because they set their second half up so that they didn't have to do much. They had some very, very good rounds in that first half. I wonder if there's any chance for real that SAW can win Dust 2, but at the moment their map pool is really in tatters. But they have got this far.
Yeah, I mean, understandable that a map pool could be in tatters. You got a roster that, by no disrespect, excuse me, but is also in tatters. Like the recent departures of the 2 best players and soon-to-be departures of Roman and SHR. It kind of was just story holding things together for the most of this event. But now, you know, Agile able to post that 1.43 rating, a 22 and 15 map of Nuke. And while Exorcist is his counterpart in trying to keep things afloat over there for 3D Max, I will say that's one of the few times we haven't really had kind of Lucky's impact felt. So, you know, it was definitely the slow start. We saw that, what, 7-0 streak to begin the entire thing. 3D Max maybe given a chance to warm up as that T-side comeback nearly pushed us out of regulation. We'll see what kind of form 3D Max hit us with early here.
Oh.
Ooh, 2 clean USP taps. Long-looking locked.
At the end of the day, it's Dust 2. No amount of scrims is going to make you better at hitting these shots. These are just ones you hit or you don't, and that's a perfect hold here out of SAW.
Oh. Gravity floating around top, middle, low health. Tons of early damage, so it's going to be a pistol that you'd think should fizzle out once this smoke fades. Maybe going back for the long control. Remaining adamant about it. Gravity will have the smoke grenade for the cross. It's their best chance at getting a bomb plant. Is finally taking down SHR and Roman. It's a bit more damage offered up, but now we're starting to see CTs run all over the place here. No second player confirmed. You can tell by Agile being so cautious over towards tunnels. Doesn't want to open up a B bomb site. But now both players are going to be confirmed.
Bide your time, really, inside of long. You have a cover for you over by the car. Body will take this peek.
There we go. Yeah. Bomb drop. Now everybody's going to come barreling on over. Who gets the final frag? Who gets a piece of meat? Who? SHR takes one to the forehead. And Body going to use every single second of the pistol. Down to 7. Now they're going to kill him after time. No, not even. You could have.
You could have, but they want the kills, man. People don't do that because they just want their stats to be good. So they just go for the
I mean, at that point, 5 seconds, why not wait?
Because you want the kill.
But killing somebody after time would be so much more worth it, especially going into round 2.
Connor, they want the stats.
But Launders, that doesn't seem like a good idea. It seems like that's just not so surface level.
Stats do nothing for your odds of winning the game, but that's that's the reality.
Imagine the thought of keeping somebody's economy back at the very start of a T side. Wouldn't that be so much more worth it?
No one would disagree. That's a good idea.
But these are professional players that know the game in and out, intrinsically.
Fortunately, people care about stats.
Wow.
Fortunately, stats are really important. People, in the end, you know, when they compare like macro level statistics, it doesn't really matter how you got any of those kills. They're just going to look at them at face value. So,
because Body here
keep
now
that
has
KPR up.
Now Body has Kevlar. Let's see. Let's play a game. Body has Kevlar and a Galil. Now, that Galil could have been bought by anybody, but it's the fact that the Kevlar can only be afforded because he died before time expired when 6 seconds on the clock meant you could have denied this. And maybe then some noob would have had that Galil instead of Body.
Honestly, Body, not one of the strongest individual players.
True. Yeah,
team.
I thought about it once I said it.
Oh,
Body kind of jiggling on the corner here. He has found the opening kill. Couple pieces of utility to try to keep the pressure up on the A site. This is starting to get everybody involved for SAW. They have vacated the B bomb site, holding mid instead, but down goes Body. So 1 kill for him, that's it. And then a shooting gallery, made easy here. Roman just knocking the heads off the top over lip of the ledge. SAW are gonna convert it. You ain't got nothing, 3D Max, stuffed on the approach to the A site.
I mean, Connor, you're 100% right. You know, you should always be waiting to screw up someone's money, especially this early in the game.
Thank you, Launders.
But that's I'm not saying it's a good argument that people play for stats, but that's just a fact. They do.
I am 100% right. I'm going to hold on to that all day long. Well,
I just wanted to black pill you for a second, that's all.
I was already wrong about 0 deaths, so we'll call it even.
Not a perfect day.
What do you mean? Any day casting Counter-Strike's a perfect day.
I thought you were going to say with me. That's
oh,
fine.
Well, if I'm casting Counter-Strike, odds are you are too.
Otherwise, it's definitely not a perfect day. Something's very wrong.
Body looking for an opening again, this time with the Desert Eagle. But a smoke grenade goes down. This is fun. Mac has decided to come in with a scout, so he's limiting himself moving forward, which is an interesting decision, considering you'd think that op would be needed, more so than a scout right here, right now. But we'll see if it's worth it, because it does soften up Story for an opening in middle. SHR plays off of site, ahead of this pack through door. They're trying to put eggs in many baskets with a buy like this. But SAW keeping them scrambled as the 4 versus 3 advantage on an A site hold should be good enough, especially with Roman. Getting an early warning. It's pistols to try to clear Goose, and it's a nice shot from Lucky, but it's all for naught. Muterus able to lock down Goose, speaking of eggs, and 3-0 the start here for SAW.
2 good starts.
Hey, how come we don't eat goose eggs? You ever think about that?
Do they have, are like half of their eggs not, like do they have yolks?
Oh, most people find the flavor of goose eggs much stronger than hen or duck eggs, so they are not the eggs of choice.
Okay, so there's a country out there that eats a lot of goose eggs, but it's not a common thing. We found all the best stuff, you know.
And more often, goose eggs are used for arts and crafts.
Oh my goodness, destroyed at the top of mid. Not a great way to start a rifle round here. Oh,
it's okay.
Never mind.
What goes around comes around.
Walking right into that.
The smoke spam. Exorcist dead to the Story op hold. Again, Story. He is the glimmer of hope for a dead roster's chances to make it to playoffs. 8th highest rated player at the event coming into this matchup, and this gun round goes south for 3D Max.
It's moments like this where I'm like, 3D Max, guys, you just had a 4v4, and then you threw 2 kills away just deciding to take a small risk each, but now what happens? You're in a situation where money matters, where even getting kills actually could have a huge impact on the game, but you put all your eggs in the baskets of these 2 lurks.
Easy hold from the B site. Lots of bodies here to help. And, well, that's Muterus again. Just kind of swing it out to end it. First gun round for 3D Max doesn't get him much, barring the Maka smoke spam.
There has to be, like, credence for the situation, not like, you know, any play in isolation can be good or bad, but there has to be the balance of this is the time left on the clock, this is the amount of players we have versus the amount of players they have, and then this is, like, the round score as well. You know, that's how you kind of decide what the better plays are, but sometimes I don't see them balancing that. Getting that one Galil frag back through the smoke was such a gift. But no credence for the money. And now they'll have to win on this force buy. This half buy. I mean, surely some are weak somewhere, because their Dust 2 is definitely not great. Maybe B site will do the trick here for 3D Max.
Agile in the corner with the jump spotting going on in sight. Oh, they're going to try to interrupt this. Smoke span. So, God, he's in the middle. Mac 10 at the front of it. This
all right. That had to be pretty unnecessary, right? B-site does the trick. All good. They were playing an anti-eco here, and they needed to flash peek upper. They could have. They had 2 players in the B-site ready. That's a gift for 3D Max. Makes up for everything here. They don't lose a single guy. They get 2 free guns. That's like what I just criticized 3D Max for doing and then saw, you know.
Yes, sir.
Time and place.
Mm-hmm.
Time and place.
Read the room, boys. Well, that was a round.
Yeah.
And there will be, at the very least, 9 more. Ooh. Ops out. Lucky buys it and drops it over to Maka.
3D Max were saving their pauses for T-side last game. And now they've got to... Will use them in the first half.
Yeah, honestly worth saving, I suppose, because that T-side almost did mount the comeback. Had you used maybe one of your pauses on the CT side, you could have pulled off more than 2, maybe. Who is the coach of 3D Max? Let's go check. Can't pronounce that.
You're French.
I know, it's a weird one. What was Ink? Wasink. W-A-S-I-N-K. Wasink. Wasink. Okay. Op duel.
Oh.
SHR.
Why do you look like he was still moving?
I know, dude. He's just bending bullets around the door frame. Ooh.
Oh,
Luckily,
wow,
Muterus down
eyes
here
on
in
that.
CT spawn.
Come on, 3D Max, every time.
Yeah.
You know? It's just one kill. You know what I mean? Like,
just let it go.
Yeah, let it go.
Let it go. It's the sunken cost fallacy.
Yes, yeah, sunk cost fallacy.
The sinkhole fallacy.
It's the sunken defense.
The sun-kissed fallacy. Haggle backside, holding on. Ooh, Could make it awkward. He's going to pop up and try to bring one with him. But he's not quite on the money. There's no second player immediately in because it's actually SHR on the op, so he was holding through doorway, and he's lucky it didn't get smoked, but the utility's not there.
It's interesting because, like, from the way he takes that fight, they're so far back, they can't just exit the tunnels. Now they have to set up for some full grenades, which is not bad, but all the CTs are here ready now.
Yeah, that little bit of extra timing has allowed for them to bolster the defense, and, well, that's what you get. 3 op frags coming out of the hold, and, well, that's 4 op frags across the double op setup, so I would say a nice little change up here from Saw, especially just straight up winning the mid duel between the snipers to kick it off. Watch this.
Yeah, his own nade as well, so had to be ready right at the perfect timing. Wow. Respect for not just whining about that on comms.
Ooh, and a little
nice.
Sweet revenge, but it does gear up SHR to get into the tunnels. Will they anticipate this?
Yeah, they probably will just walk into this, huh?
It's just the fact that there's 3 of them up there, so...
Wait, they actually are pretty careful about this.
He is stuck in. He is stuck in. You're not getting anywhere. You are stuck in. Oh my God, near collat. Oh, no scope to the body.
Can they help him escape now is the question.
It's going to smoke out the Molotov hanging on as the bomb carrier is going to try to come and get him. Lucky will clear it up alongside Exercis.
Oh, they threw their nades, but they were worried about
Maka's waiting.
Oh,
shot. What?
Maka, you've got to hit that.
That bullet?
He held a little wide there.
That thing went astray.
Oh, that's actually a world where Saw have caught back into the game. No kill there means they know A site's good. They're starting to throw their B nades. There's 2 players outside the site, so CTs have not moved at all. My goodness. They know it's not A, so like, guys.
Smokes come down, and I mean, it's a retake demanded of Saw if they want to keep these. Oh!
Nah.
Whoop, not quite. No tunnel control. We get that fast flank from Muteris. He's got the Molotov picked up.
Oh, no, Maka.
Stop shots from Maka. Not ideal. Now it's only 1 bullet in the magazine. And suddenly that op's going to be offline. Good challenge.
Okay.
Exercis from the bomb plant to the double kill off window. Somebody had to step it up. And those are his first 2 kills of the map. Better a little late than never. 3D Max able to deal with the lower push.
That was one of the rounds of all time again.
We've had a couple of them already. Muteris, will he be able to save? Nay. Lucky, still up there to hang on. 3D Max have found a second terrorist round win. We go 4 rounds non-consecutively, back and forth. We'll see who breaks through first.
The moment for Saw there is after the Maka misses his shot versus Long. Like, forget all this. It ends up being a 3v3. Why do you have 2 guys watching middle still? And no one's inside the B site. And there's even time after the first nade gets thrown to at least walk over. The last thing you want to do on Dust 2 is retake the B site. Everybody knows that. And we saw why. Saw tried.
Very much inside that B site this time around. Lucky scouring the entrance with the AK Exercis to the flashes, but that flash didn't even go all the way out. That flash literally didn't make it out the door.
That would have got him killed.
You gotta. Who was it that was telling us that the utility was really good on the T side of Dust 2 for 3D Max?
Now he loves this 3D Max.
He loves those flashbangs that don't even go out of the door.
Yeah. Oh, they're all bark, no bite this round.
Yeah. They try to take a gander at it, but Story gonna lose his line of sight. Oh, Tyrus able to come out with the FAMAS dies out to the Tech 9. Sidearm looking good. Ah, it's the close push up and in, but off of window comes SHR, and it's a double kill, dropping FAMA triple.
Wow.
On his own, off the site, locks it down.
Always looks so calm. He's 14 and 4, man. Crazy that he hit his presence for this long while they were fighting out to mid B. Credit to Story as well. The way that that panned out, he could have been taking some op shots through the smoke. Instead, waited for his minuscule opportunity to get 1 kill. Hit the shot when he needed to. They leave 3D Max in the dust again. It's a round with more mistakes from 3D Max. That bum flash towards long. That's a buy where Saw have almost no money. That was 3D Max's way back into the round, into the half. They didn't even have full rifles there.
So taking up where he left off over on Nuke. Tried to sing the praise of Agile after Nuke because he did have such a lights out performance.
Yeah.
But, you know, SHR was right with him. 1.21 rating on Nuke and keeping that momentum going forward.
Portugal's got talent.
And it looks like it runs in the family because they're brothers or cousins, for the record.
SHR and Agile?
Yeah, they have the same last name and they look alike.
That's how I like to approach my player conversations.
Hey, inspired by the Kovac brothers, who are actually cousins but call each other brothers. Walking around in mid, you're trying to get all fancy, and Saw this time around, and I'd say a stark contrast to what they've offered previously. Just peel back, actually playing in their sights, takes a bullet to the dome and still posts his 15th kill, but there's no support from the rotates. It's gonna have to be the rock solid defense, pressures up, and Story will still clip Exorcise off the back of that mid play, but the B site falls beneath the pressure of 3D Max, and it looks like maybe the retake's on.
Yeah, as long as 3D Max don't peek the window, it seems like Saw are going to walk away. So, I mean, this is a better look out of 3D Max. They don't have much money, but finding a moment to just pull the CT rotators back to A, have them convinced, does leave open the weakness for Saw, which has been the B site. Their first round, they won on the eco rush. There was definitely a lack of chemistry on this side of the map, so it's a nice opener here for 3D Max.
I'm surprised to see such a different setup in the middle of the map from Saw, because I felt like when they kept that pressure up, you know.
It's because they just did 3D Max just did some cat nades, and there was no one playing the jump up, so they're playing like 3-2, but they're not coming to like play the game on cat to get info back, throw nades first. It's the hardest job on the map for sure is your mid B rotator, and they have to be throwing nades to cat, they have to be filling in the 3A setup when it's an A hit, and they have to be on the left side of the smoke when it's B. And I know, you can definitely see that 3D Max are cluing into this weakness over towards B. Let's see if Saw are going to adapt. They don't get any early nade damage, though. And this op could be a problem, though, for 3D Max, for sure. And I like that he's playing left side of the door.
Yeah, especially because Maka doesn't have an op this round. The
true
cost of the 6 non-consecutive rounds back and forth between the teams comes back to bite them in that regard, and we've seen Maka have his impact through mid. So Gravity keeping his head down underneath the Story op reveals the position of the sniper.
Yeah, and this will pull him over to the right side, but it is going to be an A play. So that little piece of information gives Saw the right to lean over. The split comes in this way. The long setup is very good. Good nades can get them out of this. Don't miss your flash this time, Maka.
Roman to the left side. This is the test.
Oh, he's going for standards.
Okay.
Flashes. First guy runs out looking the other way. That'll be Roman's chance.
XRCs will have to trade it. Off the second flash goes body. Doesn't hold the corner, but XRCs will trade. Muteris down in the pit, awaits, and Story's gonna offer up a distraction as he holds the cap plate. They write off the possibility of pit, and that's the bomb, bro. Dropped at the feet of Muteris, and Lucky turned back. Nothing he can do about this one. 10 seconds to the clock, so up catwalk. Story serves up a distraction that gets the long players hyper fixated, and that is a costly error. We go 7 rounds. Back and forth. No momentum truly found, but leads established. 4 rounds the gap here for Saw.
I like that we can see what 3D Max are thinking with their initial nades towards B. That would have been a great reason just to exec on the site. But Saw this round, they adapted very quickly. Op left side, Op got info on the cap push, Op rotated over towards A. Too long setup to catch this A split that came in. They were 1 step ahead of 3D Max. Very impressive round. Nice shot. Oh, the booster gets killed.
Poor guy.
Oh.
XRCs gets deleted. Story goes back for the suicide peek. Maka just running in haphazardly.
Man.
Thought that was free real estate. But
This is supposed to be 3D Max's map, but like, look at Saw.
The land tax is real.
No kidding.
Oh, a third? Careful, body, with the shot Story's hitting.
Yeah, I think Story shows us that you don't have to leave your position once you win, like, you know, some important fights. It only becomes harder for the other team.
Sure enough.
The stakes around. Beautiful.
Majority of the 3D Max camp is dead. And, well, they may have sussed out that weak site over on B, but
Wait, is he actually pushed?
What a madman. His barrel just got spotted. Yeah, that's crazy.
That is a little
Dude,
crazy.
okay, we saw this. You know that?
This is when 3D Max did this versus Pain, yeah.
Yeah, you saw the round that Moses broke?
Oh, no. Yeah, I saw the title. I was like, that's awesome.
You should go back and watch it. It's the funniest Moses has ever been. And that's saying something.
Lot, yeah.
Because he's a pretty funny looking, funny guy. Materis gets spotted. Story's going to catch a 4th kill.
Hey, he's like, I'm still playing mid.
You know what? Give
when
him
are you
the
going to be
ace.
scared of me?
Give him the ace, why don't you?
There we go.
Oh, it's stolen.
What the heck? You know what? Wipe the kill feed, you wouldn't even know.
It's true. It was close enough. Let's give him half points. 4.5 frags there for Story. And the power of an Opper on mid doors, when you come at him one-on-one. He took out the bottom of the totem pole with this first. Well, you can't be standing there.
Yeah, when you have moments like that, it's like 3D Max, this is the map you're better at.
You
know,
picked it.
You don't make mistakes like that.
We'll call that one a flub.
This is no flubber CS though from Saw. It's looking just like Nuke somehow.
Somehow. There were moments there when they were starting to puncture through over on the B site, but can a dead roster really beat 3 teams in best of 3s to make it to playoffs? Can they really do that?
We'll see about the second half like we did on Nuke. But
Can we check the rule book? Is this allowed?
Saw, it's been a long time since the dead team thing has actually resulted in a deep run.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about it, but it's about time.
You know?
And they're playing well. They're playing really well.
And I think it is kind of, well, hold on. You like that? Huh? Tastes good? Frag to the teeth.
Yeah, they're canceling it. That did not work.
Gravity gonna need a new set of grills. Story, get your gun out. It's quick pressure, right? It's a solution at least. Run 3 out mid. Macab able to bring it back from tunnels. Agile gets caught out trying to come through the window. So the final moment here of regulation for the struggling 3D Max T side. They're flashing themselves. And I think really a testament to how desperate this scramble out of the spawn will be. Listen, it's not flawless. Nobody's saying that. 3D Max have been able to exploit a couple moments here from Saw's defense, but it does still only net them a 4-round T-side on their map pick while facing Single-Elimination. 4 sporadic round wins, non-consecutive throughout this T-side endeavor. SHR and Story looking like the best players on this team in the server, and well, both of them kind of swinging with more ops than usual. That's the fun part about that, right? The double op feature was quite frequent for Saw, and we see those 2 players topping the charts. So snipers, the bane of 3D Max's attack.
It's a little, yeah, and it's because they just walk peek so many things. You saw them do that on Cat, out mid. This round, they literally just run through the smoke, so it's a bit tilting, I think, for Saw, who got the first kill towards B, and had the op on the right side ready for a mid B hit. But that's Story's own mistake. He has the door smoked, so they are just running through it. But he's trying to throw mollies and things behind it, and they ran from upper to lower, so he was just a bit out of sync with that pressure. And the round was still salvageable, but that's where Saw were at their weakest, when it was just the 2 B players by themselves. Running out of the window looked a little frantic. This is a opportunity for 3D Max in a big way.
Fast to the long challenge. Here he goes. Gutierrez front in, but more than just him out those doors. Oh, CT signed up for this! And all 3 of them die with only 1 kill to show for it. Both pistols potentially for Saw. As Maka gets those dual Berettas up through boxes and onto the bomb site, he puts them into the right position, and Lucky's gonna try to draw attention with a kill on SHR. Maka's still unbeknownst to the T's. He's going to try to challenge on the ramp. Now he gets found out, exposed to all 3 remaining players of the Portuguese. And Lucky, half health, trying to take duels to drop a body before bomb can be planted. Now there's nothing he can do but wait for Story to get that bomb down. And all 3 players prepared for his inevitable peak off the catwalk, down to 13 health. He's done. 9-4, Saw a mere 4 rounds from playoffs with a dead roster.
No kidding. They had a 3-long setup right there from the CT side, so they were really hoping to find those fights. But no one crossing wide to pit in time. Natie's coming out. Very simple round, just comes down to shots, and guess who's got better shooters? Saw once again.
Force buy for 3D Max. Scout scouring mid. That's the bomb and suicide setting up some okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Eat it.
Nice shot.
We saw Maka, I think, doing good work with that scout in the first half when they force bought, doing almost enough to whittle down for the pistols. SHR caught off by the tunnels push, and a force buy starting to look good here. 3D Max kickstart this CT side.
Oh, they're actually going for the mid B smoke, and they clear up with tunnels right away. I think there's one move that Saw can make right now. This is the one.
Meant by a
smoke. They're gonna call this bluff too.
Lucky turns around.
Yeah, this is the good
Done.
play.
That's the perfect call here for Saw, but the bomb is gonna have to come join them, so be it. Site control theirs. Does Gravity get flashed through? No, there's no util. He almost gets a frag nonetheless, but still covered, and it is just smooth sailing for Saw, cutting through and not wasting a moment on a call like that.
Yeah, that was very nice.
3v5.
They called out that 3D Max are not just going to keep expanding, but fall back. And as soon as they do, 3D Max's mind, they think they bought 20 seconds or so. But as soon as someone comes back up the stairs, instantly sees nothing, they do the smart thing and they approach quietly. They don't assume someone's sitting in the tunnel. They don't assume someone's holding their angle. They just simply walk through the smoke. That's a moment where walking through the smoke is the correct play over using a flash. So nice gap for Saw to find.
Terrorists win.
It's got to be the most unlikely team to be this close to the stadium.
Unbelievable. And I mean,
this is supposed to be the lucky draw for 3D Max.
Yeah. I mean, Mo, it's supposed to be the lucky draw for complexity for FlyQuest.
Yeah.
For 3D Max as well. I mean, 3 teams who need wins, right? 3 teams who can sometimes show promise. Complexity, obviously, the biggest rebuild of those 3 teams mentioned. But if 3D Max are meant to be contenders that want to step it up, a team like SAW with 2 players destined for the door shouldn't be an issue, but it is. Story right back at it. Gonna make quick work of this long attempt from 3D Max. It's 1 frag to SHR, but so be it. Story recovers. And that bomb's gonna go into the open B bomb site found out by Agile.
Story should just be getting rid of guns here.
Getting wrapped around by the top mid push. This is an opportunity floundered not by 1, not by 2, but by 3 teams that should have been considered favorites over a squad that is destined for changes.
Oh. He has the opportunity to do something very funny, but he won't.
Yeah, Roman knows better.
Too close to the win now.
What you doing, Maka? Hanging on to a scout. Terrorists win. Whoa. It's one thing on Nuke, especially after that incredibly flat first half, right? Saw taking it to Nuke, trying to exploit something versus 3D Max, but we're talking about a Dust 2. This is supposed to be 3D Max's turf.
Everyone keeps telling me about the 3D Max Dust 2. Where is it, Connor?
I don't know. I don't know. I was with you. I watched Dust 2 pain.
You saw it.
I saw it. And I was told, no, that's the... Oh, that's just like the one time it didn't work.
Maui, where is it? You promised us a Dust 2.
What's happening?
3D Max.
Listen, Saw step into the server today willing to fight for that place in the BT arena. I feel like even they're surprised they're not getting a fight at least.
They're getting the whole Bafana right now.
Saw 2 rounds away. It's not even a hard-fought battle. They're just gonna tiptoe their way over some French corpses at this rate. Lucky trying to play with nades here. Quick rotate from Gravity is gonna help out, but he dies trying to push through the door, and now Lucky's backside, no line of vision. Body tries to get in from the window, wary of mid. He has a reason to be. Lucky still hanging on for dear life. 70 health and more support now arrives. Story awaiting that window peek. Muterus has gone out and around, and this recovery's happening, if not for Maka's USP.
Story gets the plant off, but...
Gets caught out by the window come through Maka. It is a 5th round for 3D Max in a moment.
That smoke down for Lucky.
But does that really inspire you?
We saw them make a comeback, at least on Nuke, off of a small moment like that. We haven't got to see if SAW have what it takes on both sides of the map. All they have right now is a lead, you know? Getting close is very nice. 3D Max aren't quite as excited about winning a round like this, but, well, I mean, it's their tournament life on the line right now. They need to be. It's a drop in the bucket, but there will always be rounds like that. On a comeback that has to be this great. Plant actually makes a difference here with all the nades that they get. Story picking up his op again. And the op difference has been a huge... I'm trying to not say Story, man.
Yeah, sure. Element. A huge element of the
flash
play.
Missed. Oh, okay. Well, that's the 3 long, so now you would think they actually try to sneak out a middle. That's normally what you would do. Yeah.
Oh, look at you, genius.
This is a standard move. Question is, will Body get caught off?
Op the op.
Here we go.
Maka lays it down. Body smoked off, and a bomb yet to be recovered. Kind of awkwardly sitting out there. They're worried about being exposed to window.
You can go grab it in a second, maybe.
It's a scary little lean, but he gets it. And he's able to walk away. 3 versus 5 demanded of Saw. You know, Mac has got that op over on this A site.
If they're good at, I can't believe they would want to go A in this spot because they've had full control of middle the entire time. So they know that there's still 3 here. If they wait long, and yeah, like surely they just go B, but now they're losing vision on mid. Now they're just taking the long rotation. What are they doing actually?
Saving.
Okay. Wow. That's interesting. You know what? Sometimes when you have a lead like this, you kind of do want to see
let it go.
More saves because money matters and it doesn't. Like you're winning 2 in a row because you've kept the money low the entire time, it'd be nice. But I think if you're Saw, you just think keep our money high so we have the best chance in each and every round. And they picked up the op again for Story.
Give 3D Max a little chance to catch their breath.
3D Max missed another flash there on long.
Oh, did they?
They let them jump into pit, yeah.
Would you like to call them any names for that, or?
Tabernacle.
French-Canadian joke. That's good. That's good stuff. Five rounds the difference, Saw. Max know that they can fight back in, especially with some extra cash in the back pocket. Limitations in the Galil and Desert Eagle for poor Roman. The op dominance that happened on the CT side for Saw was really one of the reasons that score got so lopsided. Can they get through Maka on the attack? Because so far he has already been more successful, it feels like, with just getting these lean back CT op kills.
No aggressive move here from 3D Max. Body is the new player on the team. Should be responsible for doing some cat damage, but right now just a very heavy lean. Back on A, mid wide open. They're blocking off too much information. Like, Body has to respect this, so he'll come back in. Story, there's a chance now.
Oh, wow. Oh, he gets past Maka's ankle. Oh, the deke. That's not supposed to happen.
Okay, this is partially timing, but also partially because they did not have information. They responded to the mid B smoke that came out.
They chuck a frag grenade down to it. Lucky, Maka just pulled off the angle.
Yeah, but like, why does that happen, right? Why do timings get created? Because you are insecure about information that you have.
Saw in control of their own destiny with that one. They serve up a distraction and just slip out in the perfect moment. And it's one thing to catch Body with the op, but it's another for Roman to just blast away the opper, right? Maka had been doing a good job of drawing that line in the sand, of peeling players off of attacks, and he doesn't even get a chance to shoot the damn op because that Deeg hits him hard. This man right here dropped on ramp from a pistol, and Saw will give themselves 6 map match playoff points.
And this is a good round from Saw, but it's another big mistake out of 3D Max. And I think this is mostly Body's fault, if I have to, pick one person, unfortunately, because he doesn't need to be full committed to A, especially with the op on ramp. He could be in the jump up throwing nades to get them softened up. He could be looking towards mid B just in case, just to find out if there's a lurk. Oh, wow, very nice find. Maka gets shot in the leg, but that's so worth it.
Good nades coming out of the B defense. A little one-off moment, perhaps, with that cat to A hit. Hasn't cost 3D Max yet. But a flawless streak demanded of them as we get this grouping up of SAW players in middle. Maka already down to 20 health, of course.
Maka's hit some great shots, but he's also had a couple rounds that are a little scary.
There goes the utility that this A defense has to work with. Maka single flashbang now, all that they've got. And he's going to try to set up Exorcist for some long control.
Body playing on the site. I don't know if he's got a nade. Oh, okay.
Oh, doesn't. No nades at all now. They just sent the one player forward. Missed chance for Maka. Takes a bit more damage. And he would have been down, but he's still able to lock this in. Again, as long as he's not getting deeked in the face, it's good. Body bringing one with him is also what they need. Maka able to do more damage on the last remaining player.
Nice.
Cleaned up by Exorcist, who comes back. Look at the activity there in contrast. Not just Body kind of trying to gather mid-info, but they go for long. That allows for Exorcist to get some info, come back to join them. And again, Maka not getting one deeged means he's offering up multi-frags. 13 and 11 goes Lucky.
Yeah.
Maka to 11.
It's a 4v5 attack, but this time it's 3D Max with the op kill. It's Body with info in the middle of the round over at mid B. Then he makes a much more confident decision with more information to go and reinforce the A site, and they're not caught in game helper on the ramp. They have long control. They have Maka in a safe position. Now here's a little economy building position for 3D Max.
Trio of Desert Eagles and a smoke grenade's what they'll come into this one with.
I am really surprised to see how little they're playing on Cat.
Oh, God.
My gosh, that's the third A player.
Not like this.
They know that they've got killed. If anything will have you speed up, it'll be a frag like that.
Exorcist has utility that'll
so
hold
much.
this.
He needs to preempt this, man.
Opera's over on long, so...
Oh, they're just running. Yeah. Oh, I
God,
see.
now his nades
utility's
aren't
coming out
gonna be
too
worth
late.
this. It's too late. He's just going to try to smoke himself off. He concedes the site. Exorcist with one kill. Missed shot from Maka. Don't you dare lose like this. It is recoverable, but it will need to be the retake. Gravity comes in.
It goes too far.
It does a bit of damage. Agile gets another off the headshot. Maka's trying to now recover with an op of all things to push up. This would be embarrassing. Not just for FlyQuest or Cole, but potentially 3D Max too. Not like that. Maka comes out and saves them because God forbid you go down to 3 deegs and a smoke.
They take out Body with the deagle inside of middle. He's the third A player. You lose vision on mid, and you've got pistols running up Cat. At like, Exorcist, you've got utility. Start throwing some of it.
Just chuck it out of chance.
Just get rid of it. Because as long as you get them to reset into something new, then they have to assume, oh, someone's coming back to mid. They have to re-earn their position, and they can't do that with low guns.
It's not like the Cat push should be a surprise. Like you said, the deagle comes out middle. Cat's compromised.
Yeah, Cat. And that one's saved.
That one's saved, but it's a scary sign for the last 4 rounds of regulation.
Kravidi in an interesting spot. And these are some very active positions here for 3D Max. Oh, but he gets spotted.
Blinded, able to hold on. They try to chase him down. Exorcist challenging over long doors. He hits that ding
nice.
and falls back, but does he re-engage?
He wants some more, huh?
He's got no support to help him. We've got 3 players coming at him alone as he just tucks. Oh, doesn't tuck into pit. In fact, plays the ledge of it. Roman on the approach, gets the headshot. And now all of a sudden that A site.
The push comes towards SHR and he knows it. They have no long control.
They're going to have to walk up site. Maka's still worried about Catwalk.
they're going
Smoke down
so
on
fast.
cross. Maka trying to press in. They want to take this Cat control. They want something for it. And they are able to at least get SHR. But will Maka? No. Doesn't find himself into position. He gets peeled off, and they have to go back into another A site retake in a moment. It's a Molotov destined for the site. Lucky comes up. Does a bit more damage, but Roman stands. You're going to be banking on that Opera to hold off on long. Gravity waiting out the cat smoke, as are Saw. 20 seconds as that incendiary burns out on sight. Agile, nothing else to watch. Doesn't hit the shot, and Body is going to alleviate a bit of pressure. And then a little bit more. Woo! It's low health bars for most, but they still come through. 3D Max will continue to fight.
Yes, that's a key piece of utility in the molly that came out. And Exorcist, I think there was part of him that knew that he was going to be chased down. And he took a good fight, but Roman hit a great shot in response to get long control. There were many ways to lose that round, but we've got 3D Max surviving, moving carefully. It's good 3v3 retake. Keeping this game alive. That's also critical pre-fire from Gravity. I keep saying his name in Italian.
I kind of like it.
Gravity. Mamma mia.
Scout now in hand here for Muterus, and back he goes.
Exorcist with the upgrade. It's a lot of responsibility for the new player, Body. He's a guy with a lot of experience, but...
And he's been trying to keep him in this. You know, one of the 3 players on 14 kills for 3D Max. Gravity locked in Humvee. Lucky with an op on plat. Missed chance twice. Pistols to try to come at him. There's a scout locking him in, but you'd think Gravity will catch them off guard. Okay, it ain't pretty, but it's okay. Weapon advantage is his. And those pistols turned back by a smoke grenade in front of them.
But now they know that Body rotated over. It's interesting, actually, because Story's going long. Whoa, does he slow it down or not? No, he doesn't. What the heck?
Exorcist ain't having the best map, so...
Oh, he took some there. And...
That Aug's, okay, he gets there. That thing's covered in molasses.
Oh, he
no,
missed
not again. Maka to the deagle. You know what happened last time? And Exorcist has been underperforming. Muterus tries to push out, but there we go. Fast on the flank. Body's bailing people out, whether that's an assist over towards the B site to get them back over on A, or whether that's trying to pick up the responsibility of both ramp and the mid doors. Body is playing a crucial role as the newest piece of this 3D Max equation. He is all over this second half, now trailing by 2 rounds to force overtime.
You see how important a spot is, man, right? Like the one round they lose is because he makes a positional error, just the one thing, but he's got so much responsibility. He's got to be the mid B fill. In this round, he has to be the B fill. In that previous round, they have to defend A with him in the right spot. And I think still, though, the one really massive gap here is Cat. There's been absolutely no pressure from 3D Max. I'm surprised they haven't used this at all. This might be one of the rounds that they do. But from the games that we see from 3D Max on Dust 2, it's usually a lot more aggressive than this. But this style is working out. There are some close situations. There are retakes that cannot be closed, post plans that can't be closed from Saw. So for 3D Max, they can be upset about how the first half went, the fact that they let 12 go already. But so far, so good. One big opening from Story, though, and then... Whoa, that's the opening from Story.
And Lucky pushing an op up middle.
But they got to be waiting for this aggressive
This is
move.
a crazy move. 3D Max, and you're sending Gravity in, who's been struggling. It's a slow reaction, though, from Roman.
Very slow, yeah.
And Lucky's right there. That'll catch you off guard. But we've seen this happen once and twice before. SHR is inside B site. They spotted him.
Did they see him?
Yes, for sure.
No, wait.
For sure.
Oh, okay.
For sure.
Wait, no,
right?
they didn't. They didn't see him.
Oh, my God. Now they still don't.
Oh, my God. SHR doesn't check. All right.
Now's where you drop the tabarnak.
All right.
This guy's standing on plat. That could have been the moment. How do they not see him cross? I thought for certain, but I guess he just slips the net.
I think it's because they kind of turned from their own flash, too.
Okay. Yeah, we don't get to see it from their POV precisely.
Wait a second. That's a free shot.
Why are we just walking through?
I don't know. Round's not
4
over.
versus 2.
That was
40 seconds.
Really silly. But
Mutiris.
as long as Mutiris doesn't get this kill, it's all good.
And so he'll be stopped right there. Bomb dropped downwards. Agile has to go to the tunnels play. And this game, believe your eyes, has gone the full regulation.
Yeah.
Oh my God. 5 rounds straight. When they lost that second pistol and it got converted by Saw, you thought it was done and dusted. But dust is never done. Agile just wants to hold on to the AWP. This was a 4 versus 5 for 3D Max, but honestly, that aggressive mid stance with Gravity and the lucky op.
Okay.
What?
It's just a jeopardy of dying after time, but body slowed down. It wouldn't matter so much for 3D Max, but he has to stay alive. Okay.
And he's got it.
Up goes forward to Story again. They blundered this one by not stopping the mid push when they were holding for it.
Dude.
So Gravity got his. But that was a 45 situation. So 3D Max getting into a lot of scary spots, but still surviving each and every one of them. Post plant's not so easy here for Saw on Dust 2. But any round can be the last. And again, it was the first time that they decided to go for anything aggressive in through mid, which we're used to seeing a lot more of.
If there is a weakness out here on this map, it could always be that solo play from Exercise on long.
It's a weird map actually right now because there's 2 players in mid. Oh, nice
Rain
nade.
grenade damage. Bit of pressure up the catwalk. You hear that Molotov pop if you're the defense, but nobody really biting on it just yet. Body and Gravity keeping that 2-man. Okay, Maka in the pit.
Both heard. And this is going to speed up their cat play.
Body versus Mutiris. The climb up could be caught out. Body's dropping smokes down. Mutiris trying to slide past this.
And he knows that there's no one on the ramp.
Oh, and SHR comes over to catch Body. Now there's no resistance.
What? They get into CT spawn?
I mean, what is happening? They still could extend. You know that the long push has happened. You could still just plant for catwalk.
Yeah, just plant for catwalk. Don't take this fight.
Dude, this is how it's going to come down to, huh?
But they aren't expanding towards cat right now. They're expanding towards long. But this bomb is planted for this position. If Roman dies in this spot, the retake is on. They need to go help him.
And Exercise sitting and waiting. Lucky, a sitting duck. Roman inside of the smoke. Does he try to let them pass? What? He tries to push through. It's an easy kill for the first side. Opera approaching from long. Catwalk starting to get unraveled. SHR's got limited timing on this cover. Bomb is ticking. Fighting tooth and nail. 3D Max on the brink of OT. And it's just that MAC-10 that decided to dive into CT spawn. It's a post plant that will come back to haunt you.
That's a terrible post plant. Oh my gosh.
God damn.
That's just like Dust 2 fundamentals right there. They have the bomb planted for cat. Roman's pushing through a smoke on. They have a kill in CT spawn, and they still lose because they don't go and reinforce the place they planted for. Guys. Not gonna lie, it doesn't get more obvious than that.
SHR opts to hide on sight box. Just that. Just stood there. And Roman tries to push through a smoke. Completely untradeable position.
But like, why? You're playing Gandalf, and you want that guy to defend against Cat? You saw what happened right there.
Someone's got to win. Nice opening here for Maka. He's been finding his impact with the CT op, and we'll see Saw try to divert with a couple pieces of utility down in middle. That bomb goes upper tunnels. And they're gonna peek behind it. CT's trying to contest. Not just letting it be empty space, and a smoke greets them at the exit of tunnels as well. Roman sticking around, cautious for that long flank, but it doesn't look like anything's gonna happen because it's Maka holding it with an op instead this round. Of course, double ops, a feature of 3D Max's first overtime CT round. And down goes their last B smoke. Roman giving himself some wiggle room. Op
It's actually going to drop now, but
yes, sir. Boost over top of it. Now it's going to have to be Gravity. A bit of damage lineup. Wide swing, though, gets him off it. That's the bomb to be going down. Body popped. Roman slips off the catwalk into the perfect position. Now he won't be able to maintain it. It's a good trade from XRCs at least.
Will this be the first post plant that Saw will win?
Jesus Christ. Story versus Maka on the tunnel op duel. Straight up op v op, flash over top, shoot him down, and XRCs comes in through window dead. Saw find their approach, that Story boosted over smoke, killing the first opper and compromising that B defense.
Yeah, another flash that does nothing here.
How about that maul?
That's the first T round they win on this comeback. It's this one. And it's still a good attack. You can give him that much.
This was cool.
Roman has found out that
cool.
he can get into CT spawn in a lot of these setups.
I think it's the fact he misses the Molotov and then also his first jump up onto plat.
Yeah, it does kind of make it.
Ooh, fast one out long. Agile. Drop by body.
Oh, Maka. Man, Story misses these chances a lot less, you know? Okay.
Roman trying to get into CT this time, caught out by Gravity. Will they realize that's generally your dedicated B play? He's got time to come over. Maka looks to come and reinforce. Story versus Gravity in mid. Better be careful, kid. That rotating smoke. But a very peeled apart moment here for Saw. Again, struggling on the T side in their gun rounds, so to start overtime with 1 is good. But a 3v5 if they're going to want to double down.
Well, for now, it looks like A is the correct spot to go. Gravity coming back over. Can't assume there's going to be a CT drop on this round. Exorcist on the ramp.
Gravity half health down below, pops up, good trade frag. And then Long actually goes the way of Saw. Can't forget about Long.
And they can plant for Long as well.
Story puts it down, Gravity creeps up into the corner. He's gonna get, oof, not cleared yet, but Lucky's contact's been found out. All 3 players know. But the utility pressure's big. Luteris traded. Lucky over top with the double clear to get them down and to give the instant response to 3D Max.
Yeah. Another successful retake. Even if it's just an instant one, they've been good in these spots. They don't get too nervous. It's a close call for Saw, but now going 1-1 in overtime, based on what we saw in regulation. Whoever wins this next round should be in a great spot to just close this out.
They let go of the double op, 3D Max. Responsibilities on Maka with some early mid play. We've seen the aggressive push up towards top mid, and we're going to get another look at it. But this time there are more bodies ready. Story, careful. Op and bomb on his back. Oh my God, SHR just walks out. I mean, you see the opper fall back because they're worried about mid play, and then he pulls a nade out and runs into the same angle.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just this disjointedness that I guess you can come to expect from a team that is literally in transition roster-wise. And Agile is on a site. He's going to attack Lucky on the fallback.
What the?
Wasted not a moment to get up Long and into the mix. The bomb is still afforded across. What a recovery
and this one
is.
And this one, Connor. This is the hardest retake we're going to see from 3D Max. And we have seen Saw blow these positions. This could be the game for Saw if they play their cards right.
Mutiris is tunnels. He is tunnels, and he is still waiting tunnels.
Yeah.
And with all 3 CTs coming at this site, it's going to have to be Story and Agile to do it. The car player pops up. Beautiful spray to end this. And that's a huge round for Agile, going 3 kills deep. I mean, he's so fast as that mid-fight comes up. He finds the opening.
3D Max are going to have to change the game here. They can normally have a way better first half. They switch over to T side now. They're supposed to be the better team here on Dust 2.
3v5.
They somehow lose this spot, which is ridiculous. But it's just as ridiculous to see Agile find that opening.
3v5 recovery after the 3D Max top mid aggression.
This has to be Maka turning it up. There it is.
I feel like there's been a lot of op dueling going down this map.
It's, yeah, Dust 2, baby.
Maka was more prominent on the CT side at first. Nice to see him open it up in overtime.
SHR has been a welcome hybrid. But it's, you know, first thought for 3D Max, gotta be like, all right, how do we get to the B site, right? Because that was definitely where SAW had their weakest setups. Right now, solo player there. Full split's about to come in, and SAW are leaning entirely towards A. This full long control setup, they're not even in the B site. This is already round over. All right, well.
Knock, knock. Nobody there.
It's like, why are they going to our weaker site?
Agile hoping somebody comes at him. There's really not much he can do here alone.
All right, good luck with this long control setup. This is an OT round, Connor. What is this setup?
Yeah, I don't know. I am but on a journey in this matchup. Keeping an open mind. And enjoying the struggles, really, of both these teams, you know?
Yeah.
But, hey, that's the thing. We got a lot of playoff spots to go around. Beauty of this bracket, 8 teams in playoffs with stage games to play. SHR on the brink of getting 30 kills, but sent packing at least here in this one. Tied game again, 14 rounds all.
Yeah, that's a setup you'd use maybe in regulation when you're worried about the economy, and you still can be. Ironically, you lose your op anyway. But saving an OT is like, you know, you might do that in the second round of an OT.
Right.
Because the third round you could be broke. But in this one, it's just funny for a few reasons. Number one, it's the B site that was a problem in the first half. Number two, you have 4 alive. You know, you're going for a heavy lean with 4 alive.
Stark contrast to some of the moves we'd seen 3D Max defense offer. Very little pressure applied here from SAW. There's a bit of disruptive utility coming down at the minute mark, but it is still total mid-control foregone to 3D Max's favor. Materis sitting in his spawn. Can be a real rascal when they try to come out for mid-control, but at the moment, obviously, Catwalk's looking prime for the taking. And there's no element of surprise about this story. Chance to just strike him down. T's put a smoke on the corner. Everybody grouping up behind it, but again, not masking the audio of the approach. This is their T-smoke on that edge, fully blocking them at 25 seconds. Story awaits them and gets blinded at the last second. So Lucky deals with the Opera's vision. Agile comes in big with a kill, and as they push up from CT spawn, Maka's gonna jump back into the catwalk hold. Gravity trying to peek in, but still 3 players stand. And then Agile's able to burn Maka out from beneath the stairs. SHR's coming up. The long player's been found out. Gravity's trying to make the difference. Somebody's taking 15. Pressure from jumping M4. No. You're kidding. SAW take 15 first.
Oh my God. Honestly, he had every right to jump with a teammate along and Cat. Sure, and they're that close. You're going to get some damage in. Oh, crazy that it distills to that moment. Thank goodness that wasn't the last round of the game. But wow. Dead Namali on Cat. This retake gets messy, but because Saw put pressure on Cat and Long at the same time, there is no place to relax here. And that right there is Saw with a chance to qualify to the arena.
Again, they missed 2 chances back in regulation. This time, a singular moment to do it. To dispatch of FlyQuest, to dispatch of Complexity.
And this is, okay, so I think the key to victory last time was, let's see, look at where Story is. If he's playing over towards the B site. So if, yeah, a 2-1-2, key to victory is them leaning towards B, because that's most likely where 3D Max are going to try to take the edge. And if their rifler is rotating through middle, they don't really get caught off guard as much. 3D Max will have to do some digging here to find out what the best spot is to go.
Oh, nice grenade.
Good early round here for Saw. I think the setup makes a lot of sense. And they're trying to draw this mid B rotation here. But honestly, Saw aren't biting on it. The thing is that you've still got an upper tunnels player.
Sending flashes out to middle, 3 flashbangs between the 2 sides. Another wave of smoke comes down. 3D Max going to play with the final 30 seconds of overtime.
It is going to be the B site.
Last 30 seconds.
Story's had a hell of a game, but now there's max pressure on him.
SHR comes down. It's a good bit of damage on the players who approach this B site. Can it lock it down? Agile's been huge in overtime, and he's going to deliver again. No way. 2 kills out, and it all falls on Maka. Saw with a dead roster. FlyQuest, Complexity, and 3D Max. And in the final event, as SHR holds this Saw jersey, they are going to go to playoffs. It ain't pretty, folks, but it's enough. And it's one that dispatches of a 3D Max who have tried to show us upticks in performance. Not just a 3-mapper, but 2-0 with Dust 2 in their back pockets.
And I'm just going to throw it right on out there. You could not have saw that coming. Ain't that right, Jacob?
Yeah, you're right, Trace. You're right. Yeah. You're right. I think Connor summarized it pretty good right there. It ain't pretty, but it was enough for Saw, and we got to give credit to them. You know, coming into this tournament, no one had any expectations to them whatsoever. They didn't go 0-2, and everyone is ready to write them off. We think they're going to lose to FlyQuest. Okay, they get that surprise win yesterday. I think we were joking a little bit. Maybe Complexity can find a way to lose against Saw, and they did 2-0.
Yes, they definitely did. Yeah.
And then today they go in against one of the most, at least according to me, underrated teams at this tournament. A team like 3D Max, who have been very competitive in pretty much every single game they played so far in 2025, and they win 2-0 here as well. Maybe it's not pretty, but it's effective, and it's hella impressive that they somehow, some way managed to get it done, Dust.
You know, this map reminded me a lot of Sloppy Joe Day at the high school cafeteria.
No, okay. Yeah, but I just want to make sure that everyone knows what a Sloppy Joe is, first of all.
Yeah. I'm going to kind of explain it in here. So, you know, it's a sandwich with just kind of a big pot of ground meat. You knew the meat wasn't going to be very good. It's not going to have much nutritional value. It's always going to be very messy because it's just a big pile of saucy meat and a sandwich bun, right? But you knew it was going to fill you up enough to get you to your next meal. You might regret it later, but at least you consumed it and it got you through your day. And this game did get us through a portion of this day before we could watch some other Counter-Strike later.
Well, speaking of our daily bread, Dust, I think I'll put into a much simpler term for perhaps those that don't eat Sloppy Joes. Now imagine Jacob and I, both blindfolded, hitting the same piñata over and over and over again until we just hit each other a couple times, but then eventually you break the piñata, you get the candy, and now the candy being the playoff for Saul.
That was better. That was way better than what I did.
I think that's a pretty decent way to summarize it. Again, looking at the context of the game and how they came into the tournament, I think Saw should be proud of what they've been able to do here. Story, you know, again, another great game, this time backed up by HSR, who was super aggressive on the CT side, running in towards lower dark, you know, making life tough, especially for Maka, who never really got the job done over on the side of 3D Max. And then, you know, I think the big story obviously is Saw qualifying for the playoff. Again, expectations of them coming into the playoff non-existent, especially considering they're going to go up against one of the better teams that went 3-0 or 3-1 in this portion of the tournament. But for 3D Max to not win this game, to not book a spot at the playoff, to not get this done, that rubs me the wrong way. You know, I finally buy into the project. I finally buy into me having underestimated them a little bit, to the community maybe having underestimated them a little bit. But if you cannot win a game like this when the pressure is on, then you don't deserve to be rated. You don't deserve to get that backing. And honestly, this is a massive loss for 3D Max. It's a massive wasted opportunity. It's like they did all the hard work. They were running the marathon, and then 1 kilometer before they crossed the finish line, they decided to quit. And you know, in all honesty, that's not good enough.
Yeah, that's definitely a very damning result here for 3D Max. And I look over at the Saw side of things, though, and give credit where credit's due. Story has been on point with the AWP this tournament. He was definitely kind of like the third star of the team back in the day, you know, with Earjerks and Aerodose kind of being the front runners of the team with the rifles, but he was always that third kind of pocket player, and he's really kind of stepped up and delivered in some high-stakes situations. And the other thing that I have to say is this, is that, look, SHR came onto the team as the Earjerks replacement. He was an attempt to bring in another young, aggressive rifler to give them some firepower, try to get them back up to speed after losing, you know, what they had lost in the middle of the year. And at first, he very much struggled, and that's a lot of the reason why Saul came into this tournament with the decision already made that they were going to restructure this roster with international players heading forward. But SHR is playing some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen him play since he joined this team just in these last couple of hours. Like, it's actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, a lot of impressive stuff over here if you think about what Saw has had to endure, what is a trial, and then the tribulation, and then now on to the playoffs. But there is a gentleman that's going to be joining us. He's no stranger to the playoffs. In fact, you could go as far as say former Fnatic, former Cloud9. He's won Malmo in 2019, Kato in 18. And most importantly, God has sent him to Saw. He goes by the name of Golden. He's going to be joining us. He is the coach over there for Saw. And what was a day in the office? Congratulations, Mr. Golden.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, guys.
Yeah, hi. Okay, so right out of the gate, bud, you guys show up for Cluj-Napoca, and the news has already dropped, right? So there's a roster change. We kind of give it this whole dead team, but that's not what happened today. So tell us what's going on over there.
Well, the changes are going to be made. We came in here, you know, it was rough the first days, as you can see how we played. But me and the staff behind, we're trying to have a good environment for everyone to expel in what they do good. It's not an easy task, but I think the players are understanding it. SHR and Roman, they have accepted it. And you can see how good we are playing as well without any pressure or whatnot. I feel like that is out of the window. And they're being very professional about it. And it kind of breaks my heart that they had to go through this. But some decisions had to be made, kind of.
Golden, it's obviously mad impressive that you managed to qualify for the playoff with what essentially, as you said, is a dead team as well. I'm curious, and I guess the people at home would be curious as well, in terms of how you prepare for the games and how you set yourself up. Are you going through the same motions in terms of, you know, anti-stratting your opponents and making sure you have a game plan ready for each game? Or are you taking it a little bit more loosely, considering that you are playing with no pressure?
Yeah, that is something we had to discuss. We're doing a mix of both.
Okay.
But obviously we are trying to get some idea, anti-strat them, and I have a game plan basically. And a lot of credit goes to Materis.
So obviously you started out this tournament 0-2, you know, losing your first 4 maps, and some of them were a little bit close, but, you know, ultimately you found yourself, you know, behind the 8 ball there. But now you've marched it back, 3 best-of-3s in a row. What do you think was the big shift that took place between those first 2 matches and these last 3 to propel you into the playoffs?
We just need a win. I mean, if you look online, we keep losing. We went to Kato, we lost. We didn't win matches, and it made it so that our confidence was down the drain. now we get some wins behind us. We're feeling like you have said, that team, but the atmosphere and the team play is still kind of there. Like we're still doing that, but now with no pressure, and it feels like we're just playing good CS at times. But obviously, you can see we are struggling a bit at the late rounds when we need to close the match. But we have the resilience. Yesterday we made a huge comeback, and today we got it with us. If we didn't make the comeback yesterday, we might lose in overtime today on Dust 2. So I feel like the team itself is working as a team.
Cool. All right. I just want to make sure. Sometimes they've got big questions for you, man. Hey, Golden, I think one of the bigger questions, and, just hear me out for a second, all right? Let's assume that you guys win all of PGL Cluj-Napoca. Do you just make like a 7-man rotation, or like what would happen in this moment? I'm just, humor me.
We might just do an EG. We have like 3 rosters.
Yeah, that's absurd. Anything you want to say, though? We get you guys out of here?
No, just thank you. Thanks for letting us be here, kind of. I don't know what to say.
You did good, Golden. Hey, thank you very much, Golden.
Thank you. Bye.
Well done.
Yeah, and got to be a sigh of relief right there, too, on the side of Golden. Like, you've come here and you've done basically what you weren't supposed to in the first place. You start as O2, like you're talking about, Dust. You take losses to FaZe and Astralis, both O2. And now you're going to the playoffs.
Yeah, let's give it perspective. For Saw, obviously, heading into the playoff, again, they're coming in with the expectations to lose. Even themselves, if you were to ask them, I think already making the playoff, that is a massive, surprise for pretty much anyone involved in PGL Cluj-Napoca. But it also helps them in the VS standing, replacing players, you're going to lose points, etc., etc. Getting this win, securing the prize money, securing the points for beating 3D Max, who's quite high in the VIS ranking as well. We saw the graph heading into the matchup. It's a massive win for Saw, and it's going to stabilize them in the VIS standings despite making these roster changes. So you cannot underestimate how important it is for Saw themselves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, they are investing in their future with the points that they are accumulating at this tournament. I mean, they probably had it in their minds that they probably weren't going to get a lot of value out this tournament, and they were going to slide down their rankings. They're going to have to battle their way back up with their new roster in that transition phase. But now they've made it to where it's going to be slightly less of a worry to climb. Like, you're already going to be in a better position than you anticipated being once you come out of this event, no matter what happens from this point going forward. So, yeah, it is actually very admirable that these guys who know that they're on their way out still have a lot of pride. Obviously, they're probably trying to show themselves off individually to show they're still capable of a high level of play. And all the while, they're helping this team and this organization maintain position.
And just to be a bit more specific, it most likely does mean that they will be at a PGL Bucharest. They'll be at PGL Astana. They'll be at these tournaments where not every single top team are going to show up. So, as you said, you can keep farming points, and you can even show with the new roster that this wasn't a fluke. So, for Saw to get this win, massive. For 3D Max to get this L, it's a fumble and a half, to be completely honest. It is such a devastating way to end what could have been a great tournament for them.
And I think I love when you say it like that. Get this L. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I don't think that we need any more L's for this moment, but there's certainly going to be one dished out. We do have another series coming your way, the last 2-2 matchup here, and the last team that we're going to be sending on into the PGL Cluj-Napoca playoffs. We're looking at MOUZ, and we're looking at VP when we come back after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Virtus.pro Flamus is taken to the stage to play Guess the price. We're going to test your CS knowledge of prices of the weapons and see how many you can get correct in just 60 seconds. How you feeling, dude? You ready?
Yes, I'm fully ready.
He's fully ready. He's
Fully
getting warmed
ready.
up. I like how he's moved forward. He got himself in the position.
I'm ready.
Warmed up and ready. This is what I like to see. All right, let's get started. 60 seconds, as many as you can get right. You got to give me the price, and it'll start with M249.
50 to 50.
Oh, 5200, so close. CZ.
500.
Yes. Negev.
2000.
No, 1700. R8.
Bet. 8.
6.
Unlucky.
SG553.
3.
Yes. Mag 7.
1-8.
1-3. Nova.
150. 150.
Yes, correct. P90.
2350.
Yes. Scar.
5.
Yes. MP7.
1700.
No, 1-5. Sornoff.
12.
11.
Nice.
Famas.
2050.
No, it's changed. 1950. Zeus.
2.
Yes. Bison.
1400.
Yes. XM.
2.
Yes. UMP.
12.
Yes. SG1.
5.
Yes, yes.
Nice, good. I'm actually tilted.
You were speed running it. You were doing very good.
Yeah, no, I mean, since if I don't know, I didn't want to spend time.
Yeah, smart man. That's what I like to see. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, a fun game, but I'm disappointed in myself.
You're a true competitor, fam. I was disappointed even though you did pretty good. Thank you very much for playing and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Not a whole lot to be disappointed about there, but I can assure you that I have seen other people, other players do infinitely worse in the quiz. So, you know, we'll leave that one shelved for now. We do have that last 2-2 game here. That would be the last game of the PGL Cluj-Napoca group stages. MOUZ versus VP. Two precarious names when you think about had to go all the way to the end of the run. When you think about brands. Now, when we think about players in the server, perhaps it's a little bit different given the situations we have on both sides.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that we had two teams who came into this tournament with the clear expectation of making the playoff, and one of them will be disappointed after today. There can only be one winner, and there can definitely only be one loser. Well, sometimes you see two losers. Anyway,
I see two right now.
Well, there we go. I think for MOUZ, it's been a weird tournament. They started off well, you know, going 2-0. Sure. It looked somewhat okay, but once they were tested against some of the better teams, we've seen some flaws, both on the CT sides and on the T sides, and that's my issue with MOUZ. It's been very inconsistent. It hasn't been like we can pinpoint, okay, T sides look a little bit rough. Brolan as an in-game leader, it's been both the T sides and then occasionally the CT sides as well. Whereas for VP, Dust, I don't know how you feel about him, but Katowice gave me hope. This tournament so far haven't given me much.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation where both teams are in a similar boat in which they are dealing with the transition of a new in-game leader. Obviously, at least Electronic had some history of in-game leading in the past. Brolan really had little to none that I'm aware of. Wasn't even really known as a very vocal second voice, I don't think, but he was kind of the obvious option within the team to do it because you didn't want the rookies from the academy team or more of the star players to have to worry about fulfilling that role. But the difference is they're coming from different positions. You know, MOUZ Sports has a pedigree of being a top 5 team in the world on a consistent basis, even able to win tournaments at times. You know, make it deep runs in the stadiums. But now, yes, they brought in Spinks, who's a hot piece of firepower. But I think what you've seen throughout this situation, Jacob, is that, you know, at first they breezed through some of the lower teams, but now that they're facing some of the better teams, that's where that mid-round decision making is starting to catch up with them.
Yeah, I think we saw the graphic right here as well just before the MOUZ lineup. You know, they're all pretty even. There's not one player popping off. There's not one player having a rough tournament. Obviously, Brolan has taken a bit of a dip in productivity on the server, but the rest of the players, all 4 of them, are showing up without, you know, exceeding expectations, without being the player that is making the big difference. So overall, MOUZ haven't been bad so far. It just hasn't clicked fully yet, which, as you said, in a transition period, we can't really expect that either.
And, you know, just as a testament to there, MOUZ lost both the FaZe and Falcons on Ancient Mirage, and we're talking about 2 CT rounds versus the Falcons on Ancient. You know, there are some troublesome, some worrisome signs in there, but also Jimmy and Spinks tag teaming for a +1 rating on the CT side. Maybe that sort of equates itself out.
It's an interesting one because, like, when you're looking at an Ancient, which could come up in this very, very easily, is, you know, it's a new map for Spinks individually. He never played that on Vitality, so it's a very much new experience for him, a new experience for Brawl as an IGL, obviously. And as Jacob was kind of indicating, we couldn't find a constant reason why they were struggling. Like, they struggled on both sides of the map at times. You know, there were times when they were playing against FaZe where I would see them in the mid-round really just kind of panic and, like, you know, kind of forget about areas of the map and just kind of stack up together and try to force plays, you know, in mid to late round situations that just weren't optimal. But we've also seen sometimes with the CT side where someone like Spinks looks a little bit lost in the B anchor role and what he should be doing. Should he be playing for retakes? Should he be trying to be aggressive and hold the site? And sometimes that really makes them inefficient on handling those situations, particularly on that side of the map.
I think one of the things that made MOUZ struggle on their T sides against FaZe was that FaZe were willing to pressure them, you know, and disrupt the way they're playing. So that's something I hope VP is going to be, you know, having enough courage to do as well. You got to go out there and disrupt them. You can see as well, two teams, according to the VIS, very close to each other. It's currently 9th and 10th. So a decent amount of points up for grabs for both these lineups. Again, you want to get as many points as possible. You want to book a spot at the playoff for a chance to get even more points, even more prize money. It's a big game for both of these lineups because you want to make sure you get in there. As you can see, you're guaranteed $62,000 if you were to win this game. So for both of them, a lot of pressure. Now, to revert back to what I was talking about before, I want VP to show the courage that they can go out there and be disruptive, because one of the ways you beat MOUZ right now is making sure that the plan A is not working. And I like to use this example for people at home. You're new, you're in a transition period, you're setting everything up to work plan A, but once you're being forced in the middle of a game to use your plan B or invent a plan C in the middle of everything, that's when things get a little bit dicey.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Yeah, we get the vetoes up here.
Anubis should be next.
But let's start around that Ancient conversation, because I feel like that comes out of the gate no matter what. How do you go about rectifying only having 2 CT rounds in the first half?
That's a tough one. Again, I think it really comes down to the adjustment on the B side of the map. I think it's coming down to either realizing that Spinks needs to either be kind of playing more passively and playing more for retake, and the emphasis should be more on like Xerxion's aggression at middle with Jimmy, you know, Brolin being able to push out the B cave and alleviating a little bit of the pressure off of Spinks inside the B site, or Spinks maybe doubling up in cave, you know, just trying different setups, you know, trying to be a little bit more diverse and just get him a little bit more embedded and comfortable. I think is going to be a big part of it. And really that's the interesting thing, is that the in-game leaders, they're both new and they're both playing that B side of the map on both sides. And so I think that's going to be like a really key battle, not only just straight up dueling, but also kind of calling in those mid-round situations and figuring out how to handle the chaos.
Yeah, the thing is, both of these teams right now are kind of sharing the same map pool. We've seen BIG play Inferno an awful lot as well this tournament. We've seen Ancient obviously being played by both teams. I know people at home would think that VP have done a punish pick towards MOUZ, but let me remind you, you know, for the vast majority of the history of this MOUZ lineup, they've always loved to play Ancient. Jimfat, arguably the best anchor over towards the left side of the map. You see him often by himself. He's so good in that position, so good at being kept to himself, always good for 2. Torsi is an AWP that can roam around. Spinks, also a very strong player to the right side of the map. So there's a lot of strengths towards the CT side that I'm almost willing to say that what we saw against Falcons, at least to my understanding, should be more of a one-off than the norm for MOUZ.
So Dust, for the VP side, right? We actually kind of spoke about this yesterday as to the firepower they've historically had, what they were able to accomplish underneath different leaderships, but it seems a lot of those components are still in place.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Flit1 kind of being still one of the mainstays as an aggressor on this map on both sides, particularly towards the B side, looking to try to get control of cave, looking to try to set up the B executes, also looking to try to help out defensively there as well. And I think really the other big thing is like Flamus versus Xerxion is also going to be huge. I mean, they're playing middle, both defensively and on the attacking side. You have Xerxion, who's a much more experienced player, much more tenured player. He's very comfortable in this lane. Whereas Flamus, you know, he's just made a step up to this level of competition, you know, trying to embed himself, you know, from an international team into a team now like VP, communicating a different language, you know, all these different things that go with that. And I think that those are going to be very key, because we know how important mid aggression is on this map, or taking mid control as a T if you can get it. That gives you so much value. And so I think that those clashes between those two players is going to be big.
So guys, here's the question. Here's the question at hand, and you can take some time with this, but not a whole lot, because there is a game to be played.
Sure.
How does this series play out?
I feel like this game has 2-1 written all over it for either team. I don't think neither of the two teams are consistent nor good enough or have stabilized enough in order to be a team that can win 2-0. That being said, you know, I feel like this tournament has also shown us that whenever we have certain expectations, it has been a little bit random. I do feel MOUZ have shown me more at this tournament than VP, and I feel VP shown me more at Katowice, so it kind of depends on which one of the two that shows up. I believe in the individual quality in the MOUZ camp right now. I believe in Spinks. I believe in Exertion for that matter as well. I believe in Jimfat. I think those 3 players in itself are a quality at a level that I don't think VP has to offer right now. So I would side with the MOUZ with being very open to the fact that it can go either way.
For me, I feel like the firepower on MOUZ Sports is slightly more dangerous if they're playing at their peak. You know, again, I think Xerxion's a more tenured player.
It's more relevant today, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So, but it's just about who shows up on the day. And I think, again, both teams thus far have shown me struggles in the mid-round situations, in the mid-shot calling. Because here's the thing. Even if you're a new IGL, you're not divorced with your early round protocols that you've had in the past. You still have that. It's more about trying to figure out how do you deal with those mid-round moments.
Yeah, we're going to have to sit back and watch for some of these mid-round moments, or better yet, let the storytellers tell us what it's all about. How about some more Juicy J, Launders?
How about that, Launders?
Oh, I got a line, but I don't know if I can say it, man.
Keep it tight lips.
You know, Juicy J can't. I just give a lot of words there. Juicy J can't.
Virtus.pro can? Maybe today's their day. We'll find out. But as Torzy's going to tap away the 2 players that first face from Donut, we've got the bounce back from the Virtus.pro camp. 3 players up as that bomb's going to be going down from the electronic plant. Ooh, it looked like Torzy, who I think has been like, you know, shining at times. We saw that phenomenal first half out of him in their opening endeavor here at PGL Cluj-Napoca. But, yeah. Unfortunately for him, his teammates die with nothing. Jimpad, Xerxion, you've let him down. But it's all temporary. Spinks fast in from mid. Ooh, if only. Because then Brolin would have had a chance to clear out sight, and maybe the defuse comes out. Instead, it's a Virtus.pro pistol round win to kick off the Ancient T-side.
I guess this will be a brave time to say this. So I think that MOUZ win this game 2-0. Even though they lose this pistol here, I think that they could get away crushing on CT sides. The player quality, I think, is there. You know, of all the teams here, we do see like moments where teams clearly look very tier 2, and I think MOUZ don't. They individually are all tier 1. They make extremely good moves, and I think they could win on CT sides alone, even if their T sides struggle a bit. And I think they'll get more T rounds versus teams like Virtus.pro than they would versus like what we saw in the game versus FaZe. Yeah.
You say that you've seen teams kind of look tier 2 at times. Do you think you've seen that from Virtus.pro?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, they're Inferno for sure. I think mid-round moments, the Mirage game with Icy and how they controlled mid or lacked control of mid really showed they're missing a lot of protocols. They don't have the good enough either ideas or execution to really convince me, I think, that they could be a team like FaZe on these maps. So, yes, I think they do look tier 2 in a lot of rounds.
Surely not this one, though. Fame gonna find a pack of players crawling down middle. Ooh, look at them all. All 5 of them chasing Fame. They want that Galil. He knows they're coming for him. And he will hide back in his spawn. 1 Galil down. Spinks P250 in hand. That could have gotten a little sketchy if not for Icy finding it. All's good, yeah? Oh, where'd it go? See, this is the thing. You can't find it. I saw it. It's next to the dead body. It's right next to the dead... Right? Nope, to your left. Yep, there you go.
And it isn't that Virtus.pro can't play well, because they can, but they just don't have a deep map pool. Also, Torzy's been on pretty excellent form so far this event. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. On Ancient specifically. Seen some great stuff from him, but we'll give it a little more time before that gets going. 3 casualties for Virtus.pro to deal with on the pistol conversion. Majority Mac 10s. It's not the end of the world. The Kevlar racks up the price tag, but still. 2 Galils, Fame, and Electronic holding those bad boys as the M4s come out for the first time on this MOUZ CT half.
I think the main place we'll see the difference here on Ancient is mid-control. MOUZ are going to relentlessly fight for it, and Virtus.pro will have to have some tricks to win this.
You know, the desk very aptly put it, right? We've seen struggles from MOUZ in different looks throughout different matches. Sometimes it's the T side, sometimes it's the defense, and one of the big ones was obviously versus FaZe. Their T side on Ancient got completely denied. starting off, and the defense could help, as you alluded to, strong enough to win the map alone, maybe.
Yeah, like this is a moment where Virtus.pro didn't do enough here in mid. No late window smoke and donut smoke means that MOUZ have the right information to have the setup. This position from Torzi is key. He can stay on the signpost while his teammates in donut. And they have a big advantage in this fight. But it'll be 5v2 for a second. Let's see if Virtus.pro can frag their way out.
Torzi first, eats a bit of a flash, still pulls one off with him. And he's good to disengage. Nicely done. Able to get back. And what I love about Xerxia when it comes to being the rotate is he's so frisky with challenging this CT lane. Always willing to go in behind the sight boxes. And he even holds off for the flawless walkout through smoke. So that is even a bomb plant.
Yeah. They actually threw such a well-timed flash. And Virtus.pro have had some good flashes that they nearly got away with that signpost frag. But you can see that like it's such a minute difference between having that slightly deeper angle where, who was it? Torji got to get the first information as he pushed out, and getting blind and falling back to donut without his kill. What happened?
The dead body's toes were twitching.
Yummy.
Look at that. Sorry to derail your analysis of the defense.
If we do get a replay, you'll see that Torzi is just wide enough here that when the flash comes in, he gets information. And that both speaks to how good of a timing this is on the exec, but also the position that MOUZ opened themselves up to by having mid control 1 and having 2 players in donut.
Devil's in the details with that.
I think the key difference there would have been Virtus.pro before that A exec, just doing something in mid to pull Torzi a little bit out of position.
Yeah, you even highlighted it before they got into main. You said VP haven't done enough on mid, and sure enough, that comes back to bite them. This time they do get out elbow at least. That's going to have a kerneled MOUZ defense in donut. Still majority of the MOUZ squad here on B. Keeping eyes on Flit as he jumps around through cave, and it's 3, potentially 4 of the Virtus.pro players to walk out middle. Depends on whether Flit comes and joins them. And what's the route here? Towards Red Room? If so, then you're going to have Spinks and Xerxia kind of leaning back and waiting. Jimfat's going to put another smoke down on donut. They're kind of right on the brink of it. First smoke fades, and they are right there on the edge. Right there, prime for the taking. Icy jumps through, makes it awkward. It's going to be a fast double donut flank, but because we had that Jimpat smoke, obviously his teammates can't come through with vision right away. Low HP for 2 of the players on site. That Glock of Electronic, you'd think not long for this world. We'll see if Torji can fight his way out versus Fame. That's a pretty critical fight for Fame to pick up. And he's going to chuck a frag grenade out towards CT spawn. Negligible damage. Barely any health here for the majority of this post plant, and eventually you'd think that donut retake is going to have to come through as well. For the time being, Spinks able to get out Brokey. Oh, Brolin gets the team kill, not ideal.
Nice one here for Virtus.pro. This will have to be a save now for MOUZ as they peel back. They can hold on to stopping the exits and getting a lot of damage, but Icy even stays alive.
And Electronic's just going to lose a Glock of all things.
Oh, Brolin dies.
That's huge, actually.
Yeah,
Electronic getting the dink off causes all of MOUZ to fall.
Nice one, Mr. Dinkles.
Mr. Dinkles.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty great. I mean, Virtus.pro had to come through the donut smoke. Jimpat could have got 2 kills, but they were they bursted through together at the exact same time, had lots of eyes on it. And they did a good job about their approach after the bomb went down of expanding past Temple. And they didn't just run by to the first box. They really got the jiggle off.
That's what you call Markle off when he gets on the dance floor.
What's that guy doing?
Probably still playing CS. Hopefully.
Yeah, I hope so, yeah.
You know? Couple wingmans here and there.
It's one of the greats.
3-1 the start for Virtus.pro. Money's in a weird place here for MOUZ, but I'm sure they'll piece together something.
it's kind of the last thing that MOUZ, we see the setups are good, but one of the last things they have to be worried about and be prepared to defend against is the real-time action, because they can put the smoke down, but it's not a wall. So you know that they're going to be willing to try plays like this, and Jimpat was watching this pretty well.
Yeah, Icy actually just gets away with like 20 health.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's actually a big duel for Fame to win as well, holding back the first retake attempt out from Temple. Did it with the lesser weapon. Ooh, Xertion into the battle and already up with 2.
Oh, they thought, well, we've got the economic advantage this round. Mid should be free.
Uh-huh. You know, MOUZ kind of maybe doing Virtus.pro a favor last round by not pressing in as hard as they do this time. And that's the thing with Xertion. I think you can expect him on elbow or climb up in the vast majority of a CT side. For him to lean back last round allowed Virtus.pro to get a bit more footing before the round unraveled. Nowadays, it's going to be Xertion to go on an expedition here. A 1 HP quest for a 3K. Recovery attempt for Flit, perhaps. It's at least the weak point in that MP9 with no utility here for Brolin. Brolin's got 2 ahead of him now, and Easy does it. Confirms Icy's up in there. Oof, Icy doesn't hold the Molotov.
All right.
Still a good amount of damage, though. 2 players low. Xertion's also 1 bullet away from death. Is it winnable, though?
Not if they're going to go B.
Brolin and Spinks down to sub 30 health. Icy just wants to leave, and he'll be given that. That's, you know what's crazy is that was the full bar HP player on B.
Yeah, this is interesting because they do have a lead off now. I mean, MOUZ should know that this is open, but at this point, Icy has to run the whole way, and there's just no time to plant. So
I have to concede this one. 2 kills back in a otherwise 2 versus 5 scenario.
At least Virtus.pro are getting kills in a round like this. That starts off 3v5. Yeah, Virtus.pro can win a game like this. It's just going to take sort of a couple of the moments where they jump through the smokes, a couple of moments where they get a really good clutch. And they do have players that have all shown us that at one point or another. But I think it's really going to take them full strength. Because MOUZ, you know, few teams understand Ancient better than MOUZ.
Fast run out middle. Xertion blind turns and catches a flash to the face. The old Tech 9 drive-by from Fame. Free M4 scooped up, and suddenly Brolin looking to disengage from that forward cave corner. Torzi, what are you going to do about this? Re-clear middle once the smoke fades?
Yes, he does get full information. I think VP wanted to believe that they confidently won mid there, but MOUZ were happy to peek right after. So it's a repeat of a previous round, this time without a donut player here.
Leaning the wrong way, though.
Yeah, true.
So second guess from Torzi. He comes back towards red, but check it out. Jimpat even pushing off the site. Now not even on an angle to really stop, but he will still clear the pistol. It's rifles for 3 of the 4 up on Virtus.pro's side. Fame gonna get exposed, but still good for the kill and a second.
There we go.
That's the M4 picked up. Triple kill for Fame here in round 6. Brolin to get blasted out of the round by Flawless. And Spinks disregards any chance at getting in on that. So I think a momentary lapse in decision making where they kind of rock the boat over towards B instead.
Well, that's also, you know, because VP won mid. You know, that you cannot deny what's lost without mid control. If you don't have vision there, then you are going to be a slave to any little grenade, any little bit of pressure on the map. So, and again, one thing that's been good from Virtus.pro is their flashes. They get Xertion totally blind in mid. I think the one thing that would definitely level them up versus the mid control are those phase nades that we saw. Whenever a team wants to go aggressively in towards elbow, those double nades can stop the tempo. So damn, good start here for Virtus.pro.
Yes, indeed.
And they had to pick into MOUZ's ancient.
Yeah, that's a crazy one, but it's working out so far, and you've got MP9s across the board for MOUZ in the 7th round of play. There's some double elbow nades. Xerxin gonna try throwing himself forward. It's a double nade plus. A fast chuck of Xerxin into the gunfight.
Why do they keep pushing, man? Haven't we scared them yet?
No.
No, they will keep trying.
It's that youthful vigor of MOUZ. Never afraid of a fisticuffs. Triple B lean here for MOUZ still. Double inside of cave. Rolling. Little MP9 peek and a pullback with a smoke ahead of him. So trying to set up the rifle that's behind him in Spink. Still 2 smoke grenades remaining for MOUZ at the minute mark. If they're going to slow down anything else. Let's see what Virtus.pro's recovery could look out, because, I mean, there's so many grenades. See if they can elicit some kind of a rotate or an overstack, and sure enough, they're peeling that B defense off in towards mid instead, but...
They're wandering a bit, especially with the bomb leaned on the right side of the map at 40 seconds. They can go back to the A play that they want, but right now it's double donut, 2 ready to retake mid. These are going to be fast rotations to the A site.
God, that's a dangerous cross through mid, right?
They don't see anything, but look, they don't see anything and they move over to B.
Again?
Wow.
Leaning into B at the wrong time.
Yeah, yeah. Misreading this entirely.
Twice in a row. And now A site nearly vacant. Jimpat and Torji with MP9s up in Donut, but as I had mentioned, there's still so much utility for one of the 2 teams that Icy can go ahead and put that bomb down uncontested.
Oh, no smoke CT spawn.
Xerxin, he's going to try to make the most of that. He's got 2 players right behind him. He will start sprinting in. That's a hell of a shot from the one rifle out there on the field in MOUZ's hands. The MP9s try to swarm out now, cranking that dial. Fame is going for a wrap through CT. The bomb is planted on the corner. Spinks holds for that, and now that Molotov's come out too late, and it's not even at the right place. Torji's going to defuse this with no kit, and that's a bit of an embarrassing post plant for Virtus.pro. MOUZ make the most.
Ah, okay. Well, you see how critical one smoke can be. One in CT spawn, that would have made the difference, it looks like. But MOUZ, when they saw that didn't land, they said, let's go for it. MP9s jumped to the chase. And MOUZ pick up the unlikely win. Mid-round's working out in terms of picking the site with less players, though, here for Virtus.pro, so that's a good sign. But now their bank accounts have already dried up. They're worried about a full buy next round.
Here it is. Jimmy back to the top rope. And VP, ooh. Little to work with this time around. Smoked off by the doors, and MOUZ love a lane control. They've got a good understanding as to what VP look like at the moment.
Yeah, VP have no choice but to respect this. They can see through the smoke. They know what's on the other side. Electronics got the kit of utility to assist with this exec. Torzi up to the plate. Let's see about these flashes again, because Electronic has thrown some good ones.
Staring at that smoke, man. There's a whole pack behind it. Five players ready to go.
Fame's got those flashes now.
AK in the hands of Flit. First one's for free. Xerxin, easy. Pulls off 3 kills. Flit able to get in, but it's a little bit too late, unfortunately, for the Virtus.pro camp. Fame scoops up a rifle, has the bomb, but exposes his back over to Donut. And sure enough, MOUZ just throwing all the bodies where they need to be in time.
There's a lot of close kills right there. It actually came down to 2v1 in the end, even though MOUZ had him smoked at every single choke point. So Virtus.pro showing a lot of fight, but MOUZ tie up.
Keeping them on their toes with such a weak buy, I think, is just something still for Virtus.pro. We're seeing promise throughout this T side. And back to guns on both squads for round 9. Again, smokes down outside of B, but this time it's going to be Virtus.pro to just push right through it into the heat of that lane molly, and Brolin just sends bullets through the cave smoke. Why not? You know, it was no secret that VP were trying to run up, but Jimpat gets a little bit of extra damage in on top of the 5 versus 4 advantage. Flamus on the chase with the Galil. Could timing help out here? Torzy gonna get clipped ever so slightly. He's got a teammate to help him, Jimmy and Torzy, and that's gonna shut down Donut pretty swiftly. Drawn into the fight and finding nothing for it. Virtus.pro completely smothered here in the 9th round so that MOUZ go up 5-4.
Yeah, they kind of try to force the idea of mid, even though MOUZ won that first fight. Now, I'm not going to say it's easy to trick MOUZ. It isn't. They make this round look simple, but it's just they've got such great protocols. And, well, Brolin gets that kill through the smoke. If he doesn't, you know, maybe they could turn mid on its head, but timing spam is perfect. There are levels to this game.
I think that perfection's made easier, of course. Electronic just stomping his way up. From having to wait outside of the door smoke to trying to contend with Cave. It's nice to see Brolin obviously taking up this new position on Ancient, filling the in-game leadership roles of Shuhei, but also taking Shuhei's spot, specifically 1-for-1 on this map.
Yeah, it looks very threatening to have him and Spinks sharing a site. And as Dust mentioned, you know, Shuhei's built a system for them to use. Where they're going to suffer is the mid and late round calling. Some of the late round stuff they can do between 2 players, whoever's alive, and they've got smart players. But yeah, the mid round, that's where, you know, we saw that FaZe could outclass them. That's going to take some time for Brolin to get good at it. But, you know, essentially 2/3 of the round, still in a good place.
Electronic to pay the price there, pushing through with a pistol. There is a rifle in the middle of the pack for Flit. Coming through with another, you know, solo rifle buy. We've seen Virtus.pro try to use it. Now you've got a second rifle in Fame's hands.
They know VP are still here in mid.
Damn, Xertion never afraid to go for a fight.
Oh, just as VP pull back, though. They're trying to circle around Flit to get back to B. And there will be a jump up. Flit could get caught off guard. That's such good timing again for MOUZ, but this time MOUZ are actually worried if it's going to be the late 8 play because that's what they've been pulling off.
Xertion, though, with good timing to climb up. Oh, but he misses the confirmation.
He gets into B, though.
Yeah.
He's going to clear this out and not see anything, so there is that.
It's like, what if Brolin leaves because Xertion sees it, that it's theirs? There goes the flash over top. It's still 3 players on the ramp already. Off the flashbangs. Brolin catching Flamus as he jumps around. It's the rifles of Flit and Fame that are really supposed to do something here.
Icy's going back.
Bombs down in the corner, so that gets a little bit weird. There's an additional jump up player for MOUZ, so Xertion can just full focus on sight, and there's not even cover for Cave. Now it gets desperate. Xertion back through, an additional kill for Icy, sure enough, but that is good movements from MOUZ, and a good highlight of, again, if the question mark is around mid-round moments, it's nice to see that the constant pressure of Xertion this time, going back, clearing out middle, climbing up, there's no wasting of time in the middle of that round, and that is where we really have to keep our microscope on MOUZ, is kind of judging them and analyzing in those situations.
Definitely.
And that one works well.
Yeah, great. It's important to not be afraid in moments where you need to make a read. And when they've lost mid control, that's when they've created the most variance in the outcomes, where Virtus.pro are picking the right site. And they even lost a couple of moments of timing here. But because Xertion had made that mid push, he saw the initial flash go into B. He called Brolin back. Brolin got the first kill. And he got into Cave in time to defend against that bomb plant. So the half is shaping up here for MOUZ. It's not the dominant CT half that I actually expected to see, but they are still showing why they're in the lead.
And stabilizing as the CT side goes on. That's 4 in a row now for MOUZ. A Reminder that Virtus.pro picked up pistol and converted for the 2-0. We had that back and forth moment, but stability found here from the young guns. With experience beyond their years. The MOUZ members trying to step it up. Brolin gets caught trying to push out of cave. That's the most aggressive we've really seen Brolin so far this half. Comes out in round 11.
Jimmy loves this angle.
He's good at it. Oh, but Fame takes a bunch of damage. Still delivers the headshot. Torzi on the plate. Flamis up close, not going to be a problem for him. And we've got Zershin in Donut with 1 kill to his name. Torzi, quick move onto the CT lane. There is no smoke down yet. It comes out ever so slightly late, but that's all right. Nobody steps forth into the sniper's scope. And so a man advantage and a post plant for Virtus.pro on the A site yet again. Torzi walking this one up. We've got a player locked in behind the big box.
I mean, Fame has gotten to this position so many times.
Yeah, but he likes to let them out and then takes his timing and catches it to perfection. Spink's going to be cautious on the donut approach. At this point, time not there for his actual clutch, so he'll just take one for the road. That's flit down, and it's Virtus.pro a single round behind MOUZ as we get to the end of this first half of Ancient.
Yeah, man. However this half has gone, VP have been keeping up just enough.
Shout out Fame sliding past Jimmy like that.
Yeah. We've seen Jim Pat put together highlights in that position. It's a favorite angle of his. So this round they go for no mid control, but they have Brolin with the aggressive push out of cave, and they have Jimmy pushing A main at the same time. So, you know, following the fundamentals of like, you don't have mid, you can still push extremities, but VP do a good job catching them off on both sides.
Zershin going for the climb up. Fast move to A. Torzi ready, but only able to deliver the one. And Zershin will be clipped out by Flamis, who just wins an elbow duel. You'd think it's a prime chance for Virtus.pro to just follow through to the A side, but it looks like they pumped the brakes a bit. You telling me Virtus.pro have layers?
Now the issue is without a lead off onto B, it's just a bit scarier for them to go for the big rotation, but they make it shorter. They go into mid and the bomb gets spotted. Oh, wow.
Okay, nice. Electronic with the bomb. Gonna catch both those kills. Look to leave, forces Spinks into a demanded 1 versus 4. And Flamis has found his path up into the B bomb site. So very nicely done here from VP to sprinkle the last 2 rounds of the half onto the board, surely.
This is solid from them.
Yes. And, you know, I was thinking maybe it's an unnecessary layer to just leave A like that when, again, you don't have any confirmed lead off.
It looks more purposeful if they had a B lurk while they were rotating back.
Yep.
And that's another thing they miss sometimes.
And you could see a world, of course, where that fight into middle doesn't go Electronic's way, but he keeps the M4 clean. Double kill. Gets out with bomb, and sure enough, Flamis had established this B control in time. Spinks trying as he has to, but it's all tied up at the end of the half. VP reclaimed the final 2 rounds to tie us at 6 apiece.
Not too shabby. And now it'll be a real test for MOUZ because they could lean on their ancient CT side. Now they've got to try to close out on T side.
Again. This is a T side that was very flat versus FaZe.
Yeah. Even though they've got a new IGL for the upgrade that they got in firepower with Spinks, you'd expect with the teams that are here that, you know, having to beat Virtus.pro to qualify to playoffs is something that MOUZ can do. Like, it's something they should do, in fact. But a lot of teams here, man, over the past week have gotten better. Like, perceptibly better in just a few matches that they played.
And Virtus.pro coming off of a playoffs appearance back to full strength with Flamis in the server. So, you know, we've waited a long time for VP to kind of show us an uptick, and we're getting it right now. At the same time that MOUZ try to kind of catch their footing, I don't think that we should ever have expected MOUZ to end up in free fall without Shuei at the helm. But there was a conversation around what this team would look like with a brand new, unexpected in-game leader in Brolin with the reins. So again, we have seen a recent struggle on T-side Ancient. Let's see what kind of an improvement they can put forth, or whether it's just Kerrigan doing what he does and, well, beating MOUZ. Heavy alien here in the pistol. Virtus.pro thinking they got a read. And it's always crazy when you see a lean this hard with no kit. Like, you're playing B-site retake. You are banking on a retake probably happening.
Yeah, the bomb is about to be planted here in just a couple seconds.
And a 5v5 as well, man.
I mean, I'd rather retake B with no kit than A.
Agreed.
But just because, like, those late donut moments. But that being said, they are slow right now. They're going mid with no kit.
Are they? They don't know where they're going.
Yeah, they can't do that.
Okay, it's like...
all right. It looks less planned now.
Let's go for the flash over top. They actually popped through right before, so... Good first kill for Fame to create a bit more space. Everybody else can flood out after. Torzy starts taking heads off, and then Jimmy's right with him, extending into it. Icy, tough 1 versus 2 to try to pull off, but it's not going to happen. It's one thing that you have such a certain expectation that they're coming A, you know, let's all stack. But surely you'd think about the protocols. What if they don't come A?
Yeah, definitely. And that's where they looked a little bit more confused.
Electronics just like, no.
Sometimes you go all in.
They're really coming in.
And MOUZ did search the map a little bit, but they think they probably saw something where they cleared out a position where they expect if VP aren't here, then they aren't anywhere.
5 USPs to the top of mid. And it's going well, all things considered. Honestly, 1 kill, you take that. No investment out of the Virtus.pro side. MOUZ go up 8-6 with pistol in the back pocket. And let's see if this T side can truly stand the test of an equipped defense now.
And as much as it was mid for MOUZ on the CT side, it'll be more of the same here on T side, certainly. In the current meta, at the very highest level, if you can't win mid, you simply cannot win. But this round, it's a lot of opening smokes with... Look at this lean towards B. Open A site entirely.
Oh, it's the right call. But can they still hold it back? Because an all-in rush from MOUZ.
Oh.
Electronics still got a good position. Fame brought one down with him. No clutch offered. It is a firefight and then some.
Wow.
Look at your radars. We are 30 seconds into the round with 8 casualties on B and all 10 players looking for that fight.
And that's a round where the CT should win, right? Not a single player started A site in that round. It's a perfect counter to a call that I have no idea how Virtus.pro read. And yet still, with the firepower on MOUZ, they worked their way out of this. Minimal utility damage on their initial smokes. No players ready to push out to cave to try to stop this from happening. Now, MOUZ did try that full-on B rush versus FaZe a couple of times, and it worked.
Insanity that gets predicted and it doesn't get stuffed.
Another round where Virtus.pro played no one inside of the A site. Oh. They've got Fame here now.
You know, after the pistol stack didn't go correctly, it's nice to see them get a correct prediction.
Oh, Fame missed this, huh? Got in just a little bit too late. Exertion's ahead of this, so this will just be a delayed B hit. Let Exertion get some information.
Can Flawless get crazy with an MP9? Not looking like it. Oh, dink in the background. Torzy taken down to half.
And Fame is just pushing A because he has no idea that Exertion's past this.
Nicely done here from MOUZ, skating by the threats, and soon enough, bomb's gonna get planted, guaranteeing double digits MOUZ first. Flawless T-side continues in the face of a poorly armed Virtus.pro.
Crazy game of reads. What stack will Virtus.pro try this time?
It's funny because the desk did such a good job of highlighting that, like, both teams actually, it's the mid-round calling that we kind of still have questions about.
Yeah, I mean, no Jamin Shuhei. You are going to lose something.
And then in the opening bouts, we're getting the correct predictions in a gun round that just couldn't hold.
Yeah, but crazy risks too, you know?
Who need mid rounds when they're only 30 seconds long? Xertion. He's going to unleash on middle if you let him, and he gets a second kill, in fact, on Flawless. So Icy finds himself with 0 support, but still a platform. Able to hang on to this angle. Xertion eventually going to come out from Donut, but Icy's taking bodies off this. And they still haven't been able to exit out of main.
Okay.
Icy with a triple.
Keep it going.
Flash to the right side of him. He has himself stuffed the approach. Double kill for Xertion out mid, but the utility inside of Temple lets Icy continue. 4 kills, falls back. It's an ace on the cards.
Icy calmed it. He saw Spinks pushing out. Icy. He wants this. He doesn't know how far Spinks got off to. They don't seem convinced that Spinks could have pushed by. Guys, this is entirely possible. Once Spinks makes it around to the backside of B, they're going to think he went all the way through spawn and rotate back. He's going to have 2 backs turned to him.
Oh my god.
No, they actually did this.
Oh, but he doesn't know. He's kind of written off Icy, who's just standing here with the off easy sitter. Ace.
There it is.
All 5 kills. And the first one's free, but the first 4, fantastic.
Did he think Icy went all the way back to the... I guess that would make sense. More sense than them forgetting he could flank Temple. Wow.
Well, like we said, Mo, it's the mid rounds.
Yeah. All right. That's a great hold out of Icy. They threw everything in the kitchen sink at him.
Yeah, how was he able to still hang on to Temple like that?
It was just missing the flashes. Because if they hit the right flash, then he can no longer re-peek at a Temple. But if you look at it, it was a molly that landed at the doorstep. It was 2 nades that came out of it that didn't kill him. But nothing actually screwed up his vision enough, especially after getting each kill.
A great moment for Icy, taking to the top of the charts, surpassing Fame with the ace. What a wonderful moment to sprinkle an ace in. Could truly make this second half interesting. But you're also going to have to find a solution to Xertion, because remember how that round started. A 20-12 Xertion comes barreling out middle on his own, kills your original mid-hold and then the donut player. A looks so prime for the taking, if not for Icy.
They're going to test Icy again.
This time with Xertion as the tip of the spear. A level up in the entry capabilities of this pack. Jumping around, he will kill Jimmy in the back, but you've still got Xertion looking for the donut duel. Currently smoked off, and Icy forced to peel back, so much so that MOUZ are going to be able to put that bomb down. You'd think Fame finds the spam, though. Spinks sends shots back through, an additional smoke to the CT lane, and now you've got Torshi on the hunt. As Electronic quickly comes back around the flank bomb, he's still yet to get scooped up.
That's a great timing for Electronic.
He's going to keep that pressure up. There's not really anybody to hold this. Torshi thinking more so about Donut. Electronic goes forth, doesn't stop the plant though. It's a minute bit of timing that puts MOUZ into the post plant. Flawless ready for Donut, but waiting for the walk up. And Xertion's gonna get caught with his back turn. Couldn't turn fast enough. Torshi into a clutch now with a smoke onto the site. Ooh, but he's able to pull Flawless off of the signpost.
Oh.
It's a necessary reload. That was his last shot, so he doesn't even have a chance at the actual hold. And no clutch truly offered up here for Torshi. VP take their 8th.
I want to say Fame got the critical frag. He got the bomb plant. Denied it at first, and Electronic's flank. Even though he didn't get the kill on the post plant, he really messed him up with that frag. Turned Torshi around, made him use an extra bullet of ammo, which he needed in the end. And MOUZ's lead gets smaller.
As does their economy. Pistols here in round 19.
Yeah, surprised. It's already a difference in the calling. The amount of extremity plays coming out from MOUZ. Not that they can't work, but... Like, for example, you start with mid that round, and can Electronic go for that flank? That's a question.
I don't think so, is the answer.
So, Virtus.pro, I would say this is like Virtus.pro earning their respect. You got to try a little harder than just going for the raw dog sight hits right now. That's what they're telling them. And this is Virtus.pro opting to go very passive. Nothing in mid, nothing fighting mid. And this is where I think they can show some of their weaknesses. They do this on Inferno too. They did it on Mirage the other day as well.
Yeah, the double box setup.
It'll be Torzy trading the kill surely since he has the bomb.
Another nade comes down, flash in front. It's going to cut off one side for a second. They actually disassemble that lineup. Now there's nobody on top of the box. They're just kind of awkwardly along the wall. Torzy doesn't reveal himself. He waits a second. Missed shot. Oh, Electronic's got a chance now to hang on. Sight's falling, but Jimmy's going to save it. Coming out with the double off the Galil. It's man advantage for the bomb plant, uncontested. Virtus.pro walk away. It looked like Electronic had a little more room.
He had some space.
But Jimmy comes swinging.
But like, there's everything, it just comes down to his kills because they're in cave. So once he gets spotted, they know it's a double setup in cave. They don't have anyone on banana. This is a free split that comes in. Torzy can like just make noise at the top of cave. At the end of the day, it's Electronic who has 2 threats he has to worry about that could peek him at any moment. So I'd say definitely for Virtus.pro, they have to, you know, especially if they've got a utility and weapons advantage, they need to flex it a bit more. They're playing in the dark just so that they don't show MOUZ anything and live 5v5 as long as possible, but MOUZ are going to know what to do with the space. MOUZ would not have left that gap for as long as VP did. Especially when we saw that MOUZ weren't even playing in mid. They didn't have exertion lurking. They didn't take it over at all.
Trying to fight out Desertion. Lots of utility on top of him. He still tries to get out. And as will Jimmy. He's got support now from lane. Brolin didn't waste a moment getting into this fight. And that's what's demanded of this. Oh, the pressure is kept up. Fame's going to be regretting that. Clipped off in the back of Donut. Frag grenade for Electronic. That's a warning sign of what's to come. Brolin's got you figured out, bud.
Wow.
And that is a B site clear. Bud, what the hell? Sorry, Canadian for a second. Cool.
What happened?
Can't hold that corner, bud.
For a rip there, bud.
Brolin sending that frag grenade in there, ripping that HP off, buddy. Looking like a bunch of hosers.
Smokes, let's go.
Quick, throw that dart down.
Oh, come on, Mr. Leahy. I don't want to wear the costume.
Ooh, that's nice. That's nice.
Wait.
That's nice.
That was crazy tracking.
But it's also down. Down for the count. 4 map points secured for MOUZ. Good on Brolin to stay fluid like that. He knew that the mid play kind of needed support when all that utility was chucked on Xerxin.
Yeah.
And he comes away to clean out their control like a Zamboni.
We saw, yes, cleans the ice. We saw a similar round in the first half where Brolin put a spam down on the cross from Cave. Electronic only had an MP9 this time, so couldn't stop him. But he showed who was better at doing it.
Another util fight down on middle. Challenge behind it. Xerxin. Oh, not this time either. Trade frag from Jimmy.
Oh, little jump.
But this time around, Electronic, keeping them off of ledge is why they're able to disengage with the man advantage.
I think they smell the cave setup again.
Yes, sir.
Virtus.pro cannot just sit pretty.
Yep. It's a good, quick adaptation. Doesn't take too much thinking. I like the flank, though.
Yeah,
down around the ramp goes the 2 CTs. Will MOUZ anticipate this? Doesn't look likely. Torzy doubles back, but he is indeed ready. And Electronic, it's a quick scope to the gut. Flit, nice headshot yet again, but the Opera looks to make the difference. Triple kill on the line. The clear out is from Spinks, and now Flawless, having a rough go of it throughout this map, is going to have to go 1v1 to extend play on their map pick. He comes around the corner unnoticed, but it's such little health, dude. 2 points, all he has to work with. And he's going to put that smoke up on site. Taps bomb, frag grenade with Flawless's name on it. He is out of time, in fact. Done. Toast. 13-8. It's a tough challenge when you have to take MOUZ to Ancient. VP try their damnedest, but these plucky IGL-less squad able to pull it off.
What do you mean? They're not IGL-less. They're just trying to get it all together. Let's put it that way. But yeah, for the side of MOUZ, this was rather convincing, rather easy katka, as they might say.
I guess some people might say that. What I would say is I just like the adjustments that MOUZ Sports made today. You know, I think that defensively they did a much better job in the first half of not putting Spinks in difficult situations at B. They were either stacking him inside cave or making him play more passively. They were using a lot more mid-aggression to kind of, you know, use that as the main course of defense throughout the course of the round, and ultimately just gave themselves a really nice start to work with, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. I think the spacing on the CT side in general, which you're alluding to as well, with Spinks being paired up with teammates and in general, you know, working in pairs all over the map, really worked out well for MOUZ. They got off to a bit of a rough start, losing pistol, losing the conversion, and yet they still stabilize and get into a decent first half. And then again, T-side, we saw it, a mix of a lot of different things. There were a couple, you know, out of spawn calls from Broland. You could see the execute towards the A-bomb side. Worked out a couple of times where they missed a couple of piece utilities, you know, lacking a Molotov towards cave, lacking a smoke towards CT spawn. Still stuff you can work on, but overall, a decent T-side where Broland was able to call something that switched it up, you know. I never knew what was going to happen. You know, I could never predict what MOUZ wanted to do the next round because Broland was switching it up every single time, and I'm pretty sure that VP would sit back with the same feeling that, yeah, we can try to do a couple of stacks, but there was no system in what MOUZ were doing. They were trying to throw a little bit of everything in there.
It was definitely more set-piece driven, I feel like. You know, it wasn't allowing yourself not to have to fall into a lot of mid-round decision-making situations. You know, it was either, you know, like you said, set pieces on the A-bomb slide out of spawn. Sometimes that backfire because Icy's op was able to tee off on them, but they were able to, at times, just kind of brute force their way up B ramp and just, you know, at the end of the day, sometimes you just got to click heads, man. Sometimes you just got to run up there, YOLO it, swing, and frag, and that's what they were able to do.
That's playing to your strengths, you know, as you said, it's early days, it's a transition period. Broland is still learning, Spinks is still learning, so again, if you're MOUZ, you want to simplify it, so more out of spawn calls, you know, as you said, brute forcing your way in, and then, as I said, the individual skill is still there, right? They have more firepower now than they had with Shuhei, so the more you can simplify this game without, I guess, accommodating too much to VP, well, the easier it is going to be for yourself. And then obviously having Exertion, having one of those games where he's putting off a plus 100 ADR, you know, involved in everything in middle, you know, just being aggressive and basically just taking every single fight that he could. When he's successful, he's one of the most impactful players out there. So it's not consistent always, but when it works, it works.
And then we look at the VP brand of Counter-Strike that we got here on Ancient at the very minimum. Before we get into Inferno, let's kind of dive into that a little bit, Dust. What was your sort of diagnosis as to how it fell apart?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at the first half, I think they just struggled to deal with some of the mid-aggression that, you know, MOUZ Sports were throwing at them. It seemed like when MOUZ Sports were pressing cave, pressing middle, getting in their faces, they were able to be very disruptive and able to do a pretty good job. And also this thought that, you know, again, they weren't really able to find the openings as easily. You know, I think a lot of that was due to the fact that MOUZ Sports are very proactive and also just, again, not leaving players stranded in situations that VP could expose. You know, I think that really kind of boils it down for me.
One more game where you look towards some of the individuals and you think to yourself, Flit, what happened? Like 2 years ago, no, but you were such a great player. You had so much impact. You would always be consistently showing up. And obviously, we all remember what happened in Rio when they went all the way into the major and actually won it. You know, at that point, I look at that player today and I'm thinking the confidence is gone. You know, the comfortability in where he's positioned, how he's taking his duels, and how he's always caught off guard or standing behind a smoke or having to fight standing in some fire from a Molotov or whatever. It does feel like he's out of position an awful lot. And he used to be one of the guys that I would look towards and be like, he's already in front of the utility. He's always, you know, one step ahead of his opponents. He's making it easy for himself. So I don't know what is up with VP right now, whether that's electronic, the system, the calling, or the player lacking confidence. It can be all those in combination, but it's just inconsistent. He's had a decent tournament so far, but here, nowhere to be found.
You know what's weird for me too, and I don't know if maybe I'm being a little bit overly harsh, and so you can kind of be my gut check on this, but I also just thought their CT pistol round was garbage. Like, they stacked A, no kit, not really much utility to retake B with, and they didn't seem to have much of a game plan. They kind of lagged in red room for a while. They even considered maybe flanking middle into like the sidewalk, but eventually all kind of came back halls, and it just didn't seem like they really had like a true idea of like what do we need to do if we're wrong and we have to actually retake the B bomb site. They didn't have the equipment for it, and they didn't really have the protocols for it, it felt like.
Yeah, which is an unfortunate reality, especially on your map pick. I mean, it kind of begs a question, right? Like, you picked an Ancient, and then it didn't go your way, so now you can flip your whole script, but not quite yet. I'm thinking, Jacob, there was some examples and some evidence here in round 7.
Yeah, I think it's only fair we give an example to the viewers at home of what we're talking about as well. Yeah. Round 7 is a great example of where I feel MOUZ got control over the map. Again, it's a 4-2 start for VP. They have the bomb planted right here as well. They're up against a 4-spy, 3 MP9s, I believe, a single M4. Spinks is hitting a nasty shot right here. But even in this position, Electronic is staying alive. Torsi has to jump through a smoke. You have Fame now standing, or Flit standing with a Molotov as well. He unfortunately failed the Molotov, so it didn't land on the bomb, and it ends up being MOUZ winning. Again, this was a 4-spy. You're down 4-2. You put everything into this round. You bought up 4 MP9s, I believe, 1 M4 as well. If you lose this in your MOUZ, you're down 5-2. You're saving the next one. It's all of a sudden 6-2, and then you revert back to the CT struggles they had against Falcons. So a key round in the game, and if you're VP, you got to capitalize. You got to win a round like this in order to put them to the bin, so to speak, and they weren't able to.
Yeah, definitely didn't happen in that first map. So let's switch over here, Dust. Sure. Let's talk about Inferno and a VP-sided, a VP CT-sided start.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, right? Because they have more reps with this roster on Inferno than MOUZ Sports. So they've only played it one time, which was, of course, a winningest 3 max. And it was obviously a big change over on the MOUZ Sports side because Spinks is now playing a whole new position. He used to be an apartments guy. Now he's playing middle, so a more active, a more aggressive position. But what I think of is even if you take reps out of the equation, I think there's just more moving parts on the VP side of things, which is really hard. You know, on the MOUZ Sports, the only thing that really did change was that Spinks is now playing apartments instead of playing, you know, or Spinks is playing mid instead of playing apartments. That's really it. Everything else is kind of, you know, cut and dry and like what they expect and what they anticipate. Their CT spots didn't change at all, actually. Meanwhile, when you look at this, you know, Fame is having to adjust to being a T-side apartments player. I think that's a very timing-based position and very hard to learn how to read when you should be swinging balcony, when you should be assisting into brackets. You know, all these things, these are tough choices to make. And I just think that that is what gives MOUZ the edge for me, is they have a better historical record of being comfortable on this map, and I think they just have less pieces they're moving around that they have to figure out.
Yeah, 2 players I want to highlight. First off, being Exertion. Again, having a great showing on Ancient, playing the vital position of Banana as well. He's always going to be backed up by Torsi, be backed up by Brolan. Sometimes you decide to have 3, even 4 players take that fight to begin with. It very much depends, but Exertion, he is one of the most influential entry fraggers the game has to offer when he's feeling it, because he's always a bit of everything or nothing in a sense. So he can both be the guy who's winning the game, he can also be the guy losing the game. And then I want to put a little bit of focus on towards Flamus as well. We praised him and we said that he's a great pickup for Virtus.pro. Seemingly he had offers from other big teams as well. Had a good showing in Katowice before his visa ran out of power, so to speak. At this tournament, also has nowhere to be found. Like, he hasn't had a great tournament. I got to be honest, right? He came into this game with a 0.98 rating, I believe. First map, not really having too much of an impact as well. So I want to see a bit more Flamus. I'm not saying that we should ring the alarm bells just yet, because there's a big change coming into a new lineup, etc., etc. But he is a spearhead, and he is being given a lot of room to do what he does best, which is being an aggressive rifler. But the impact is yet to be seen here in Cluj.
Yeah, I mean, I like that you brought up Xerxen first off. I mean, ever since they moved him to B, which Shiro was still the in-game leader when they did this, he really opened up what they can do on the attacking side. You know, Xerxen being kind of similar to a Xantares type figure who can be an entry fragger when you want to go for faster mid plays. It's a pacing change, but he's a guy who could really dictate that pace, and Flit is going to have a hard time handling him, I think, throughout the course of this game. And then, you know, you highlighted Flamus. Again, very important roles in this team. Mid player, he's going to be looking to try to get brackets control, health him entry that A bomb side, but he's also the A anchor, the guy that you have to trust to lock that thing down on MOUZ Sports, attack that, and that's a lot of pressure. And, you know, this is high stakes.
It is very high stakes. Speaking of stakes, where would you guys put yours into? Because
medium rare usually is where I kind of put mine at. Yeah.
You put your stake medium rare into what?
My mouth.
Okay, fair. Who do you have winning this series? Did we lock it down?
I like my MOUZ medium rare as well.
Okay, yeah, fair. Maybe it all ends here, Dust?
I believe so.
Okay, well, we'll keep our eyes on that. Nonetheless, we go to a quick break. We go to Inferno when we come back, and we're going to see if MOUZ can secure themselves a playoff berth at the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
We're here at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. I got Chorzi with me from MOUZ, and I want to ask you, who do you think is going to be top 4 for this event and why?
Eternal Fire, I think they are playing really good lately, and I think they clicked as a team, you know?
I got Agile with me here from SAW, and we're going to look at who you think is going to be top 4 for Cluj-Napoca 2025. So give me 4 up to first.
Probably like Eternal Fire or something.
Top 4, I will put Eternal Fire. I think they are pretty good team. They are playing good CS.
I got Sus with me from Wildcard.
Fourth place and why? Big Eternal will play score. I will go with Eternal Fire. I think they're a great team. I think sometimes they can win tournaments, but I believe this one they will not win.
I got Zaz with me from Imperial. Okay, so you're going to give me 4th to 1st. Who do you think is going to be in 4th place?
Yeah, let me see here. 4th place, I would say MongolZ.
3rd place, I would put maybe Falcon. I think they are clicking. I think they will start to get more confident, I think, and playing better skills.
But MongolZ,
I like that.
Yeah, I think they will make it far.
MOUZ.
I would say FaZe.
Oh, we're not putting them in the final.
I don't think so.
FaZe. And the reason is, I think they will lose to the guys I will say in number 2 in the semi-final, and I will tell you who that is soon.
I think I'm going with MOUZ.
Nice.
Yeah, they're a little bit of a new team, new agile. My boy Brolan.
I'm gonna give a wild one. I think FaZe is gonna be second on this tournament.
I need to put FaZe.
I would say Eternal.
Falcons.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, of course Nico is there, you know, and I think he helps them a lot, and yeah, I think it's also just a matter of time when they will perform.
2nd place I'm going with Astralis.
Oh, okay.
I think they have been improving a lot lately.
Of course, the MongolZ. They're up and coming. They're insane at the moment, and they've been for some time now, I would say. They've really come up since, like, let's say 1 year ago.
And then 1st?
Of course, us.
No surprises there. I expected that to come in.
I think MongolZ are winning.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, I like that. Why do you think MongolZ over FaZe?
I mean, they have been at playoffs for a while. They're a team that is racking up the experience, and maybe I think this can be their event.
I think we will have a good shot here, to be honest.
Smart.
We are also the first tournament with our team, but we are testing the waters a little bit. You know, where are we at the moment? Are we really good, or maybe we are below a little bit? So we will see.
First, I will put my team actually.
Yeah, not surprised.
No, not surprised. I will put my team. I don't know if we're gonna win it, but we're gonna do everything to win it. So let's see.
And then 1st, MOUZ.
I can't say MOUZ. I got to say Astralis, you know. I got the logo right here. I believe in us this tournament. I believe we're pretty strong right now. We can play some good Counter-Strike. So let's see if I'm right or not.
FaZe. I think FaZe is winning the event.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was expecting you to put yourselves.
Nah, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't jinx yourself.
He's not jinxing himself, so they'll probably make the final and win it. Maybe beating FaZe in the final. We'll see how it goes. Thank you very much, Sus.
Thank you.
And so for the 5th consecutive series at Cluj-Napoca, Virtus.pro are going to be playing Inferno, Mohan. They beat the North Americans of Wildcard and Complexity on this map, but there's definitely no shortage of game tape for MOUZ to be heading into this with. And therefore, we have to wonder what they've got cooking. What do you think the MOUZ is cooking?
I think the scary part for MOUZ is in feeling out Virtus.pro, they're very willing to gamble on CT sides, just like they saw in Ancient. They use that versus Complexity and versus Wildcard, but this will be a harder team to do it versus. So I personally see a lot of rounds that MOUZ don't overthink their map control, take banana control and exec B without worrying about brackets as much. There will be some situations, though, that Virtus.pro will have full stacks and get away with it. But I think they're comfortable with that when it comes to their CT side. When we swap over, I think that's where MOUZ will be a bit more full strength. And so with the 13-8 scoreline we saw in Ancient, I think that was a pretty perceptible scoreline in terms of MOUZ winning more often, more important rounds across both halves. But Virtus.pro showing that they still can fight. Just stronger in the beginning than they were in the end.
MOUZ entered this event as the 5th highest ranked team of everybody in attendance, and they could very well be the last qualifier for the BTarena. Obviously proving that they can do this without Shuhei. It is Broland's first full outing as an in-game leader with the starting 5.
I do also think it's nice to see Broland not over-encumbered with calling and actually still able to frag.
That's why I think that there's probably going to be an uptick from all of the members of MOUZ having to kind of contribute, right? That was my thought, was like, if they didn't want to play underneath a Shuhei system.
Here's another stack that doesn't work.
Uh-oh. Did they get a kit this time? Yeah, they did. They at least got a kit this time.
All the nades, too. They called out the Virtus.pro setup. Oh, what? Oh. But they have a kit this time.
They got a kit this time. Guys, they've got a kit this time. And it's right here on Fame's belt. He'll go pushing up into the church, which is full. Very full, indeed. Xerxin, dual Berettas, shreds what's left. It's a triple kill for Xerxin, and he was playing some real goddamn aggressive Counter-Strike back on Ancient, it has to be said.
Xerxin was awesome.
And so right back to it with a triple on the pistol. That is MOUZ to kick off a T side with a pistol.
You're missing Complexity, eh? Little TC?
I did say TC. I was thinking...
I cry every time.
I wonder what TC's up to right now.
Probably smiling.
Always smiling. Probably at home all cozied up.
It'll be fun to see in this game if MOUZ can avoid the stacks. Because I always find that that is like the most difficult thing to do on Inferno. Even if you're really good and smart and everything.
Got to be really, really good. It's a quadruple defense.
Uh-oh.
With a Molotov to unravel 2.
Oh.
So they get that flash out, right? CT's obviously trying to wait to use that flash. Good support. Rack them up. All 5 inside of the B site fall.
Wow. MOUZ
even makes some extra money.
Game plan looks a little too nice right now. That pistol round, then this smoke on Coffin, smoke on CT, molly to the double emo setup, and they don't get killed with a full stack on B.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
You know, conversation around MOUZ is whether or not this roster move is one that will truly take them to the top echelon of Counter-Strike. It's not one that you make to just continue your playoff trends. It's to go further than ever. And Electronic, as far as he can go, basically deep into the balcony with the peek to alt mid. That's going to be Jimmy dead. Challenge off Banana. Great flash offered up here by Fame, catching Xerxin and Broland off guard. The same 2 players that just made quick work of your B defense, now dead and down for the count in round 3.
Damn, 2 great moves from Virtus.pro on either side of the map. And again, speaking of those flashbangs, timings are working out extraordinarily well. MOUZ left guessing. And yeah, I think, yeah, I don't know. It's a prediction, but I think the story for MOUZ will be definitely getting out of groups, even at a lot of big events.
Yes.
But
yeah. I mean, that's the bare minimum.
Yeah, but the quarters and semis where they meet the Navis, Vitalities, Phases, Spirits, that's where I think they'll struggle the most, obviously. And we have no idea, you know, how good Brolin will become as an IGL. So there is that too. He's just someone who seems unlikely. But
we also just have we have no idea how good he'll become. We also have no idea how good he'll be.
I can't remember the last time I've heard him speak. You know, like when we used to cast WePlay, we would get comm listen-ins to MOUZ, right?
Yes.
And they were one of the only international teams. And I used to say off of those comms that wow, Shuhei is an incredibly clear speaker. You know, he gets his ideas across when everybody's yelling nonsense the entire round, and they're able to follow through with that. I said the same thing about Alexi B, when we got those comm listen-ins. He's just extremely clear at speaking. And so even though that is a very shallow way to read whether or not someone has the IGL abilities, there are signs. And it's moments like that. Even Simple recently said, playing with Alexi B, he's a real leader inside and outside the server.
Right. Something else that we've come to value in the in-game leadership role. Imagine that. Two guys who are paid to speak, praising the skill to speak of other guys that are paid to speak.
Ignore the 0.7 KDs.
Guys, I'd make a great leader. Taking lead to top banana, Xerxin here in round 4. Excellent flashbang and banana pop. That's what got that last round truly wrapped up. It helps that obviously Electronic goes for that first mid kill down balcony, but it was the flash out of Fame that really spelled disaster for MOUZ. And this time, while the numbers still lean into B for VP early, there's apartments control for MOUZ, there's banana control for MOUZ, there's no CT that's looking to really pop into banana at the moment. So this is a little more kerneled of a defense from Virtus.pro than we saw one round prior, and it's opened a door for MOUZ to rock this boat all the way back towards A.
Yeah, it seems like philosophically they feel like they've granted them the right to fall back passive in any given round, and sometimes that comes back to haunt them. 2 players on A shouldn't be enough to stop this attack from coming in, especially with the slow rotation. So let's see.
Still 2 incendiaries for the A defense at 30 seconds. One of them gets thrown down on short. Brolin's looking to go through it, and the balcony holds good. Flash into both the players. They can't see Jack. And so 4 guys come out for MOUZ.
See the big difference here? Oof. No lead off to B. So there's no chance to fight even while this bomb gets planted. It's simply an instant save call because they lost a 5v2 on the site. You gotta be willing. Back in the day, man, you could do this. Some rounds you gamble, some rounds you don't. Some rounds you play aggressive. These days, you have to do something every single round.
Yes.
You have to either feign presence, push to get a pick play. You cannot just do full passive setups ever. And that's exhausting. I mean, that's a lot of work, but that's simply how you have to play to keep up with these young dogs.
I thought that those 2 incendiaries could have spelled disaster for the late hit out of MOUZ, but their flashbangs look as good as what Fame offered up 1 round ago. And so despite all the damage racked up there for the 4 remaining players of MOUZ, they're going to be happy to answer back after the singular VP round win. It's majority alive, and they were very adamant about following through on A. Ooh, what's Electronic going to do? A risk, surely. If he's dropping all his nades like that, he's feeling frisky. Not too big of a risk. Nice grenade damage, dude. Torji and Xerxin get pelted by that one.
They canceled the call, I think. Because you're right, they dropped them, but no move got made out mid.
Still taking over banana.
And this is where you need to transpose, right? They came in with an idea. They cancel it maybe for a good reason. But then what?
Could I see Xertion's position from third person, please, Jay? Camera's getting in position. I want to see if this rooftop actually blocks a part of his head.
Oh, well, it blocks flashes. That's a really good part about it.
Okay. Because I know you look out of your face in Counter-Strike, POV-wise, right? But from the front, is his head blocked by the roof? Yeah, it is. Extra helmet.
Big eyes.
Helmet and a visor. No challenge comes at him, but it's the tease to try to fight in. Oh, man, they still get through. And there's just no rotation in place. Virtus.pro again leaning 3 to a site, but this time it's the opposite end.
I mean, I kind of blew my load with talking about these setups, but this is going to be the game. It's going to be 5-on-2 on sites without information.
And I thought really Electronic was going to go for more of it, right? Like, think about when he goes peeking down balcony into the fight. Like, that was a real risk offered up. The way he dropped his util and arch, I'm like, oh, man, he's swinging again.
Yeah, yeah.
And he took a peek, but for, what, half a second?
He like, basically shoulder peeked, yeah.
I don't know if he got cold feet.
And it's always okay for a tactic to not go as planned or for you to have to change plans. But then as soon as you see a team just get to their usual static positions and realize there was no second layer.
Terrorists win.
Trying to play catch up to a fast-moving MOUZ. This time it's Icy in mid. Fire, though, denies him. Just needed that extra 2 feet of room to peek out, but not given to him. Flamis gonna go for the boiler info. Shoots his gun. That's weird. The flash on the pounce out into brackets. CT's hanging on for dear life. It's a bunch of damage again, but that's been already 2 rounds in a row of damage. They need more. You've got to stop them. And now that bomb's able to cross. Icy doesn't pull the trigger. He'll open up the smoke, but bomb can already go down on the tall box.
Sorry's not planning for some reason, but
he's hanging on. He wants a piece of
They're literally thinking about how to kill him in exits because it's the exact same play again. They know there's no retake coming in.
And so we save again.
I thought they kicked out James so they do this less. At least they won more.
Oh, how I wait for the James versus Virtus.pro day.
He will come back stronger with Harry Vision than Virtus.pro will, yes. And then Flame will rejoin him and play his best CS. That is the prophecy.
James versus Virtus.pro, winner
You can
gets
tell me
split.
you don't like James calling, you can't tell me that it wasn't better than this. Like and respect are 2 different buckets.
Very fair. Guns aren't the problem for Virtus.pro. It's doing anything with them. Bottom banana smoke comes out from spawn. Little challenge for the top of it, but you know, you're signing up for a gunfight with Xertion. He's down. Always ready to throw hands, but on his own at the moment. Utility goes beyond him. They pop open the smoke. It's kind of between the two, Flit and Fame.
Yeah,
coming at that fight together.
So like Xertion makes the 3B call. The CTs will know about this, I see.
But it's 4 versus 2 on A if the T's try to cut through this fast enough. Again, still no movement.
He didn't shoot.
Icy off the angle, just on a fallback. He's under pressure. Balcony player comes out. Flamis doesn't stop it.
Icy, shoot. Icy, click.
Yeah.
Icy, mouse one.
Another 3-player save.
Why just looking at him?
4 rounds in a row.
Icy. What a blue ball. They actually went fast enough. They didn't molly porch or anything, so he could have clicked. Just click.
We were watching Icy not shoot, but you know, Flawless letting Jimpack get out from the balcony to just also clear the short guy.
Yeah, true.
What's up with that?
Yeah, clear Icy.
Where you going, Flawless? What you doing? That's a 1-4 Icy, a 1-5 Flawless, a 4th consecutive 3-person save. Again, the guns aren't the problem. It's the fact they're not doing anything with them. Right into the team chat.
Yeah. They should be on attack pause right now.
Guys, I'm sorry that I dropped the ball again. Maybe you can help next round. You.
Oh my god. What's that? 4 3-person saves in a row?
That's 4 3-person saves in a row.
43 saves.
That's yep, math. 4.
The 1-round Virtus.pro win is by pushing B
Look
and
at that.
mid.
Thank you, production.
Oh, wow.
Well, I would say this Inferno pick is working out perfectly so far for MOUZ. But eventually, I think VP are going to start fighting, man.
There they are. They're fighting now.
Come on. Get up in there. Do something.
It's a bit late to wake up, but they're out of bed. Come on. There we go. Deep angles. Yes.
Flawless fights. Wow. You got the guns. Now use them. Flawless obviously stuck here for a second. That's fine. He'll drop his utility to try to guarantee the fallback. Looking good for an escape route. You can see Torzi concerned of the balcony peek. Icy gonna find a second kill.
Wow, we're getting some real CS now out of Virtus.pro. Let's go.
Turns out that left click works wonders.
I mean, Flamus is there typing up a storm for a reason. Why would you get Flamus on your team and not have him peek?
Easy for Icy. 3 shots, 3 kills. Electronic gets the last one. That's why they've kept their guns. 7 rounds of passive play, but the 8th belongs to Virtus.pro.
It took attack pause, but that's what they're for. It's just that it's a little late.
Just a little shake-up. Thing is, though, look at the money for MOUZ.
Yeah, 11K on Jimpack, rolling with 8K.
It's $33,000 across the team.
They could buy AKs and gold chains with this money.
Damn. Quite a bit of cash kept.
Yeah, it's like you get the save, but so do they.
Still about $20,000 left over after this buy, so Virtus.pro certainly going to have their hands busy for the next few, and by the time the round loss kicks in...
Nice nades.
That's what you love to see. Again, some aggression does well to keep MOUZ at bay. Banana fallback not quite there. Flick going to try to fight for this. He's got Fame behind him to support. Utility comes out from the T side, but it's still MOUZ that have to walk away with less than half health on 2.
That's great. That's great. Virtus.pro win Banana, win a kill. Lots of unconfirmed damage. This would be a test for Brolan. 4v5. There's still a chance to win, absolutely. And Virtus.pro, you know, when they try something aggro, that's what they give in that round. After that, they will fall back a little bit. This nade could also be huge if Icy picks it. Oh, he blows up with the smoke.
Okay. Worth it.
That's the move. It does cost him his life.
That's fine. He's got a crossfire set up in the bomb site. He's got 2 teammates already sprinting over, down to the 25 seconds. Electronic just having to hold in sight, pops up.
Nice.
Excellently done on the cross. And that is exactly what VP had hoped for.
That's lovely.
Everything goes well in back-to-back rounds. Starting to play a little bit more frisky as Flit, yet again, keeping the pressure up on Banana. Crossfire to perfection.
First time they've had to kill 3 people to get into his site. Great initiation for Virtus.pro over on Banana. And all that extra damage they did mattered.
Again, down middle.
Yes.
Flawless unchained, but Torji's gonna find first kills. Still though, Flawless's position. Oh, Torji!
What a find.
Turns it upside down on the mid push. Suddenly MOUZ got a great chance, and remember, there's still some money in the back pockets of VP, but is there any more X factor in round 10? We've got the aggressive stance coming out from Electronic and Apartments. But how much risk is he willing to run? Thought maybe Icy would take a peek, but doesn't do so. Mid-watch by Brolin, as MOUZ will just leak out across the map with this 5v3 advantage.
Yeah, clock's on their side though, you know. VP have to make a move. It's going to turn into a B play. Virtus.pro have the right lean. Fame doesn't have any utility, however. So Icy's got to make sure he picks his spots correctly. And Electronic, maybe he has find something here. Yes, he does. And he's also going to see them going towards B.
So the 2 players on site ready for it.
He doesn't know if they've already wrapped Arch, though. It could have been Brolin, the last person through the smoke. So the exec comes in. Icy, will he get his nades out in time?
Electronic sprinting this. Torzi's turned back around, but he goes into the execute. That's going to be a second one from Electronic. Now it's back even 3v3 in this B-site defense on high alert. Tough spot for Icy to re-peek, but that's okay because Fame holds on from Orange. Electronic keeps the heat up, and the defense able to stand tall. Big triple kill from Electronic in a 3v5.
Yeah, he went on the search. That was him in through Boiler after Torzi gets the first 2 kills. Finds Brolin, reveals the game plan. It doesn't fall for the thought that maybe they pushed all through that arch smoke. Instead, flanks Banana in time. They don't even think this option's possible.
Virtus.pro finally starting to play a bit of Counter-Strike here on Inferno.
Okay.
I want that sound clip, dude. That's my
nice.
Couple more rounds to play out on the CT side. It's still
now they're
recoverable.
broke. Now they're broke, yeah.
Yeah. VP earned this.
You think the next step for when CS3 comes out is to be able to loan people your own money?
How old do you think you'll be when CS3 comes out?
10 years from now. I'll be pushing 40, I think.
Damn.
They'll still be doing it though, right?
Maybe.
Maybe one day the devs will be younger than us. Oh my god.
Don't say that. Zershin finds a Desert Eagle kill. Don't lose this round, VP. Don't be getting too big for your britches. Getting all excited and saucy with a mid-walk down. There's a player in the corner. That one goes astray. They reclaim it. Because they are playing Counter-Strike, they're getting up in their faces and doing what a team like VP should be. It's what they're meant to be. You don't kick James to play like them.
Yeah, exactly. They wanted to bring in a little bit more of an aggressive style, and
it was that
they almost lost themselves for a bit there.
Yeah, very lame start to Inferno. You know, they looked themselves in the mirror, and Flawless just went into team chat telling them, guys, I didn't join this team to slow down.
Yeah.
And I mean, I kind of made a joke of it, but Feverish on the keyboard, and then instantly he was up into the balcony peak with the Icy ops down mid.
Absolutely.
And now we'll see if Spinks can find another one at a balcony. This is where he did strike a player down towards Moto. You blow Flamis's head off, you get a bomb plant and a gun. Sounds like a good reward, but it's also a tough ask.
Oh, whoa, what a shot.
Tough for some, easy for others. Mid-raps coming through. Icy's gonna get a chance at this. Spinks, yeah, okay. Turns almost in time, but the Opera's gonna catch him, and that's a 5th one at least for VP.
Good for the money to get a bomb plant, but VP have recovered the half off the back of that pause. Flamis clearly asking for it, and VP totally changing diametrically to the way they started this game off.
A shifting character halfway through. No, really, huh? Okay.
All right.
Well,
who needs a point of reference?
Admin, check him PC. Smoke spamming for the opening. Final attempt here for MOUZ. Do they get to maintain the lead? Because we've got a boost up from Flitz. Yeah, Utility's going to get him to peel back for a second.
VP again starting off on the right note, checking everything. Pressure inside of mid. Oh, it's just beautiful. Getting so much better.
Yes. It's really funny how like this just needed that little tack. It's just a wake-up call. It was really a wake-up call moment.
Yeah. It's like you replaced an old guy with an old guy IGL. You know what I mean? Like they wanted to change their style, but like VP's days of Na'Vi, they championed the gambling on CT side meta and picking full passive spots. So Flamis, you know, he could really teach him a thing or two.
Icy ready for this. It's going to be the double peek. Oh, I love that. Yeah,
That's
right?
how you do that.
That was sick.
Slip and Jimmy, man.
Twiddle-dee and twiddle-do. Hit him with the 1-2 apps peek.
Now we got a real round from both sides. 5v5. They push him back off banana.
Some nice counter strike.
Yeah, good double peek at the end of Halls versus.
Said sometimes these teams can look like tier 2, but we've gotten there. High level at the end of this first half. Icy going to again hold the line for 15 seconds to the clock. We've seen this Crossfire stand the test of an all-in, and they can do it with 5 seconds to spare on this bomb plant, but Flit eats the flashbang and the Balk. Well, it doesn't quite hold.
They didn't
just
have a
in time.
They didn't really have a crossfire, did they?
Not as convincingly as the one that Electronic and Flamis were able to put in earlier. Flit a little bit off the mark. So now Electronic and Fame gonna have to come back with a man disadvantage retake demanded of them. Fame signs up for that smoke spam duel, and of course, Spinks happy to do so. Electronic's been found out. It's a desperate attempt, and it's still a 7-round T-side here for MOUZ. With how strong they started, no surprise they have that edge, but you can't say VP didn't improve.
Yes, they did. They showed their potential a lot better here. But it is a map for qualification where MOUZ are still in the lead. And as much as they got pushed and tested towards the end, they still come out ahead. They swap over, continue to look alive. Hope that Flamis can have a takeover game. Then they may be in business. But I fear that MOUZ will only get better when we swap over.
FaZe, the Mongols, Eternal Fire, Falcons, Pain, Astralis, Saw. Those are your playoff teams for Cluj. MOUZ or Virtus.pro look to join them. Entered this event ranked 9th in the Valve ranking. And a win over top of Virtus.pro ranked 11th would do them some good to try to put some distance between them and the teams that are nipping at their heels for top 12. Top 12 in Europe, definitely one of the most important cohorts of VRS ranked teams. Pistol underway. Solo Brolin Banana. Smoking a flash if he wants to slow him down.
Is that one spot going to be enough to push him back to the A side? It looks like not. But here's the difference. Like, look at Virtus.pro versus MOUZ and how they started this game. It was a 4A stack the same way, except MOUZ pushed halls and now see nothing, so they rotate 3 over.
Yep, just that.
You can have your cake and eat it too, with information.
A little bit more activity. And met by the smoke. Execute comes out from Virtus.pro, so if that's all the util, you know they're going to go for it.
They're going to go for the boost up or just push through CT? Let's see.
Molotov onto Orange. We'll get one player to move. That's Brolin on the fallback. He shot the flash. They get in. 2 kills. Fame will burn himself to a crisp. That's a flop. Oh my God.
Flawless flying through him. 3 kills.
He didn't even stop running for that 3rd kill.
Wow, that was an entire stack they just chewed through. No problem, Flawless. No idea.
Dude, he didn't.
One of their only deaths was just a molly.
Where is Flawless?
Molly.
Watch him.
Where is he?
He's the player in pit.
Or he's the player in the smoke. He got his first kill through the smoke. I got no idea, man.
Ah, surely. I thought he was the guy. Yeah, look. He never stops. He never stops for any of these kills. Just literally doesn't stop moving.
There we go. Maybe we got to take over the game, Flawless.
That's kind of... He just didn't stop moving.
It's kind of Flawless. Flawsome.
Full running Glock triple. And the last kill, okay, maybe he's close enough to get that one. But the new box from Pit. Don't hate the player. Hate the game. Not much to be offered here by MOUZ.
Xerxen has another smoke. They're faking and going back to A. They are going to run into the stack. Ooh, there's a part of them that I know they feel they regret this. They hate to see that next smoke, but all right, they'll have to do this the hard way. Torji is sitting on library with a scout right now, and it's a real crossfire on lane. I think they're gonna need the Flawless 3K again.
See if it can happen. He's got a Mac 10, so he can keep holding those movement keys. Oh, Brolin!
Oh my God!
Little Pit 5-7. Oh, the 5-7s from all 3 sides.
It's the chain smokes over on B that ends up working. 10 seconds.
That will get your blood
boiling. Just look at all these upgrades. Barely any damage done. No one dies on MOUZ.
But who do you have to blame? If you're Virtus.pro.
Who do you have to blame?
It's your own fault.
Oh, okay. I was like, is there a player that's specifically at fault? I'm actually not sure.
Just as a collective.
It's just, yeah, that's just tough. That's what I'm saying about Inferno. It's like, I can't even blame Virtus.pro there because you can only get some information guaranteed. Very rare situation. Oh, and a shot like that. I feel bad for him.
Yeah. That's the kind of round that will kickstart your playoffs run. MOUZ with a map in their back pocket, 2-round lead, and a title shift of economy in that last round. Ooh, but we're not done yet, are we?
Got some nice shots, too.
The 5-7 meets its counterpart in the Tech 9. It's an immediate scramble out of MOUZ to just sprint over to make sure that they don't straight up lose it.
And Virtus.pro are going to go B, unless they... Maybe it's the bottom B smoke that's holding them back. No, they are going to go B. MOUZ know it, huh?
Yeah, but we've got a player front sight, right? Brolin, 50 health, front sight. If he dies, you'd think it wouldn't be too hard to sweep him under the rug. Sure enough, Tech 9 drive-by. Flawless doing it like he did in the pistol with the Glock. It's not the cleanest vision here for Jimmy. He'll chuck the frag out, and that's going to find no damage. Bomb to be planted. Fame gets away with it. Ooh. Another smoke for Coffin.
That makes us a whole hell of a lot harder.
There is a kit on the play if they want to take their time with it. 2 smoke grenades as well, but is it too much to lose? Woo. A kill on that player backside could have started the unraveling of the retake.
Too many guns that they may sacrifice. All these T1 upgrades.
fighting for it. Fame gonna catch one deep, and Virtus.pro force buy back.
Okay.
It felt that way with the press up from Brolin. Like, sure, he gets one as they press into the hit, but the Flawless Tech-9 drive-by.
I think they were missing the full commitment there, because when they, first kill comes in from Jimmy, then he doesn't swing again. There's two that rotate back through CT spawn with him, and his teammate is there just trying to fight, but no one to fight while they're taking attention away from him. Virtus.pro, man, they look so good.
Pistol behind sandbag. Flit's gonna figure it out. Nicely done. MOUZ down both. You've got a vacant B-bomb site.
This time they choose option A without waiting the smoke out, going towards the sack site. There will be no MOUZ tricking them this round. This game looked lost until Flawless initiated that tack pause.
Terrorists win.
Nothing really added to it either, MOUZ. No chance to lean into Banana. No chance to contend with Util, and it feels like Virtus.pro are starting to fill the gaps. Starting to find the room to be themselves, to play as they should. To play as they can, more than anything, right? Flit doesn't catch it top orange. No way.
What a
USP
find out
gets
exertion.
it. Double dink USP. Rifle walk up on the approach. Xertion, I mean, just getting one is already a success. But Spinks is hiding back sight, and I wonder if that, little presence from CT draws to attention. Icy, well, he's good enough to clear out the corner. Flawless grabs the gun. That's the bomb to come and join them on site. Smoked out for the time being. Just the right amount of util here for Virtus.pro.
And Icy's going to the back of the site. This fountain coming up. You got to be careful about the smoke timing.
Nicely done, Fame. Challenges from top oranges, and then gets a chance to go back to Banana just to try to make sure that he holds on to the post plant too. No flank to be given over. And MOUZ were working with little, still managed some. VP skate by.
Jimmy can hang around because he has the chance to upgrade to a better gun. The scout won't be good enough. See if he can find the timing. Yeah, he does. But he won't be able to grab that AK, which is what he really wanted.
Terrorists win.
Is anything blew back in his direction? Probably not.
Oh. Didn't get it. Unlucky. That's okay. MP9's good enough. Here comes Cyclone.
Until they nerf it, it might be still as good as the Galil.
What do you mean, Mohan? They already did nerf it.
It still feels like we're playing pre-patch. And this is the other part of MOUZ that's still on this team. I can't remember which game it was that we casted that Cyclone in attack pause at a crucial juncture. It might have been in the FaZe game.
Yes.
I think that you could see the impact afterwards. Could definitely argue that Shue and him built this team together in their system. Oh, quality grenade right there on Flit.
An adventurous MOUZ going down banana as well. This big pack of Virtus.pro players going to try their might into the A-Rap, perhaps. Smoke for Arch. We get a scramble over from Spinks. Worried that they could be behind it, but it's not the follow through immediately because we've also got this Moto smoke.
Yeah, it's confusing, I think, for the A players. They see the Moto smoke as well.
T's kind of stuck in this pocket. Like, you can take Arch all you want. It sends half of the pack back, bomb included.
This is nice for them, but when the smokes come up, that's the dangerous spot. Brolin, does he pick the right timing to push? They're going through this.
Oh, good cover. Electronic from Moto. Flawless able to turn back in time. Torsi looks the wrong direction.
Nice.
MP9 dink. Yo, we've got Virtus.pro players looking all sorts of directions, but luckily for anyone confused, there was a teammate right there to help them.
Yeah, I think the Moto smoke was great because it could still be a lane hit. It's MOUZ who actually aren't spotting that part of the map. Once they get out to Arch and they have CT smoked, they have library smoked, they know that they're waiting for MOUZ to make some kind of rash decision, whether it's pushing through the smokes or not. And MOUZ try to make that as chaotic as possible by pushing with 2. But I don't know. I think that was a great position, actually, from the T perspective. So attack pause is null here for MOUZ.
Terrorists win.
Still pieces kept and enough of a buy for MOUZ, but VPT side. Oh, it's so sick that it comes off of the Flawless tack.
Yeah.
Flawless turned this game around with that.
Yeah, they look like a brand new team, man.
Definitely lit some kind of a fire underneath them. And they are squeezing out round wins now to the 10-8 lead. Virtus.pro. They need some damage on the approach to Banana, but they're still going to remain adamant. Oh, but it could cost them.
Ooh.
There's a lot of bodies up there for MOUZ and still a chance to have gone one further. Luckily for Virtus.pro, still 3 players alive. Round 19 is not unwinnable if they just take their numbers and charge into the A site. They could still get a post plant in a 3v3 if they kill these 2 without finding more death. But as they tiptoe forward, Jimpat locks down Balk. It's a missed Molotov that still keeps this door open. Flawless is recovering, but he's so low health, will it matter? Him and Icy up with 3 kills, 2v2 we go. Just being able to press up short alone is enough to get the post plant.
And Brolin going towards Halls. This is going to draw a lot of time off the clock. Virtus.pro aren't up here, so it makes sense that he wants to try to get it. And Flawless on this op. See if you can find someone walking in. Oh, that nade. Maybe.
Pops it open. He saw him. Hands on Bono, but oh, the distraction served up. Icy's trade frag. Molotov on top of the bomb should guarantee it. It's not going to burn out in time. Insertion knows it. 2v5.
Yeah,
because Flawless steps up.
Absolutely.
Terrorists win.
Wow, what a good start to the round out of MOUZ. All the utility damage, 1 on B. And even the A-hold looks good, but that's, of course, why it's a 2-on-5 in the first place. MOUZ save 1 tack pause for this moment. A game that they had in their grasp.
Total stoppage on Banana. Woo. Let's watch it. From 45 health, 2 kills. Icy holds on to balcony. And it sets up Icy to close with the right amount of utility. Yeah. That was a tough fight, but they pulled it out. Brolin. Ton of early damage trying to fight with just the SMG. But it doesn't feel like MOUZ are in a state to throw away deaths early.
Yeah, I mean, even taking some early damage in exchange for some on Banana is okay. If the T's aren't left with it, they have to go back and get it. They have to use some grenades to clear things out. And these resources can matter later on in the round. Oh, an electronic nearly finished off. 5 health.
Spinks, good pressure through smoke. That's half of Flawless.
And again,
we just learned the lesson. It takes more than half his health gone.
Yeah, and again, the staging is great, but that's didn't matter last time around. And Exertion, he's got a lot of players coming in his direction. If he wants to play B aggressively like this with a full kit of utility and no teammates nearby, everything comes down to his death. Oh, but then he finds
money.
A big clue.
Kill Flawless before he gets a chance to run you down, and maybe things look better, but we do get VP rocking it back to the A site at 30 seconds, or at least it seemed for a second, but instead they're going to just send Fame into Abs. They're going to
save. Wow.
Really?
Wow, a 4-player save with 20 seconds, and they could have exec'd B. The rotations did come over, but speaks to how important Flawless is.
Yeah, no Flawless, and they stop.
He's been our lucky charm.
Pull the emergency brake.
I think MOUZ will be kind of surprised to see this, but also relieved.
Yeah, for sure.
In late round, there was a lot of grenades used. They don't know how much unconfirmed damage they did to electronic, but clearly now they know it's a lot. And at least VP keep the threat of, you know, not having to save a full buy on this next round. But they have to remember, every time that they save, they let their opponents save as well.
6 out of the 8 rounds on this T side, all VP. Huge comeback in the second half. We saw a quick glimpse of it when they strung together a few CT rounds, but it's just Flawless who keeps this challenge up. Won't be allowed to take up position in apartments just yet. Not that there's any real positioning from MOUZ behind it. Pretty passive on the apps, and Flawless is going to carve his path forward. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
A double arch setup is so curious because we haven't even really seen Virtus.pro, you know, besides one round really late into it, go here.
Flit not able to double down this time. We've seen it before, a multi-frag on the push.
Did they want to just set up a B-split right there? Maybe with the, oh, they actually did. MOUZ, they are reading this correctly early on.
Trying to hold back Fame, that'll work. MP9 swings, does damage. Icy, it's a team kill, awkward. Bomb gets stopped.
Yeah, and they know there's a electronic is around the corner.
Has to fall back on a quarter HP. Nade could have killed him, but Spinks throws it a bit too soon. Flash to indicate he's going to charge forward. He scoops up that bomb. Electronic's going to have to keep the shooting clean. Will do so for the first. But Xertion right there to trade it. Nice tethering out of MOUZ in an attempt to stop VP right before they can step into victory lane.
Yeah, so this becomes now a one-round game. And this one costs everybody their economy here on Virtus.pro. But that's why they saved last time. Wow, it's actually so impressive that MOUZ committed to this right out of spawn, pushed B, stopped them on that side of the map, and knew that the B split was going to be coming in. It's a great read. Oh man, and even though they did save Virtus.pro, they're just still opting to half buy, and oh, they'll lose one as well here. This isn't the full commitment.
Torzi posting the op in the right place at the right time. Didn't waste a moment with the fallback off the mid one. Tech9 tries to get out, supported by the Galil, but no exit allowed. Brolin gonna take a look down banana versus Icy's Tech9. Doesn't want to die to open up B site. He's the only defender here. Torzi's repositions have been so damn clean. He comes out on top of everything. That is 4 kills and an ace. Oh, Torzi just cranks that dial.
Wow, he was the boogeyman here for MOUZ this round. Showed up every single place that Virtus.pro wanted to go. Good thing that they half bought, because if this was rifles, it would have been the same result versus this op. Every single choke point, every doorway, shut closed by Torzi.
4 different angles.
That's the mobility we're used to seeing.
And he's gonna go right back, why not? Fired up, that's a collateral. Flummus is low, Tech9's tapping. Holy hell, what a, just charge up brackets, that's what you wanted.
Just like that, eviscerated.
VP tries to go aggressive and MOUZ will meet them. Fire with fire, 4 rounds straight now for MOUZ.
Wow, all their hard work to get to this lead. MOUZ pull it back just like that. Half by chewed through. Perfect opening pick play here from Torzi with the collat. I don't even know how he got into Boiler, got some more Tech9 damage off.
Can we bring up the scoreboard when we come back into game? You guys have to see the streak of round. We have literally mirrored halves, these sudden CT resurgences. It's what gave Virtus.pro 4 of the last 5 rounds in the first half. It's what's given MOUZ 4 of potentially the last 5. One final attempt for the T's. Oh, they just threw caution to the wind. It's that kind of an aggressive stance that got Virtus.pro back into this game. So why wouldn't they try to tap into it?
And now they've got to squeeze water from Stone. It was 5 rounds straight on that T side.
Look at the top of that screen. It's near identical halves. But we know what happened in the first one. The T's robbed that last round back, so can VP do the same? You'd hope for their sake they'd have better weapons for it. It's an awesome fight put up by Virtus.pro. 5 instances of Inferno throughout Cluj-Napoca. And maybe lesser opposition would have been their ticket to playoffs in back-to-back events, but VP are met by a heavy-handed MOUZ. They themselves finding a bit of their own identity towards the tail end of Inferno. It's another challenge up through brackets, but one that's got smoke on Arch, so Virtus.pro will pause.
All right, Torzi, he tied up a scoreline with that last round, looking like he had 30 kills. He's only on 12, folks. Another round where the play's gonna come towards him, but the utility pushing him back slightly, blocking his vision every step of the way. Instead, it's exertion in CT spawn.
Torzi doesn't decide to walk back through it. Little jump challenge here for Xertion. Oh, no kill!
Yeah, they get through.
They're able to contest back Library if they want. Mac 10 to the ground, more damage. Torzi's low! Flummus! Able to hit that as Electronic cross through. You've got VP with a chance now. Guns picked up.
This is the hard decision. It is really difficult from this spot. In CT spawn, where do you go?
Brolin.
Running it towards Brolin.
They're coming at him with 30 on the clock. Smoked off Church. He is going to try to hold it on the site. Regains vision. Bullets to the back of Flummus. How do you get this bomb down? They're going to try to swing wide. More damage done, but it's still 4 players up here for VP. Again, it goes the distance. Again, the last round of the half. The T's maybe break through.
There's a lot to clear out in CT spawn. Look how slowly Spinks is going to have to approach this.
And you don't have frags or fire to burn the players out from the back of bomb sites, so sure enough, they're just gonna let Jimpak get close, and as he approaches, Flit traded instantly. Fame from New Box pops out. It's an empty one-handed Xerxin trying to hold off on Arch, and there's no time here for Spinks. You literally can't clutch this. Virtus.pro in the final hour of regulation breakthrough. It's another moment where Flawless is able to stop Torji.
Oh yeah.
Xerxin dying's one thing, but nothing from the library player either.
Yeah, this is the player from Gamer Legion who showed up and just played a totally different style to that roster and brought something insanely special. We saw it back at the Shanghai Major. It's been a perfect addition for rounds like these. And this call's as brave as the last two in terms of how quickly they go up mid. But this time, they push Torzi back twice. They keep him smoked the whole way, and they find duels versus the rifles, which is what they were looking for.
Flash to keep Flood up. With how many shots Torji has hit, I say that, mind
that's
you.
a gift.
You know, an ace, but 12 and 13.
Yeah.
Felt like he was going to take over the tail end of the game, but this game keeps giving. Flawless makes the most of a Flash player bout. Jimpat dropping smoke at his feet. Spinks unable to hold them back, and so the A site falls under the pressure of Virtus.pro.
What is this level we're getting out of Virtus.pro? Full on A attack. This time it's not Arch. It's not a burst down outside of mid. They ignore the early banana fights. They set up Flawless for that really key first kill. It's usually the Valk guy that can stay alive so long to cause you a nightmare. And you normally don't want to get out of holes when there's a double pit setup, when there's somebody on the balcony and someone big pit.
Virtus.pro bringing some fight.
Yeah, they're making this a real game. They've got some good variety. There's new plays coming out post-regulation, which is always a great sign. And MOUZ showed some strength to get to 12 in the first place. But now they rely on Torzi more than ever. An ace, but 12 kills.
Flashed off his opening angle as well. Looking for the repeak. Saw a sliver of a shoulder. And lets them know where that op is at. Nades come barreling down Banana. There's a peek behind it. But there's also utility pressure coming forth from Virtus.pro, so that's going to keep MOUZ on their toes, not wanting to give away an opening to the B site. Meanwhile, you've got Fame up in apartments as well, so I feel like if you're Virtus.pro, you're happy with the amount of map control you've gotten away with by a minute 10. They're fighting for Banana simultaneously. Xerxin trying his damnedest to keep that pressure up, to just keep them away from rounding this corner. And it looks like they've managed. But all the while, brackets is emphasized here by MOUZ. We've got nobody holding off on balcony. Jimpat just checking it intermittently as he now peels away towards pit. Torzi here to support Spinks.
They've been good about making sure this is smoked before swinging on it, but oh, they seem like they might let their guard down.
Swings wide, dies out to Spinks, cleared from the corner. Oh, Torzi almost dead. Jimmy comes at it. That's going to leave the open short side. Torji now smoked. They'll know there's no defense on site. Bomb is able to get up short already, and the rotators have been completely cooled off by the smokes that VP hold.
Yeah, just barely avoiding tragedy here. Low health bars on for the T side, but do you want this op in the retake?
Brolin's able to just get through. Dude, he's cheated forward ahead of the smoke. That's going to catch them. Icy able to get 2 with that. He gets Gush down to 11, doesn't give a damn, locks in 2 kills, and VP 14-12.
That was a great fight, man. That was, again, they're doing such a good job of avoiding getting op. There's an op waiting for them. There are some very small gaps, but it's not like Virtus.pro are walking into these shots, limiting Torzi's impact.
It's a hell of a duel we get for brackets. And just enough of a breakthrough at just enough of a timing. VP get that bomb up, and this T side means business.
And where we had the change of heart when we swap over on sides is Virtus.pro playing way more actively about halfway through the game. This start of the game was
bad.
Like 6-1, right?
Yeah. The start of this game was 6-1 with 4 consecutive 3-person saves.
No rounds worth watching from Virtus.pro, and then Flamus came through and showed us that like the players of this quality can make those moves. And it's not only that, but they have the playbook too, as if they just were skipping pages in it. So this is more than refreshing. This is a team that we see how they break into playoffs. Actually posing a test to MOUZ.
Torzi, man.
Yeah.
Adamant's about the angle.
Oh, small chances. Another one.
3 tough shots, but none of them connect. Xertion sticking around. That trajectory. Flit sees that nade coming out. He knows exactly where you're standing.
Oh, and Brolin wants to do something about it.
Ooh, Spinks will help.
Yeah, that's the second player they know has gone over towards B. I wonder if this influences Virtus.pro. I don't think they assumed that was Brolin, even though he didn't get a kill. Oh, but it looks like, in fact, it's MOUZ who assumed because of that they're going to walk this one back. But look at the activity, the information. You can miss shots, as Torzi did, but as long as you have the willingness to get the info back, it'll play to your favor. VP have to move with haste. It is an all too quiet map right now. Brolin has no utility, so if Molly comes quad, he'll have to move, but it doesn't.
So good timing on the flank. Brolin able to peek off the flash, hanging on with just the flashes. Spinks gives that util support, and at the very least, it's 1 for the road. CT side of MOUZ collects at the final hurdle.
It's all those Spinks flashes, man. There's like half a second difference between Brolin dying without a single kill on the site right there, and Spinks' flash is doing exactly what they just did. Blinding Grill, blinding the next two players coming out. Jimmy.
Stealing credit. Remember, the start of the CT side from Virtus.pro left a lot to be desired because of some of the more passive moves they made. It's when things got aggressive that it works, but Icy will love to collect a kill like that. And aggression is what Flamus does. Up into the balcony, Icy won't miss. And it's a peek from Library, totally stuffed. MOUZ falter in the first outing of a T-side. A Torzi 1v5? I don't think so. Electronic comes over, and this Icy Flamus combo delivers in OT.
It'll have to be a second overtime if MOUZ want to do this, but what we've got is a continuation from the good play here from Virtus.pro. Winning on banana control, MOUZ don't even want to fight them there. Then it's Icy hitting these sliver shots while blind. Having a very handsome scoreline at 20 and 12 here. The impact from the Operas has been off and on, but an ace from both of them in 2 different maps.
Xertion with fire at his feet. Already getting low HP. Flit kind of feeling the pain of the same issue. More util over top. Flit fine. Good to hold the ankle.
Nailed it.
Flash out to help him. He's been a burden on banana. retreats with 4 HP. Picks up a wealth of utility, and now that's going to be time burned off the clock. Smoke after smoke can be offered up where he gets the first 2 kills. No Brolin, no Xertion, but a 3v5 is what's demanded of MOUZ. And if you take this challenge to Icy and Flawless, you better protect your neck. It's a kick up in tempo that got them here. VP shows us a marked improvement. It's a first half of their defense that looks so flat. 4 consecutive saves. But aggression is what looks better on them. They will push this series, and now we need Mirage. VP pull this one out of the depths of desperation.
Oh, and it was pretty far down there. I'm not going to lie to you, Scrawny. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, we put ahead to Inferno here at 16-13, going the way of VP after an overtime. And can you believe it, Jacob?
I can believe it, and I did see it witnessing in front of my eyes right now that MOUZ unfortunately didn't have much than a plan A. We spoke about coming into the game, Dust. When you are a new team, you're incorporating a new in-game leader as well. Your plan A is, you know, decent. They've been practicing. They've been having a couple of maps so far in Inferno as well, and also did look good in the vast majority of regular time. But once you go into the nitty-gritty, once you're forced into a plan B, plan C, we kind of saw the limitations of MOUZ as well. A couple of individual heroic plays gave them an opportunity to win this matchup 2-0. But at the end of the day, I feel like VP had more to offer, especially in overtime. We saw different iterations, different approaches on how to win rounds, and I dare say it, they were the better team on Inferno, but MOUZ definitely had a chance to close it here.
So, Dust, is what he's saying is that Flamus go win? Is that how that works?
He certainly helped, you know, playing that pivotal position in middle, really helping opening up space over on the A-bombs, particularly on their T side. It really made wonders. And, you know, to me, I think it's kind of a situation where, you know, in the first half, I thought MOUZ played a really good T side. The fact that they got that final round of the half was also really huge, and it set them up. But we look at the T side of Virtus.pro, it just felt like MOUZ could not figure out how to deal, particularly with the arch rat pressure. You know, there was, I think, maybe 3 or so rounds in regulation where Virtus.pro were able to, you know, take control of arch side middle, threaten the moto wrap, threaten CT spawn, and MOUZ with, you know, Spinks being their new A rotator. It's a position he's played in the past on Vitality, of course, but not now. He's playing with new teammates, communicating in those chaotic situations can get really tense. And I felt like they really fumbled the ball in those situations. And I think those were the key rounds that made such a big difference, and that carried over into overtime as well. I think Virtus.pro constantly were able to really make use of that side of the map to ultimately win the game.
I think it was, I agree with you, I think it was a two-folded problem, because they did have problems dealing with the arch pressure coming in for Virtus.pro, but they also got nothing done on Banana whatsoever. A couple of times Brawler and Exertion did some damage, you know, a couple of times they put a decent amount of nades into the side of VP as well. But in terms of how much resources they were investing into taking Banana control, using smokes, using utility, just to fall back on the bomb side, they got nothing out of it, you know. VP were very comfortable just sitting around, waiting around for it, you know, playing somewhat slow towards Banana. Then the couple of times Flit went up there, he got a couple of openings as well. So overall, you know, I agree with you. MOUZ's CT side, nowhere to be found, really. Their T side was okay, but at the end of the day, Icy and the boys from VP shut them down.
It's actually kind of funny, because I thought we talked about kind of pregame that we thought that Xertion Flit matchup would be one of the keys to watch out for. And I think both of us kind of thought Xertion were going to be the winner of that battle, you know, but in reality, that was not the case whatsoever. Flit really did kind of have his way with top Banana most of the time on the T side, which made everything much more difficult for MOUZ defensively. And again, I think it just goes back to just being unable to handle some of these chaotic moments on that arch side of middle that really allowed VP to eventually take the win.
You see Xertion get left to his own devices over there too as well, towards that Banana. But really, for what it's worth, Jacob, what else can you derive from this from the VP side? Is there a testament of resilience here?
Yeah, I'd say so. A testament of resilience. Obviously, we had the highlight package of Icy as well. I think it's only fair we mention his name.
Oh, sure.
We haven't touched that much coming into this matchup. Having a great showing with the AWP. Had a couple of rounds where he missed a couple of sitters, and then he stepped it up in overtime, you know. So you say resilience. I'd say that VP mentally stayed in it. Again, let's not forget the fact of the matter that when the scoreline was 12-11, it was VP on a force buy with a couple of Tech 9s and a decent amount of utility, and somehow, some way they made that work without even breaking a sweat. It wasn't even a close round to push it into overtime. So I think they had more to offer. I think in terms of the playbook, it was a little bit deeper in the VP camp as well. But overall, you know, a game that was balancing on the edge of disaster, but they made it made it happen.
A little bit on both sides for the edge of disaster. Let's look at some of these rounds then, Jacob. You cool with that?
Yeah, I mean, there's one round in particular, round 19. I think that's where MOUZ drops the ball completely on the CT side. We talked about some of the issues they had. Again, banana control right here. They're actually winning the first couple of duels. It's a 5v3, becomes a 5v2 dust. And then for some reason, everyone decides peak one by one, by one, by one. I don't know how you end up in a scenario where you've done such a good job to get into a 5v2 just to throw it all away.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the more damning rounds for sure of regulation. Like you said, you figure you get the double kill of Banana. Jimmy does his job at apartments.
The one time they actually had success on Banana, and they fuck it up. Like,
yeah, that they did indeed do that exact very thing. I can't sum it up better than that.
I don't think you should try. He said it. He already used the best verbiage that could possibly be used to describe what exactly we just witnessed over here on Inferno. But yes, the series doesn't end there. You know, a 16-13 gives us at least a little bit of life in VP. And for Virtus.pro to now flip and kind of turn their attention towards a Mirage and to MOUZ to do the same thing, I don't know. I feel a little weird towards this one.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because I feel like historically MOUZ have been good on Mirage, but I feel like they kind of cooled off towards the end of last year. Like the first half was much better than the second half. And now obviously you got a new in-game leader operating things. You obviously have Jimmy now playing some new positions on the T side to facilitate Spinks. So there's definitely a lot that MOUZ Sports are going to have to battle through because I felt like when they had Shuhei, they had such a deep playbook, man. They had so many different opening variations they could bring to the table. They were very good at mid-rounding in all the chaotic openings that they would kind of start from. But now things I think need to be more simplified and streamlined for someone like Brolin. You know, you're probably going to have to cut down on how many openers you're using. You're probably going to have to focus a little bit more on just attacking things together as a unit. And if they can simplify things and get things efficient, then maybe they can still put up a fight here. But I feel like VP has also shown some good strengths on this map so far.
I hope VP have the courage to be disruptive, especially when it comes to the CT side. We saw how much Brolin and MOUZ were struggling T-side-wise against, was it FaZe on Mirage, where they couldn't get anything done whatsoever. Brolin a couple of times tried to make it happen, but couldn't really. So I think for VP, when it comes to that T-side, I've seen it time and time again. They're very good at changing up the pace. You know, it's used to be a slow-paced T-side, obviously with James as an in-game leader, very methodical. I think Electronic and the side of VP haven't really gone too far away from that play style. They still have it in the playbook, but they're good at changing it up once in a while. They're good at changing up the pace a little bit and make their opponents second guessing. So focus on Electronic obviously towards middle. I think Flit as well, the lurks he can potentially do on the A bomb side where he will face Brolin more often than not. I think that could be an interesting duel and probably a duel where Brolin will have a tough time winning the vast majority of those. But for my money, it's when we flip the script and we put MOUZ Sports on the T side. I want to see VP be disruptive and I want to see what Brolin can do. He's the point of conversation towards middle together with Exertion. I saw Brolin try to sacrifice a lot for Exertion to create the space needed for him to succeed against FaZe. It never really panned out.
Yeah, again, Jimmy now playing a new position hero on the A extremity as well is going to be pretty big. But the one thing I do want to watch out for Virtus.pro, and something to kind of look out for you in the audience as well, is that I want to make sure that on top of being disruptive for Virtus.pro on the defensive side, I want them to use Icy more diversely as an opper. We did see that yesterday. They allowed him to move around the map a lot more. They didn't really pigeonhole him to one spot. He was able to be more mobile. But I've seen games earlier this year on Mirage, they almost treated him like a B bomb side anchor with Electronic, and they were just like triple stacking rifles on the A site and just not being dynamic enough and being too readable. And so I hope that they can kind of find a happy middle ground there.
Yeah, and I guess this begs the question one more time for the road. Just one more time for the road. You both said 2-0s. You've both been wrong. That's okay, because now we go into a third, a final, a BO1 almost, you could call it. Who do you got?
I'm going to stick with MOUZ winning this game. I think, again, in terms of the quality of players they have at their possession right now, with Spinks as well coming into the lineup, they should be able to win here. I think they also have learned quite a lot from that face bashing on Mirage. However, I think it's going to be a close game, and VP and MOUZ have shown so far to be pretty much on equal terms.
Yeah, I think it'll be a scrappier game. I mean, especially since Virtus.pro does now play a little bit faster pace, Electronic calling, a lot more set pieces, a lot more willingness to play the meta. Again, it's going to come down to the mid-round decision-making. Again, two untenured in-game leaders having to deal with those chaos situations. And I'm going to pick MOUZ Sports. Yeah, I'm going to pick MOUZ Sports. I think they just have the overall better talent.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I almost want to go.
What about you, Trace?
I think this is a very clear-cut, easy prediction, and I can just throw it out there. But first, we're going to go to a break, and then we're going to come back. We're going to jump right into Mirage, try to settle the scores between VP and MOUZ, and find out who's going on to that big arena down in Cluj.
No spine.
Shh. Watch your mouth, little man.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The new look Virtus.pro started off the year in what I would say is a very strong way. But to find out more about this, we've got Electronic, who is leading this team there. Just talk to me how good it feels for you, what you guys were able to do at Katowice up until where obviously you did not have the full team.
I mean, of course the standing were affecting us, you know, but still, like, we are in a good mood, you know, we are trying to learn new things for us, you know, as a team. We are trying to discuss as much as we could, you know, but still there is a lot of things which happen, you know, like, I mean, for example, Flamos couldn't be with us in Kato, so, for example, we cannot be in the same wave, you know, in the same page. So, yeah, we didn't have that much practice after that, so, I mean, like, yeah, the result in Kato give us a bit confidence, I'll say, but anyway, like, we want to be much better, you know.
Yeah,
and we're gonna improve as much as we could as a team, as individuals, you know. So yeah, everyone, as I said before, right, putting that much work that we could, you know.
Everyone's really trying to achieve the dream and the goal. But how does it make you feel as the leader of this new Virtus.pro being able to do this? Does it fill you with more confidence?
I mean, I feel like I need to improve myself a lot, you know, as a IGL with my tactic side, you know, strat side. I would say, like, micromanagement with the players, you know, what we're gonna do in some stuff. And I need also to, no, I will say, like, yeah, I mean, I need to improve a lot. Just improve a lot. But I mean, like, I feel like everybody believing in me.
Yeah.
You know, so it's really important for me as a IGL to feel that, I don't know, belief, you know.
Now, I think during the Shanghai Major, everyone saw how good Flamos can be, so we know what we're going to get from him. Can you tell me, you've played with many great players, how good can Icy be? How much potential does this young player have?
He can be one of the best, I'm pretty sure about that, you know. You see, he has a really good micro, you know, let's say. Also, from my perspective, I will say he has, like, a really good reading of the game, you know. So in the clutching, you can see that he pretty, like, cold-blooded, you know. So, yeah, I mean, he's working a lot, you know, cold-blooded, like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure if he gonna keep the work that he put in now, he will be a beast, 100%.
And if he gets better, this makes you guys as a team very scary as well. It looks to me right now that when I see this current Virtus.pro, the potential is very huge. Do you feel like, for you right now, the main thing is just getting a deep strat book?
I think, yeah. I mean, not 100%. We need to understand each other much better, you know.
Okay.
In the game, for me.
So how you, like, play off each other?
Yeah. What type of game style we're gonna play in some games, you know, what, how we gonna affect on some situations on the map, you know, on some rotations, for example. So yeah, I mean, like, we just need to work as lot as we could, you know. So yeah, I think.
For you, you have so much experience, you know, you've had so much success in your career. How do you want to see your identity as an in-game leader, like the way you lead a team? Because like you've worked on the Blade, right? You had Boomage there by the side of you. You've had this great career. You've seen what people can do. How do you view your way of doing it?
I don't know, like, I was thinking about it, you know, sometimes, but I was like, okay, I've been playing with Blade, you know, with Zeus, with Hooch, with even, I've been talking with Starix, you know.
Oh, wow, yeah.
IJLink in some days back in the days.
The old school days, yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like I've been playing with the all greatest captains in series, right?
I agree.
So, yeah, I feel like I can take something from this, from one guy, from second, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, like, anyway, I want to make my own identity, you know, but I didn't. Still, I'm not sure which is gonna be.
But that's good though. We get to learn what it's gonna be. I like what I'm hearing. I like what I'm gonna see already. What we've seen so far from you guys. So best of luck. Let's see what you can do.
Thank you.
A single map of group play left here before we dive into the BT Arena. One slot between MOUZ and Virtus.pro, and it's all decided on Mirage, a map where the records don't prove well for MOUZ, but you also weren't super satisfied with what Virtus.pro gave us on their last outing in this map, specifically, Mo.
Well, we saw them play against Pain. They had no answers for the connector plays and the mid control that came out. What we saw on Inferno was an adaptation to that in a different map. So we'll see how they approach this right now, but in the first half, it'll be T-side. Now, MOUZ have tried to adopt this map, but they played it 3 times so far here at Cluj. Lost 2 of them. FaZe and Falcons have beat them on this map. So there's comfort in the sense that they continuously pick it, and it's obviously a map that MOUZ were good at before. But we'll have to see how many lessons Virtus.pro learned from that last match, because unlike on Inferno, they didn't learn their lesson in time. They ended up losing 2-0 to MOUZ in that, or to Pain in that game. And it was because they were missing that activity again.
Well, here's a bit of activity for you. Spinks going for an adventure top middle. Electronic, that angle's so passive that Spinks gets away with this.
Well, he's actually going to see Electronic.
Oh, but there's a player up close. Okay, come on now, Fame.
Don't let him reload. Oh my god, he gets away, he gets another kill.
He fights the frag back to spawn. No way, Spinks. Oh my god, dude.
That's way too much action. That's the bomb spot, and they immediately smoke off B.
299 damage out of that.
Wow. And Fame has 1 left. 1 health.
Oh god.
It's still look at the time left over though. They waited so long for that, and I think Spinks' pathing caught Electronic totally off guard, going up above instead.
Dude, I couldn't look away, but I didn't want to watch.
Wait a second.
Now we've got a challenge over to the B site. Jimmy's gonna lock in. Brolin trying to hold back the cap play. Icy, doesn't hard full clear, and now Jimmy, it's a low HP Fame trying to plant. The body block, is it enough? Really?
It is.
They get off of it, and the wall bang from Xershin's gonna clean up the 2. MOUZ squeeze what's left of Virtus.pro, who I think at that point, honestly, take the bomb plant.
Yeah, that's a pretty big win. Yeah, that's an awkward situation. I think Electronic, he's holding for this push, but doesn't say the push is coming.
Yeah.
Or he does, but Spinks is already jumping up towards the halls at the same time. Yeah, that could have been a better end for sure, but at least they get the plant out. And the other weird part for this map with MOUZ is that they pick it a ton. So they've been picking it, and this is one of the first times they leave it to a decider in their recent games.
Ouch.
Oh, that's another good grenade. I don't know if he saw anything, though. He's still jump spotting.
I feel like Virtus.pro, they love these solo AKs, man. They keep trying them. I feel like more than anybody else nowadays. And I guess when you've got a Fame, a Flit, and a Flawless, you can kind of play musical chairs with that AK.
Yeah, but Flawless is that guy, right? He's a firecracker on T side. Turns one entry into three.
He's got the Kevlar, he's got the rifle, and he's got Fame in front of him to give them the confirmation. There's a player up above, and oof, towards top middle was Xertion. There's that AK, so now they know about it. Good on Flawless to get one, looking to lock in the ladder player. Oh, he had a coulda, woulda had a chance, but it's ultimately Flit to walk towards top middle to scoop up an M4. Wonder if he can do any damage with this. If he's given the chance, nah, not gonna happen. Spinks is off to a 6-1 start. And if there is some improvement to be had for MOUZ on Mirage specifically, well, let's watch Spinks, the newcomer in this MOUZ jersey. Why don't you step it up a notch?
Yeah, and it will be a lot like Ancient in the way that MOUZ will not let go of mid control. There has to be different looks on the way that VP approach it. But again, their problems in the pain game were over on CT side.
Ooh, you're not wrong, Flawless.
Yeah, but there's no one top mid just now, but even just him putting that pressure pushes Xertion back. He cannot escape through underpass. So it looks like late mid control, which I think is just a really great way to approach mid in general. So the CT advantages are all in the beginning of the round. This was where there's the most variance on the attack, but instead of falling back, oh no, they don't go for late mid. Oh, and that's, you know, that's what elicited the Jimmy nade last time. That's what happens again.
Electronic goes back to spawn to throw a window smoke, but we've got Xertion just pressed up against him. Easy pickup there. And that's got a ton of attention turned over to the B site. You find Fame falling from the window. Jimmy right back in. He's got a double. Torzy's rotated, and MOUZ are going to sweep away an attempt from VP that really net them nothing.
Yeah. They have to assume that MOUZ are not going to be scared of them. If they had Flawless in the underpass, I think step one was perfect. They got Xertion out of a spot that would have caused them problems if they tried a connector split. Yeah, but after that, they assumed that MOUZ would have just left. Instead, MOUZ got more aggressive. Got top mid control. And again, that's what caused Jimmy to be on full alert with his HE. Berlin and Torzy to defend against the A play.
Molotov doesn't pop.
Missed it, yeah.
Torzy just gonna lean back with ease. Tries to control the rifle, but they're breaking through. It's Electronic and Flit with Tech 9s to get a kill apiece.
It's an empty gun, so he can't sit there. He has to reload.
Jimmy to challenge forward. He ran through the fire, but Electronic just turns his back to it. And there you go, easy. Jimmy cleans up the double. Fame reaches out. That gun's got 2 bullets in it, and he's got 3 opponents to kill. I know who I bet on. Not Fame. But he tries to keep his head down. They go for the jump clear. He'd have to 2-tap. He would have to 2-tap the diffuser.
Come on.
Or knife him?
Something. Just try to go all the way through the smoke.
Wait, you're just gonna push him off it?
Wait, can he live? Can he live though? Full pacifist mode, baby.
What the hell?
He was never there. Almost pulled off that ninja defuse.
He does wear turtle gloves, and now we know why.
Oh, he's a turtle, bro?
Yep. Just hides inside his shell.
Just like Connor.
And goes into the next round with that AK. I mean, facilitates the buy. AK's all over the board. Electronic to the top mid, and E. Got to get out of there. Weird smoke bounce.
Yeah, that still needs to get fixed. All right, so different looks on mid. That's what we're paying attention to. But again, it was kind of step one good for Virtus.pro, but on the follow-up, it was MOUZ who caught them off guard. They're gearing up to take it again. Just shy of the 1 minute timing on the mid window smoke. But again, if you throw nades like this and you don't approach, it can be worse for you. But they are coming out.
Good reaction there from Flawless. Damn.
Dude, he's so good at fights like that. Those are difficult.
Got dinked, still dies. As Brolin's going to push down into him, but of course it's that empty A bomb site that Virtus.pro are a little more interested in. And they have earned the right to go ahead and take it all. Fame eating flashes, luckily for him, won't get challenged. Frag comes out a second later once he's regained his vision.
They've actually lost window. So Torzi's only watching from the outside. This slows down the retake a ton.
2 players to run over towards Ticket. Brolin has managed to get out onto the stairs. Fame doesn't look like he wants to move a muscle, but nobody's covering this. Fame turns around, woof, at the right moment, but it's while Jimmy clears Icy off the site. So Flit up in Palace. Fame known to be jungle, back exposed to a slow retake. Flit comes in, instant headshots, and it spinks down beneath him. Not working with a lot of time. Flit, it is fantastic.
Wow, that's what you love to see, Flit. What a 1v3. Clean shots all the way around, and Torzi had half a mind to think that he was up there. Didn't have time to shoot, though. What a shot. Oh, and even how he played with this peek. He knew exactly how far Spinks would roll out. Beautiful. So mid-control doesn't exactly go to plan, but they still get the flawless kill from underpass. And then while that's going on, they make the attack happen. So that's the other way you can take advantage of a team going heavy on mid. Only 5 players on the map, so if you're going to hold on to mid as a CT, you know that's 3 tied up. What? How'd he do that?
Dude, poor Electronic locking in behind these boxes. Just keeps getting pelted by damage. It's fun watching Flawless play underpass.
Yeah. You got to have a great aimer coming out from under here.
Ooh, double nades destined for him, but it's okay. He's leaning all the way back at the start of it.
Looks like they're trying to synthesize the same position as last time, except MOUZ have 4 on A.
Yeah, there's already an adaptation here. We've got the committed sandwich player, and then we've got Brolin over towards Ticket.
I think they need to put just the tiniest bit of pressure on B, but they don't see the map like we do. It's going to be tough for them to know they're running into this stack.
Electronics low, Flawless on the prowl. Electronics just running up. That's going to be an easy cleanup. Then it's all about the Flawless trade, and he finds it quickly. Still, Jimmy able to hang on to Sandwich. There's the Ticket player dead. They pull back for a second, but they're not thinking about Sandwich.
And this is their B player. They're missing Jimmy. They don't know where he's at.
Could be a huge moment. He will gun down the bomb planter, Flit up dead, and Fame. Triple from an SMG.
Yeah, it has to be the pre-fires, the perfect pre-aims. And Jimmy, again, he's the guy they called over from BA. Hey, we need a little bit more help this round. He's in the perfect spot. So the game plan read is so nice here for MOUZ. Even though Flawless definitely does his part.
It's an instant shakeup, and it's one that nets MOUZ a critical round win. They go back into, again, a hero AK.
Yeah.
This time it's Fame's turn.
They keep trying to catch Jimmy on his jump spots. And I've been critical of the way some players jump spot B, but the way Jimmy does it, he's been very safe. It's been hard to catch. This time they actually won't even try it. Wait a second.
Yo,
oh, okay.
Rolling a little late to the party, or is Fame just early? Hero AK tried for the second time. And if ever Fame dies, Flit's also got Kevlar, Flawless. Okay, Xertion thought he had a headshot. That nade's gonna do a good amount of damage, softens up the majority.
And they don't have too much utility, so.
He gets away. Good thing he does, because if he dies there, that's a second rifle inside of window, but he's being chased.
They followed him fast.
Xertion's yet to turn around. He's only getting to the stairs now. Tech9 taps him out of it. Flawless. Oh, he gets caught by Spinks, but Fame's there to support with a rifle. And now you've got Fame half health, sitting on a cache of weapons. Jimmy's trying to keep Murder Hole honest.
Wow, he got by, though. But this B site is going to get taken over.
Fame
Jimmy
doesn't have to activate. He can sit here all round long.
Yep.
And Jimmy hopes that he takes an overstep because, like you said, that B site's prime for the taking. Jimmy could go back and try and keep an eye on it, but Bomb's going to go down. It's the second attempt at the hero AK, and this time it works.
Dude, that was excellent with the boost. And Fame won't overswing. Looks like he'll stay alive. Flit looking for his timing. 2 will come to CT. That's one of those moments where I gave credit to MOUZ for, on Ancient, reclaiming mid super quickly. Here's one where Virtus.pro are right on their tail. As soon as they show that they were up in window, and they even had one playing from ladder room, as Torzy puts on a little exit clip.
Yeah, this is his op, and he doesn't want you to take it.
Oh.
Leg shot.
That would
Little scoop that up for Icy. We'll see if Electronic can actually get the M4 over the MP9. No. SMG and an op move forward by Virtus.pro, but considering, again, you come in with 2 sets of Kevlar and 1 rifle.
Wow, look at the round they won, too.
You take those.
Yeah, it's a 1 AK round. They do such a good job of following Flawless through the window. The boost is so fast. Like, Exertion was here just a second ago. Fame also with an excellent round.
All right, MOUZ gonna try with the force. Ooh, that's your op, Torzy. Oh my God.
Oh, it's a double upper push here.
Just a clean little distraction, and you may think that Torzy's departed, but nope, he's still sticking around down there.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean,
so many bodies from Virtus.pro and apartments that he's gonna keep.
Leaves, yeah.
All right, keep it and fall back, and they push a player up catwalk instead.
I mean, this is what Virtus.pro had to do. They have to make sure that Torzy isn't about to flank them because they can't just enter B like that. And now that they do, the round gets a little bit more complex.
They know Torzy's here. He just made sound. Oh, but Fame falls to Torzy. A force buy back. This could completely unravel the hard work of Fame in the round to go.
Man, that's actually pretty smart, though, huh? Right after Torzy left underpass, they tried to do the same thing as last round. Created timing inside the window, but for whatever reason, MOUZ are still watching it. And now what? The QB sneak? I mean, smoking window.
Yeah, look at this 3-player lean into the B site. They're calling correctly, MOUZ.
Trying to make it a cat split.
That could play into the hand of Icy. But Jimmy's not even on bench. He's just kind of leaning into the back site behind pillars.
Man, they got the read on the stack again. The A site is the best place to go, but oh, Torzy, what an angle.
Old Famas doesn't hit that.
Yeah.
But he keeps it clean as needed. 12 seconds is going to fizzle out. Virtus.pro, a taste of your own medicine. Ooh, they may even lose the Opper. If I'm Xertion, I'm coming for this. Spinks is ready to go for it as well. That's an op to be grabbed.
Oh,
sure
after
enough.
time.
Denial. Is it after time?
I think that was.
$3,200 still for Icy.
Maybe it was in the last second. I was looking at that clock, but
I'll keep an eye on the game log.
Yeah, okay. Well, either way, that was a massive opportunity for Virtus.pro when they won with 1 AK. But somehow, MOUZ had all the right reads that round. The upper B push in the first place, that's where Virtus.pro wanted to go. Torzy falling back on underpass, and they're still watch the window lurk seconds after he leaves. And then the full B stack.
That was after time.
Yeah, okay.
Just had a little extra. Spends down with the Kevlar tech this time. Ooh. Tough pill to swallow, VP. You thought you had cracked open this T side, and listen, we've seen promise. I'm not saying it's impossible from here on out, but MOUZ are bringing a level on the CT half that can go tit for tat.
They spoke to bottom and top of connector here.
Yeah.
All right.
CT's going to smoke off ramp. Torzy, gets into position, eats the flash, and still drops Flawless.
Oh, the bomb has to exit, though.
Missed incendiary, but that's fine. He's still waiting for the bomb, or is he? He's going to peel back a little bit. Fame's going to take up responsibility of jungle. Jimmy just awaiting this kind of a play. He collects the head instantly. Electronic tries to fall off after putting that bomb down. No multi-frag this time for Flit. And the P250 only good for one. Virtus.pro plant get a little bit of extra money for the follow-up, but this is MOUZ securing CT momentum.
We're starting to reach a higher miles per hour here for Torzy. As the Tornado started up 11-4 already. I think 2 of those shots were half blind. One off the ramp, one at a palace. And that's Torzy over on A, Jimmy over on B.
Third successful retake posted by MOUZ.
Virtus.pro tried a lot of different looks already this half, but MOUZ have answers. I wonder where Electronic thinks the gap is going to be. They're really anticipating a fast connector play, but instead it's a repeat of this previous round. And this could be the help. The move that helps. He didn't see the foot, did he?
No, I don't think so.
Still has the suspicion, which is good.
Xertion got those size 8s.
This is like, it's like we're repeating a previous situation. Last time Electronic flashed and then peeked mid off the B play. Xertion was literally right here.
Electronic has been on the receiving end of many a death from the mid approaches. Xertion looking to get it again.
And again, if you throw this window smoke and there's nothing behind it, it gets dangerous.
Done. Electronic goes down 2 and 9. Brolin, down beneath the window as Virtus.pro try valiantly to jump out into the bomb site, but it's an act of desperation from here on out. Icy trying to run bomb over. By the time he gets here, everybody else is dead.
Yeah, totally outclassed now at this point. Like, they got a read on every single setup, and Virtus.pro just have Icy saving this op. Uh-oh.
Ouch. Somebody from VP gonna have to kick it up a notch here as we get into the waning moments of this first half. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but Virtus.pro just not bringing it to the caliber of what Jimpat
They missed
and
their window
Spinks have
smoke.
got. Oh, a missed window smoke.
Ah, that's jail time.
Sure, it's not like advanced, you know, 5-dimensional chest on purpose, maybe?
Only if Naf throws it at this point.
Oh. Just need a little more time.
Yeah, and it results in a kill. Well, 1 AK or 2 Galils. Let's see what'll work better. I do have a bit of a pinch here on Spinks.
Yeah, that'll catch him off.
Actually, now it's another gun.
Jump scare moment for Spinks to have to handle. Now it's an AK and 2 Galils. Best of both worlds. But, of course, a single smoke on Flit. Obviously, Torzy hoping somebody exits that ladder room, but...
They're hoping it's A, though. I mean, there's no one watching for the window timing. They're kind of too worried about going back through CT to deal with it. The bomb's up in B halls, and they have lots of information on A, so I was really hoping that Virtus.pro overthink this. With that kill, I mean, surely they just speed up. Yeah.
Bomb's going to be able to...
Oh!
Really, eh? They try to fake it?
Wait, okay.
Now, if MOUZ don't move...
Well, now MOUZ are starting to get closer to B site.
That's a big if. You know, Jimpat's going to have positioning on site, and he's been playing Excellent.
Oh,
That
still
leg
got
shot
tagged.
still connects, despite no vision. Jimmy, high alert, ready to go, but you've given a gun over to Flommus. And while he plants that bomb, Flick gives cover to the back doors. Waiting is Xertion. And Flommus, can he depart? Definitely feeling pinched at the moment. That opper from Catwalk trying to find the angle on him. He's trying to skate between both. And also cautious of a potential apartments wrap. Ooh, Torji knows exactly where you are now, and still Flip brings one down with him. Flommus looking for the AK, wants that upgrade. Ops on the approach. Brolin's got it from the back door, and it is MOUZ to hang on again.
Ooh, probably the best situation they could have gotten. I think they were expecting some kind of reaction towards B, but the site was totally vacant for that timing. And Torzi's one position off the side of default was enough to cause distress for Virtus.pro. Got his kill to slow down the split. And they started second-guessing themselves. One last chance here in this half.
So
Flom is going to take matters into his own hands. And,
yeah.
And here's that fast connector play they're looking for. But what a kill from Brolin from all the way.
Tronic, though, that's awkward. Caught fumbling utility. Fame tries to chase in to look to tether. Flit. It's all Valiant, right? It's all an attempt from VP's pieces to go 1-for-1. The trade train that could have been is not derailed by MOUZ inside the A site. A 10-2 CT side posted up by MOUZ. And there was a moment there. We had that back and forth for 5 rounds. But it all comes down to the half-buy win of MOUZ, Mohan. That's what got them back online. It's what busted the economy up for Virtus.pro. And unfortunately, those hero AKs unable to work more than once.
So return some confidence to MOUZ's Mirage, that's for sure. And I would love to know what the bar for success is for this team. Well, especially now that they've got this close. Of course, they could see themselves in playoffs. Virtus.pro have their work cut out for them now. Need to see vast improvements on their CT Mirage if they stand any chance.
Two sets of armored Berettas, utility for electronic, and no kit as VP limp into the second pistol of this decider game. You got Torzi, Jimmy, Spinks, and Xertion firing on all cylinders. And that's a difficult MOUZ to hold back.
And we've got Brolin, the only one making noise right here. Oh!
Dude. You can't help but feel bad.
Oh, they both got spotted.
Brolin comes out, double kill, no rotation
Brutal.
over. Dude.
They're not even going for it, dude.
The gush on the jump?
Yeah. That's what they kept trying to do to Jim Pat, but they couldn't catch him. Oh, it's actually been a nightmare map here for Electronic. Everything that he tried to do, just throwing grenades on these setups for his teammates to go for attacks, they kept finding him.
You can't help but feel bad for that one.
Yeah. But that's why those jump spots got to be laser sharp, right?
True.
Like Jimmy. It actually matters.
You got to jump like Jimmy. Words to live by. Xertion's going to come take your Berettas away. Sorry, Fame. Oh, never mind. They'll get traded out. 2 players survive. That's a bit of Kevlar moved forward here. We are searching for the most marginal of silver linings to try to give Virtus.pro any kind of a hope. Oh, believe as long as they do, but also getting past the second player, spotting him, blinding him.
With the flashes.
You know, Torzi's flashbang on Flommus is just, that's just rude.
Salt in the wound.
So, FortiSpy coming out of Virtus.pro trying with everything they can muster to stop the pain train that is MOUZ on Mirage tonight. But Jimmy's
Exertion.
looking world class.
Yeah, and Exertion had a great series.
Yes, sir.
Has a great series so far, and this is one of his specialty positions, T-side Mirage. All right, let's see. Jimmy looking for the push. Doesn't actually come just yet, but he stays suspicious. Oh, they're rotating off B, over to B. They didn't see anything A ramp, so they think it's clean.
Icy. Double kill's good. Obviously going to get traded with the numbers that are here for...
Brolin hit that over the bench. My goodness, he is frying.
And Icy has really kind of been the glimmer of hope for Virtus.pro throughout this series. 41 and 25 coming into Mirage. Now, unfortunately, 5 and 13. It's a hot and cold day for Icy. Retake offered up. Flamus at Electronic, gonna try to get it going. It's a good swing around from Electronic. Now hands on an AK. And of course that Palace player that could have been naded to oblivion, but Jimmy plays it further back. We've got a smoke now on top of the bomb, trying to get the peeks out, thinking it's ramp, but what do you know? Brolin backside, sneaky for number 12. 10 map and match points for MOUZ.
Yeah, bomb planted on the outside of triple. 2 players on the left side of the site, one in Palace, one in Firebox. Impossible to read. Enough time to go for the swing. And as mentioned, Icy, the only semblance of a hold here. Wow, what a spray from Brolin. Over top of default. This will be their best Mirage win by far.
Which for a team that's, you know, had Mirage in their back pocket for as long as they have, it's good to see such a convincing victory, not just any sort of a win, but a blowout. And it's one for top to bottom MOUZ, just simply better. Electronic keeping his head down. He is entirely alone. Xertion deletes him with the flying Mac 10. And that's Electronic 5 and 14, perhaps at the end of the map 3. Flamus already hit hard by the nade before he could arrive. MOUZ simply cut from a different cloth. And this is a MOUZ that are seeking to get back to where they belong. Omnipresent in playoffs, and yet again, that is where we'll find them. This time not with Shuhei at the helm, but a great first outing with Brolin as their captain. The full 5 of MOUZ forward to the BT arena. It's a recovery back on Inferno from Virtus.pro, but nowhere to be found on this decider.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's Scrawny and Launders. Those were your commentators. We're back here on the desk, and we're going to put a pin in the group stages, or rather the Swiss system, I could call it. MOUZ have taken down VP and have secured themselves that berth in the arena for the playoffs. Jacob, hard fought.
Very, very solid performance coming in from MOUZ and Mirage, and it makes you wonder why it's been so inconsistent for them here at Cluj-Napoca so far. I feel like when they're playing their A game, like we saw the first 2 games, like we see here in Mirage as well versus VP, it's a team that can go toe-to-toe with pretty much any team at this tournament. But we've also seen that it's very inconsistent to us. So it makes you wonder, why can't we get this MOUZ more consistently? Why can't we get it more often? Well, the answer is probably the installment of Brolin as an in-game leader, the transition period with Spinks, certain maps are better than others, etc., etc. But it does beg the question if this is the MOUZ showing up for the playoff, because if it is, I will be a little bit careful if I'm their opponent.
I feel like you really kind of solved that one yourself. I'm not sure if I have to really come in here and help you out at all. I feel like you asked the question, you answered the question, but to supply you with, you know, maybe some supplemental facts that might kind of reinforce this one for you is that they just have bucket loads of talent now on this team. I mean, Spinks obviously adds a whole additional level of firepower to the squad on the extremities with Jimmy. You obviously have Xertion, who's still one of the strongest aggressive riflers out there. Torzy, in my opinion, one of the more underrated operas out of last year, continuing to show really good form. I think for me, it's going to be a two-folded question going into the arena, and that is going to be, you know, one, how does Brolin handle calling up against more intense competition? You know, we've already seen him kind of falter a little bit against FaZe and Falcons in this group stage, but was able to get the job done against Virtus.pro and some of the quote-unquote easier opposition they faced in the groups. But here's the other big thing. Get away from the Brolin, you know, part of this equation. We know that some of these players on MOUZ Sports do sometimes shy away from the spotlight on the big stage. Yes, they did have a good performance in Rio last year and a pretty good performance in Shanghai, but in some of the other big tournaments, some of their biggest stars would be waning rather than shining brightly in the sky, helping lead them to success. And so that is the other big thing I have to look out for, particularly a guy like Xertion. You know, he plays such a critical role. He he needs to be able to keep up his individual form to keep this engine, roaring and having a chance to do big things here.
Would you say that this gentleman disappears on stages?
No, Jimmy doesn't. Jimmy doesn't and Torzy doesn't. I thought those are the two that are usually the most stable for them.
Yeah, and I guess if you just grab onto the back of what MOUZ has accomplished here, we'll let VP settle. We'll let that dust kind of go, no pun intended. But for the side of MOUZ, you got to think about the growing pains sort of coming together at the very last possible second for them. Can they even possibly conjure up half of that power going forward?
I think so, and it's a perfect victory for MOUZ as well. We can also be completely honest, I think regardless of who MOUZ would have played today, they would have been the favorites in those games. I think out of all the 6 teams we've seen play today, MOUZ were the better team out of all of them. And to be fair, this matchup was arguably the most competitive in terms of the raw level that we got to see today as well. So maybe a bit unlucky with the draw. At the end of the day, for MOUZ, it doesn't matter if you go 3-1, 3-0, or 3-2. You get a lot of repetitions now, you get a lot of games, and you now get to get some experience on this stage. As Dust said, it has been a conversation that this whole stage enigma for MOUZ has been going around. I think they've kind of put that to bed, but it opens up a new question, with Brolan as an in-game leader.
Exactly.
Him on a stage, youngsters around him that has to take a bigger responsibility as well in terms of the calling, etc., etc. So it is a very interesting conversation when it comes to MOUZ, but it's a good step in the right direction, and they're getting an awful lot of experience. 5 games played here, another one in the arena, potentially even a semi-final and a final. It's not a bad thing for MOUZ.
Yeah, a lot of reps right there, and you guys did hit that word I was looking for, draw, and that is because if you don't go anywhere, we are going to draw the brackets here shortly. But for the time being, I do have Spinks on the line. Hey, Spinks, man, congratulations. You in a MOUZ jersey, you found your way to playoffs, but how do you feel?
I feel great. It's nice to see myself in the TV here. But yeah, I feel good. I'm happy we managed to qualify. Of course, we had a 2-0 start, but yeah, I'm just happy we qualify.
Spinks, you've been playing with Apex for quite some time as a pretty well-known in-game leader. He has his own style, obviously. Now you're coming into a new team with Brolan, who's picking up that in-game leader role for the first time. How do you feel so far with Brolan as an in-game leader, and could you probably invite us into some of the biggest differences between the two?
I think Brolan is doing actually a good job. Of course, we had some T-sides that we were lacking a bit, but it's not only on him, it's on everyone. And I think our coach, Dennis, is doing also a good job with him. So far, I'm pretty optimistic. I think he's actually doing pretty good. And compare him to Apex, I think definitely right now Apex is still better, 100%. He's been IGL for a while now. He have ton of experience. But so far, I'm pretty optimistic compared to Brolan.
That's good. For you personally as well, I mean, your later stages in Vitality, we perhaps didn't get to see the best of you from an individual standpoint. Do you feel comfortable in this new iteration of MOUZ, and do you think we get to see the old Ents Spinks coming alive again soon?
I don't think I will be the old Ents Spinks. In Ents, I was definitely the superstar. Here, I might have good roles, but we also have Jimmy, we also have Exertion, we also have Torzy. So I'm not going to be the Ents guy. Maybe I will perform the same, but I won't play the same. But yeah, there is some positions I'm still lacking, I would say. Still need to get a bit more experience on it. Still need to learn how to do it better. And some positions are just comfortable for me.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I was actually about to ask you about that, Spinks. Obviously, Ancient was not a map that you really played a whole lot when you're on Vitality. They have you anchoring the B-bomb site and playing kind of the B side on Tear side. And also Inferno, we see that you're playing a more active role than you were maybe playing on Vitality over in Middle. How have you enjoyed these new roles, and what are you looking forward to going down the line?
For Ancient, I think I'm still learning the map.
Sure.
Like, sometimes the timings are weird for me, like, oh, the T can be here? Oh my god, he's so fast. And this, like, the small details that you just learn with time. And for Inferno, yeah, I have much more action, and I think the role is a bit harder. You have more responsibility, but that's what I wanted.
That's what you wanted. That's actually what I was curious about. So are you looking forward to maybe even on some other tactics and some other maps being a little bit more active and a little bit more involved in some of the actual executions?
Yeah, definitely. And I think I helped MOUZ a lot on this one. And when I joined here, I knew that, like, I still believe Gympat is the main lurk. I don't think I should be the main lurk. And so far, it's been doing pretty good.
Yeah, well, I think my guys here, you guys out of questions for the man?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Cool. I was
like what I heard.
sure. I would never want to just leave him hanging. Hey, Spinks, there are a lot of fans of yours around the world, right? And MOUZ, but definitely yours.
I hope so.
Yeah, we know so, but I'm one of them. And if there is one of them, it is me. So you want to give us any words? You want to give them any words at home?
Thank you everyone for the support. Of course, it's kind of a new start, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah, cool. Well, to the playoffs, MOUZ goes. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, to see MOUZ going to the playoffs after all of that, after what was a pretty tumultuous, turbulent even, group stage. You know, they found their way into it, so you got to give a little bit of, I guess, commendation there. However, just like you guys have been talking about, the names in the server are big names. They're not new to this situation or to these unfamiliar instances in which a new player is coming to the lineup.
These are players that in various categories were nominated to be the best in each their respective positions. You know, you look at a guy like Jimfat, you could argue he is one of the best anchors the game has. You know, Lurk, call him whatever you want. Exertion as an entry fragger, Torsi as an AWP player up there in the conversation as well. So in terms of raw skill, yes, they offer a lot. So it's good to see them in the playoff. It also rounds off, you know, all the teams that the playoff, dare say, apart from Saw, you know, being some of these bigger names and some of these bigger teams with bigger brand values as well. So I feel like this group stage, you know, it offers best of 3 games from the beginning. There's no best of 1s. There's no lucky draw in that regard. I feel like we have the best quality teams heading into the playoff. And for my money, that makes me happy.
Yeah, and speaking of the playoffs, we are going to be getting there shortly, sooner rather than later. But first, results so that we can catch right back on up to where we are and what has been the entirety of the group stage. Now that it is done and dusted, that is the VP MOUZ game there on the very bottom. Started the day with Astralis. Big have their own woes. I suppose they can figure that out in their own time, Dust.
Indeed, they definitely still have a lot of work to do with their new all-German roster, and 3D Max has a lot of room to work with as well, with the French side having some tough times losing down to Saul.
Yep.
We see our top 8 teams there heading to Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, that is the top 8 teams. So FaZe, MongolZ, Eternal Fire, Falcons, Pain, Astralis, MOUZ, and yes,
yeah, I can already guess now who's playing who just by looking at this.
Well, of course you
group
can.
Yeah,
of course you can.
And that makes for some cool games, Trace.
It does. It really does. But that is the standings. And speaking of which, you ask and you might just receive, Jacob.
There we go. We get the playoff bracket for you right here. Pain taking on MOUZ. That's not a bad opponent for MOUZ. It's not a bad opponent for Pain Gaming as well. I consider that game to be MOUZ being the favorites, but obviously Pain have shown that they can play Counter-Strike at a high level. The Mongols get Astralis. That's cool for them. Falcons versus Eternal Fire. Falcons versus Eternal Fire is
that's
also
a banger. That's a banger
game. Yeah, I think there's an awful lot of firepower on the server on that one.
Yep.
FaZe versus Saw. Again, let's be completely honest. It's not a freebie for FaZe Clan, but it kinda is in a way. Now reverting back to the Mongols versus Astralis. I do think Astralis look better today, but for them to beat a team like the Mongols, I haven't seen that level just yet.
Dude, here's what I like, is that no matter what happens on the bottom side of the bracket, that semifinal is going to be a banger too, because you're either going to get Eternal Fire with a rematch against FaZe, yet again, that's a rival that's been kind of forming, or you get the old clash of Nico and Kerrigan once again. You know, the inescapable rivalry of those two, FaZe versus Falcons, would also be quite the treat. I know I'm kind of writing off Saul, but I'm also being a little bit realistic too. I hope people understand. So yeah, that is going to be your full schedule.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dust. It is, in fact, our full schedule for what is the playoff. So we look at Pain MOUZ. That one's going to be kicking off at 10 a.m. local time. That'll be on Friday.
Yes, sir.
With our quarterfinals. And here's how that looks. Now, of course, the whole weekend does sort of transpire over the course of Saturday, Sunday, as do most Counter-Strike tournaments. So on Saturday, you're going to be getting a semifinal, and on Sunday, you're looking at that big 3rd, 4th place decider, followed by a best-of-5 grand final.
And it's big games, big prize, big VIS points up for grabs. It's a great opportunity to get a trophy as well. If you're FaZe Clan, you look towards getting your first trophy with Elise. If you're Eternal Fire, you look at that bracket and you think to yourself, listen, there's a realistic shot that we can win this tournament. And the same could be said for MOUZ. I know they went 3-2 right here, but with the way they're playing against VP, with that upper echelon of the bracket as well, the Mongols, I feel like every team is coming in, and excuse me as well, I agree with you, Dust, every team is coming in, apart from Saw, with an expectations of, listen, if we're hitting strides, we can make it to the final. We can get some VIS points. We can get an awful lot of prize money. It is super, super important. So you better make sure to set your watch for Friday, Trace, and watch the games.
Yeah, okay. I will, but
Thanks,
from
man.
very far away from here.
Doesn't matter where you watch
Dust, before we go, let me pick your brain in putting a close to what the group stage has been. See if you can do it in like 2 or 3 sentences.
They were great. Banger format. Goated playoffs.
Okay. We have the best team making it through. Simple as that.
Yeah, simple as that. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. This is the end of the road for you guys in terms of this. I know you have a big bus to catch first thing in the morning, bright and early. But for me, it is heading to the airport because I'm done here at PGL Cluj-Napoca.
Like the rest of NA, yeah?
Yeah, about to say.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I was going to say some of my valuable mentions from this tournament. Well, see, there's valuable and then value mentions.
Let's hear them.
We don't have to go down that route. There's a whole bunch of people on the other side of this camera that are just ready to go. I promise you. So, thank you so much for watching group stage. Thank you so much for having me, PGL. And most importantly, the playoffs are just a few hours away if you think about it. Set your watch. Like Jacob said, we'll see you there.